I do have something to go over with you.
Nope, don't want to hear it. Not on a Friday.
It is Friday.
So
You made it.
Did we?
Yeah.
we already had this. We had already talked about it. But I think so. This is the certified conviction. Game charge for Douglas. So
It was good. It started out, they played a team that was 6th, 7th, and 8th grade. And Roscoe's team is 7th grade. So I saw it first, like I said, little guys on the other team. And then the rest of the team, they're big guys on the other team.
other people and all.
But it went well in the end.
I figured you probably object, so I'll go. And so I redacted it to only but
What is this?
my guys.
Oh, you're that. Okay.
And so what I plan to do is to tender this and to evidence to go back to the jury. Okay. And then once out of the presence of the jury, I'm going to tender this as 531A. So it's because it's the actual certified copy itself, and it will not go back to the jury. I just want it to be in the,
I got you.
in the record.
And I got to object to it, but yeah, I get it.
Yeah, no, but that's, yeah, totally.
Well,
but-
thank you. Thank you for telling me. The pictures from Mr. Baker's Instagram, do you have them printed out already?
They're up, yeah, they're up.
Okay, cool.
They're all, everything, they've been tendered, they were tendered through Ryan, they're all
They're up, okay, cool.
up there.
I need to make sure where they are. You're resting tonight?
Yeah, I don't, very likely.
So Monday, 6 hours of closing? Okay. I need to let Doherty County know that I'll be there next week. People are, DAs are literally doing the over and under on when I'm gonna be a part of their city. So you're part of that right now. But I can say that you have a good reputation with other prosecutors.
I do.
You do? Yeah. I told them that I was in trial with you and everyone only says good things about you.
Just Leffers is on this floor, right?
Right next door.
Yes.
Can I run over there and just tell them, because I had 2 cases that was on the final plea. I just want to let them know that I'm in trial here.
Okay, we're starting, but if it's gonna take you 2 seconds, you
2
can do that.
seconds, well, 60 seconds.
It's just.
Adam just said.
All right, let's bring the defendants out, please.
Just realized.
What is this for Manson or baby?
On time? Wow, so he's adjusting.
I just realized.
What's will be interesting will be tomorrow morning, because you're not gonna want to get up. And he's going, hey, it's 6 or 5 or whatever it is. Let's go, Dad. You're like, no.
I have no idea what's going on, bro.
When does his mom get back? This weekend? So you may want to keep him on this pattern and just get up early on Saturday and Sunday.
Kind of weird is. Some said.
There you go. Getting it.
Hey, Sean. But she specifically said.
All right, let's get on the record, please. It is Friday, April 5th. We are on day 4 of the presentation of evidence in the case of State versus Pittman and Sanders. Mr. Hiles, anything we need to do before we bring the jury in?
Yes, I have one thing I want to discuss. What I have labeled State's Exhibit 531.
Certified convictions?
So I have, this is the full certified conviction. It's the full indictment, Senate sheet. It includes many counts that he did not plead, that Mr. Sanders did not plead to.
But it's the actual document.
And it is.
Yeah.
And I, in preparation for some objections, I have redacted it to only what he pled to in the Senate sheet. And I was planning to tender 531 as the certified conviction and do that in front of the jury and talk about that with Manson's testimony. And then outside of the presence of the jury, that when we afterwards, I would like to tender the actual certified conviction as 531A, so it can be with the record, but not go back to the jurors.
Okay. Assuming there are no objections to that, why wouldn't we just tender both right now? Because 531A is self-authenticating. And so it's admissible. And if 531 is just a subset of that, that's designed to address in a proactive way concerns that might have come from Mr. Sanders or his attorney, we could get that admitted as well, so that when you've got Manson on the stand, just say, here's Exhibit 530, it's already been admitted into evidence. Or 531.
Okay.
I mean, is there any reason?
I have no I have no objection or any reason I wouldn't do it that way. I just wanted to make sure I was prepared
Yep.
based on which way we're ruled.
Very thoughtful, because you probably could work hard to try to jam through the indictment. It's what he pled to. And if it's got 57 other counts, that's life. That's what was in the indictment. But I don't think there's an issue. I don't see an issue with the way you shaped it. But tell me your thoughts, Mr. Hoover.
Well, I do object to the unredacted version with if it includes co-defendants and charges that Mr. Sanders did not plead to. I know he has two versions of it. The one that's redacted, I don't want it to come in, but I understand that it will. But the unredacted version with the co-defendants and with charges that Mr. Sanders didn't plead to, I do object to it coming into evidence, object to the jury knowing about it, and object to it going back with the jury as well.
Okay, I think what Mr. Hiles was saying is that 531A would be made part of the record that would be transmitted to any appellate court if this case ever gets there. The only thing the jury would hear about, see, or be able to examine during deliberations would be 531, which is the redacted portion, which doesn't have the additional charges, doesn't have the other defendants. Is that the way you were envisioning this, Mr. Hiles?
It is, and my concern was I'm not bringing in additional witnesses to prove anything in these allegations, and so I didn't want to taint that based on, I still gotta, when I bring this information for a jury, I still gotta show by preponderance of the evidence that he, committed the crime accused, and I didn't want to cross that line. I figured.
I think you do by way of a certified copy of his conviction, and you've just decided to clean it up some, and there you go. So if you're moving forward in the way I've described, which is that 531A, the complete set of documents, is being tendered solely for the record, won't go back to the jury, and you're not going to refer to 531 as a redacted version. It's just going to be, this is the indictment to which Mr. Sanders entered a plea of guilty. Then I think Mr. Hoover's concerns are addressed, which is what I thought you were trying to do in the first place.
That's correct.
Okay, Mr. Brown, anything you want to add to this? This is one of those, I give a limiting instruction because they're hearing evidence that's pertains to just one of the defendants.
I have nothing to add, John.
Okay, Mr. Hoover, anything else?
In regards to that prior, no.
No, okay. So what I'm going to do then is admit states 531 and 531A. They've both been admitted. 531A, you might as well take up to the cart now, so you're not even handling it in front of the jury. Then I'll rely on the lawyers to exclude it from the universe of evidence that goes back to the jury during their deliberations. And 531 has already been admitted, and you can refer to it as such when you're working with, it sounds like, Investigator Manson.
Yes.
Anything else from the state?
Yes, I wanted to do this on the record so it's clear. The video I admitted yesterday through this ISA 2 CSA. When it popped up, it was titled video of Sanders and Majors breaking into cars. I'm going to change the title of the exhibit that has already been admitted. And I wanted to put that on the record that I am changing it to the name in the file itself, not anything else, but the name of the video contained on the flash drive to South Fulton entering auto.
Okay, so that's exhibit 498. Something that was admitted and published yesterday when Ms. Cisse was on the stand. And why don't you repeat again the new name you're giving the video so that if the jury does ask to view it, what they'll see on the screen as the name of the video.
So the name of the video has been retitled on the thumb drive as South Fulton entering auto. It is still the same video on the same flash drive that was initialed by the witness yesterday.
Okay. Mr. Hoover, do you have any objection to the renaming of the video? None of the content has changed, but should the jury want to watch it again, when they see someone clicking the name of the file and then at least the media player that was used, it listed the name of the file right below the video, it will no longer have your client's name on it. It will say South Fulton entering auto.
No objection, Your Honor.
All right, Mr. Brown.
I have no, no objection to the changing of the name, but as per my motion yesterday, if no witness supports the state's position, then I would still request that everything be excluded.
Got it. And that I've deferred ruling on that. Thank you for flagging that. Anything else, Mr. Hiles? Oh, he's right there.
No, Your Honor, I'm going to address Mr. Brown's concern with the very first witness.
Okay. Mr. Hoover, anything on behalf of Mr. Sanders?
Yes, Your Honor. So yesterday during my cross of the witness that dealt with, the GBI agent that dealt with testing evidence.
Jason?
Yes, I was going over a list of names, and in the middle of me addressing specific names for specific people involved in this specific case, you stopped me from asking all of the names and just gave a blanket, nothing else happened. I want to ask the court, or my issue is, throughout this trial, the court has allowed the state to play videos that literally show nothing. The court has allowed the state to display pictures, and literally the pictures have been, is this a faraway version of this picture, of this issue? Yes. Is this a closer picture of this thing? Yes. Is this a right angle of this thing? Yes. Is this a left angle of this thing? Yes. I never objected to any of that because the state was allowed to get that in. But now when I'm asking specific questions about specific individuals in this specific investigation for a specific witness, I was prevented by the court from asking those questions. And I'm asking the court that there may be witnesses that come up that tested evidence or that did something, and I want to ask specific questions about specific individuals. And I'm asking the court to not prevent me from doing that for two reasons. Number one, after speaking to my client about this, we have a certain way of going about our defense in the arguments that we're making. And when the court prevents me from asking those questions, number one, it's stopping me from having a thorough and sift across for the state's witnesses. And number two, it's literally signaling to the jurors that the questions that I'm asking aren't that important or aren't relevant. And it's almost to the point to where the court is commenting on evidence. At the point where if I say, did LeBron James get tested for something, I understand that that's not relevant. But when I'm asking specific questions about specific individuals that are literally in the investigation that came up for specific witnesses, I'm asking the court to allow me the leeway to at least ask these questions. I'm not asking literally what the state's saying, is this a right angle of a picture or a left angle of a picture? I'm asking specific names for specific people, for specific reasons, for specific witnesses for a reason. And when the court prevents me from doing that, that's stopping me from having a full, thorough cross for this witness. It's commenting to the jury that what I'm asking isn't relevant or isn't important. And that's commenting on, I believe that's commenting on the evidence, because I literally got stopped from asking questions. If I go out of the realm of this case, I completely understand why the court would stop me or if the state would object. But when I'm asking specific questions, especially when it comes to the testing, and I say this because there's been evidence that there are multiple vehicles, multiple people, the lead investigator and other people don't know exactly who's involved, but these names keep popping up.
So you say these names keep popping up. Almost every name, if not every name you mentioned, I had never heard before in this case.
Right.
You had not asked Sajak about any of those names.
Right.
So I continue to reserve the right to decide what is thorough and sifting and what is going beyond that. You could, with the same effect, you're choosing to go about it one way. You could say, did you look for the DNA of anyone else? Nope, only Sanders, Pittman, and Denny. That's it. You've got the information you need to make your argument. You're making argument through those questions. I am allowed to regulate that, and I will continue to do that. If you have a list of 52 names, you may not get all the way through that list. You may get 4 names through, and then I'm going to interrupt again and say, was there anyone else's DNA you had or fingerprints you had? Nope, no one else. Point made, argue what you want in closing. You don't get to do your closings during your cross-examination. I've given you a lot of leeway, and Mr. Brown, to ask argumentative questions that I could stop sua sponte if I wanted to, but we weren't going to go through a list of 17 or 10 or however many names it was. I gave you some leeway, and then I stopped it. You can choose to do that again. I'm probably going to stop it again because you've made your point with the first few names, unless you start using names that these jurors had heard before. You might as well have said LeBron James because they weren't names that had ever come up in the investigation. I didn't know you had a good faith basis to ask those names. I trust that you do. The jury doesn't know who these people are. So that's where we are on that. I will also add this. I have been nudging, not so much Mr. Brown, it hasn't really happened there, but the state all the time. Do we really need to play all 15 minutes? That's not me commenting on the strength of anyone's case. It's me marshaling the evidence and respecting the jury's time. So I reject your notion that only for you have I taken steps to try to move things along. I think it has been very limited to you, that one instance with this laundry list of names that no one had heard of before. Don't think I've nudged Mr. Brown along at all. I'm confident that the jury has noticed that I've been nudging Mr. Hiles on again and again and again. And I don't think they're taking that as McBurney thinks that that's not good evidence. McBurney thinks this is taking longer than it needs to, and that things haven't been super efficient, in particular on the state side, with a far away, a close, and a right angle. And so I will say from time to time, do we need all these photos? What could we do next, et cetera? You were entering that space with list of names that meant nothing to anyone else but you and Mr. Sanders at that point. So I appreciate your point. I don't believe it was a comment on the evidence. I believe it was a comment on you've made your point and you should keep moving. And the fact that it was cross-examination doesn't immunize you from my ability to say, let's keep going.
I understand. And just for the record, I want to say, yes, I do agree that the court has been nudging the state, but there's a difference between nudging the state and literally stopping a defense attorney from asking specific questions about specific people in the investigation to specific witnesses. There's a difference. And number two, if I don't get what I say isn't evidence, the evidence comes from there. So if I get up in my closing and start talking about these 13, 14 other people, the state can literally get up and say, objection, Your Honor, arguing facts that aren't in the evidence. And that's true. The names aren't in the evidence because when I strategically decided to talk about those names, I was prevented from talking about them by the court. So there's a difference between nudging and completely preventing.
So here's the missing piece.
Be able to argue it in closing, and I can't argue evidence in closing if it's not evidence yet.
So here's the missing piece that maybe you can provide to me. What's one of the names on that list? Give me one of the names, please.
Corey Perkins.
Corey Perkins.
Yes.
Until you asked that name had not come up in this trial.
True.
And so if all you were going to do was save that, tuck it away and say, ladies and gentlemen, you heard they didn't test for Corey Perkins, the state might object and I might sustain it because we don't know who that is.
Exactly.
Now, if you plan on through some part of your examination of some witness or presentation of evidence, helping the jury and me understand who all those people are, then that's a different ballgame. And I understand it, but you hadn't done it when you did that. You're not telling me how you're ever going to get evidence in front of the jury as to who any of those people are. If that's going to happen, tell me now. And that is very different. But what you said, hey, I want to be able to argue in closing that they didn't test Corey Perkins's DNA, and I'm going to tell the jury who Corey Perkins is. We ought not do that if they haven't heard that from a witness, as opposed to, you know who it is because Antonio Sanders told you who it was.
And that's my issue. So that witness that I talked to yesterday, that I started talking about this, I'm building from her and I'm moving on to the other. So I will be able to present who these other people are and how I believe they apply to the case. The problem is I strategically decided to start with that witness to get those names out, and the court prevented me. So now it's hard for me to build from that witness to go to the next one when the court literally stopped me from building for the first witness.
It wasn't literally. I just stopped you, and it would have been helpful then or yesterday. I guess you're doing it now. Tell me how you're connecting those people to the case. How are you going to connect those? Because if you can tell me how that's going to happen, then it's a different situation. But you were pulling names, as far as I could tell, out of thin air, and we all got it. She first said, I only tested as to 3. And so for you to then say, well, did you test this person? No, I only tested as to 3. Well, how about this person? I am confident that that was a fair exercise of my discretion to say, she already told you she didn't test as to anyone else. And so for you to say one more name, asked and answered, that would have been an objection. Had it been made, I would have sustained. They didn't, but as a custodian of the jury's time, I exercised my discretion to say, she already told you she didn't test anyone else. Why don't you just read from the phone book? But if you want to help out, let me know how you're going to show that these people have a connection to the case.
Yes, Your Honor. So from the beginning, we've heard that multiple officers from multiple agencies from multiple parts of the state has said that Mr. Sanders and Mr. Pittman are known with multiple people to do multiple things. We also know from the evidence that there are multiple people in multiple vehicles in multiple counties that the state has presented evidence, but we don't know who those multiple people are. Now we move forward where they're always giving, well, we have these email addresses, or we have these phone numbers, or we have these IG accounts, but we don't know who all of these people are. So the state's evidence, that the questions that Mr. Brown and I got from the state's witnesses, is that there are multiple people involved that we that they know in the realm of existence, but they don't know who these people are. Now move forward. This was a witness that was testing DNA and testing evidence from items that were found not only at the Goodwill, but also at the apartment complex where the tag was stolen. And what this witness said was two extremely important pieces, and this is why I brought it up with her. Number one, that there was DNA found, and they only tested Mr. Sanders, Mr. Pittman, and Mr. Denny. The DNA that was found in some of the evidence did not go to either of these two individuals or the victim. It went to someone else. So now we have multiple people, multiple vehicles, multiple areas, and now we have DNA that does not go to these two people, but we know in the realm of existence in this investigation.
I got it.
But then my point is, and I specifically asked her, because I said, after you tested this, do you still have a way to test it further on if a name pops up or if DNA pops up that the officers can give you?
I got that too.
Yes.
Yes.
Throughout this investigation, more names started popping up, and I'm asking her, since 2000 or whenever she did her testing, between then and today, did you test any of these names? She's the first person that I wanted to get those names in, because in this investigation, those names did pop up, and I'm asking her to tell the jury.
I got all that. You're repeating yourself now. I understand that, but once she said, I didn't test anyone else, then you're getting cumulative by saying, okay, so you didn't test anyone else. Does that mean you didn't test Carlos Perkins? Well, that would be someone else. So no, I didn't test that name. But what you haven't done yet is answer my question. How are you getting evidence before the jury that any of those names are people of interest in this case?
And that's my point. I'm building it witness by witness. But if I get prevented from actually saying the names with the witnesses, then I have no foundation. That's the whole point. I'm literally not saying, did Kobe Bryant get tested for something?
Okay, what's one of the names you got to ask?
Corey Perkins was the first name.
Okay, so you got to ask Corey Perkins, what evidentiary foundation did that provide you so that you can now ask the witness you refuse to tell me? You're going to ask about who's Corey Perkins and could Corey Perkins have been in the red Cadillac? Because if you're not going to get someone in this case to say Corey Perkins is a known gang member or an associate of Mr. Sanders or was there, then you might as well say Kobe Bryant. Would have been tricky. Don't know if he was alive then, but either way. Okay, but here we go. So who is tying Corey Perkins into this case?
And that's just it, because
it wasn't this witness, because you got to ask about Corey Perkins.
And that's why that was a foundational witness. There is going to be, and let's put it out there, there's going to be experts that haven't been called in order because of the way that the week is gone. There are going to be experts that are going to put up, we've already seen some of it where there are a multitude of people in pictures and they're going to call that gang evidence. I'm building the foundation, so when we get that picture up there, when there's 12 people in a picture, I can start asking Mason, for example, I can start asking her specific questions about specific people. Now, the reason I haven't done it before is because of the way the state has been calling their witnesses.
I get it, but so are you intent, let's say it, because you won't tell me who it is, I'm gonna pretend it's Manson. You believe Manson is gonna say, I know who Corey Perkins is, and Corey Perkins is in one of these pictures, or he's known to be involved with this alleged gang, or he's known to have been associated with Mr. Pittman? Or is she going to say, I don't know who Corey Perkins is, in which case you continue not to have any evidentiary foundation. You're pulling a name out that no one other than in your head is connecting to this case.
Well, A, I don't believe it's no one is connecting but in my head. Number two, I honestly don't know what she's going to say, but my example is I have to build a foundation to get to the point to where when they start bringing this gang evidence out and they start bringing a multitude of people that aren't sitting at this table, I have to give the foundation to where, so who is this person? Now, if they would have, in the perfect world, if they were able to call their witnesses in order, this wouldn't be an issue because we have already addressed this issue. But I can't now. But my point is, I can't go any further and give you and tell you what you want to know, because it's a defense strategy that my client and I have come up with. I can tell you that, yes, I am going to address all of these people, with her. And it
Her meaning Manson.
Manson, because
Okay.
I'm saying Mason, yes. But I may address it with others depending on their responses to questions that are asked. And I
Okay.
can't tell you that until it happens. But the point is,
Do you have a good faith basis to believe that any of the state's witnesses will say, I know who Corey Perkins is?
yes,
Okay,
yes.
all right. That's all I'm trying to get out of you. So you do.
13 people, yes.
All right. Tell me why, if a witness who is not a gang expert says, I only tested as to 3 people and to no one else, you believe you're entitled to give that person names when she's told you, no, I didn't test anyone else. And she says, I could, if someone brought me stuff, I could, full stop. How are you in any way prevented in your closing from arguing they didn't test Corey Perkins? You now know who Corey Perkins is because someone talked about it. And we know they didn't test it because she told you she didn't test it.
And again, if she was called after the other witness.
She wasn't. She was called before, and she has testified.
Yeah.
I didn't test anyone else. I only tested 3, but I could. If someone brought me it, I could test someone else. How are you limited in your closing argument for making the point you want to make?
What I'm saying is, if Manson was called before her, I wouldn't have had to pose the questions that way. But because of the way the witnesses were called, I have to lay a foundation in my mind of how I can introduce these people that the state has purposely neglected to bring up. So if Manson was called first, I would have never asked her those questions. I would have said what the court said, did you test anyone else? But because she was called before Manson, I had to do that. So what I'm saying is, because of the way the witnesses are called, because I have to build that foundation to get to the point to where I can even argue it, I don't get to control when the witnesses get called. I'm just asking, if the court is allowing the state to literally say that they took a picture of a bullet hole in 17 different angles, and that's okay, then I should be allowed, with a good faith basis, to ask specific names of specific individuals in the specific case for specific witnesses. That's all I'm asking.
Got it. Mr. Brown, do you have anything?
I do not, Your Honor.
All right, let's bring the jurors in, please.
All right, jurors.
You guys lost someone. It's a pretty short commute.
Someone's missing.
Where's our lost juror? There she is.
All jurors are present to come here.
Deputy's eyes got really wide when there was an empty seat. That was to make sure all 14 of you are here. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Happy Friday, into the week, almost. We remain in the midst of the state's presentation. Mr. Hiles, would you call your next witness, please?
Sarah Balfania Manson.
Raise your right hand. Let's see. You swear affirm that the testimony you will give is true, the whole truth, nothing but the truth.
I just,
Yeah, I see. Can you say this with your name for the record?
Yes, my name is Detective Kenya, Kenya. Last name Manson, Manson.
Investigator Manson, how are you?
I'm fine.
And where are you currently employed?
I'm employed with the City of South Fulton Police Department.
And what is your role in the City of South Fulton Police Department?
I am assigned to the Narcotics and Gang Unit.
And what do you do as a part of your duties in that unit?
I investigate illegal narcotics as well as criminal street gangs.
And do you have any specific criminal street gang training?
Yes, sir.
And where do you get that training from?
I usually go to the Gypstick, which is our Georgia post-training center located in Forsyth, as well as different courses that is put on throughout the metro Atlanta area and the state of Georgia.
Okay. I'm not gonna go into too much detail, but how long have you been in this capacity?
In law enforcement, sir,
We'll start with law enforcement. How long have you been in law enforcement?
I started off with APD. I did 10 years with APD back in 2004 to 2014. I then went to College Park, did 22 months, and I have been here in the city of South Fulton for 5 years.
Okay. And as a gang investigator with the city of South Fulton, are you the one that's generally investigating crimes as they occur?
Yes,
Okay. Are you the primary investigator for the underlying crimes though?
sometimes yes, and sometimes no.
Okay. As with your familiarity with gang members, is it common for officers within your police department to ask you in helping identifying suspects in particular crimes?
Yes, sir.
And how do you gain, what's your primary tool for investigating gang members?
Police reports, interviews, as well as social media.
Okay. I want to turn to an incident that occurred on August 13th, 2020. Were you contacted to assist with identifying some individuals that were involved in entering autos on the street Addison Park in the city of South Fulton on August 12th of 2020?
Yes, sir.
I am going now to a video that was tendered yesterday under State's Exhibit 498. I'm going to attempt to share it through the Zoom. Can you see the start of the video on your screen?
Yes, sir.
I'm going to hit play. Okay. Who were the individuals that were involved in that particular entering auto?
It was Antonio Sanders and a juvenile male named Kamani Majors.
Okay. I'm gonna go back. So, which individual is Antonio Sanders?
He's the individual wearing the black shirt, blue jeans.
Okay. And how were you able to identify Mr. Sanders?
Well, South Fulton has had, and as well as multiple jurisdictions, have had many encounters with Antonio. We first started investigating Mr. Antonio Sanders back in 2019 in a case involving an aggravated assault.
Okay. Since that time, have you been monitoring Mr. Sanders
Yes,
or attempting to monitor Mr. Sanders?
yes, sir.
Okay. Were you able to instantly recognize Mr. Sanders in this video?
Yes, sir.
Okay. The person that you are identifying as Mr. Sanders in this video, do you see that Antonio Sanders in the courtroom today?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Would you please identify Antonio Sanders by where he's sitting and the article of clothing that he's wearing?
Yes, he's sitting to the, it would be to the right of me. He's wearing a black coat with a maybe burgundy vest or tie with a box haircut.
Please let the record reflect that the witness has identified Antonio Sanders.
She has?
Okay. So Mr. Sanders appears to be in plain view. How were you able to identify Kamani Majors?
Based on his statue, and especially the orange tennis shoes. I have a social media post of him wearing those same orange tennis shoes.
Okay. And compared to the other individuals that are generally with Mr. Sanders, is he smaller in stature?
Yes, sir.
And did you have any doubts as to the identities of those?
I had no doubts.
I'm going to move on from that incident. Are you familiar with 5275 Slime Gang Young Crew?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And what is that group to you?
It is a criminal street gang that is a derivative of YSL.
Okay. And does it have any other associations?
Yes,
What are the other associations of that particular gang?
sex, money, murder.
Sex, money, murder.
Your Honor, can we approach quickly?
Sure. Want to talk right here or go?
Let's move.
Okay. One second. We heard you.
I like you.
I need you all to go into the jury room for about 2 minutes. If you need longer, you can stay longer, but I can keep it to 2 minutes if you can keep it to 2 minutes. And you don't disappear this time. All right? Thank you. All right, everyone else can be seated. 2 things. First, I want to close the loop on a motion that Mr. Brown made yesterday following Ms. Cisse's testimony and the presentation of, I think it was 498, but the video that Investigator Manson just saw. I believe now that it's appropriate to deny your motion, but I want to give you a chance to perfect the record if you think that the motion still should be granted.
I withdraw the motion.
Okay, it was well placed at the time, but I think now the state has sufficiently connected the dots that it's withdrawn, so we'll move on. Second thing, Investigator Manson, it is important when you are answering questions from Mr. Hiles, they will be open-ended questions. So tell us how you know this, or what does the gang do in your experience? Does it do this or that? You give, as to the best of your ability, a full and complete answer with one caveat. Please do not, this is a direction, so it's not just a request, it's a direction. Do not say, and that's what Mr. Sanders does as well, or Mr. Pittman. I don't know if you know Mr. Pittman, you know Mr. Sanders, you told us that. You can talk generically about what the gang does, but only if Mr. Heil says something along the line, if he starts asking you about Mr. Sanders, then you can engage in that topic. But the questions here, your answers here need to be based on your knowledge of what members of the gang do in general. And you may be thinking in your head, and I know it because Mr. Sanders did those things, but I'm directing you not to say, and that's something Antonio Sanders has done, did do, saw him do it, et cetera. If we're going to get down to that level of granularity, Mr. Hiles will say specifically, and what about Antonio Sanders? Does that make sense?
Yeah.
Great. Anything you want to add to that?
Yes, I do. And for the most part, Investigator Manson, we will be talking in generalities, except for the specific crimes that I talked about with the Douglas County crimes and the crime we just talked about with the entering auto.
The Douglas County crimes are the ones where you've got the certified conviction?
Yes.
Okay.
One of the counts on the larger indictment that I did notice, and I also provided the police report for, was involving a picture of Antonio posing in front of this stolen Challenger. I feel that I did provide the proper notice with the 418.
If it relates to that case, you've provided notice. And I think that that is something you can explore with this witness or any other witness. Your 2 418s, as I understand it, are the video that Investigator Manson has already discussed, and the Douglas County case. And there may be other things that come up during her testimony where you feel it's appropriate to say, and what about Antonio Sanders? You may want to confer with Mr. Hoover. He may object. We may need to take a break. My point is simply that when you're asking the many questions you're entitled to ask about the gang, how it operates, what they do, what it means to be a member, et cetera, that this witness can say, this is what members do, but not, and that includes Antonio Sanders. Or I know this because of Antonio Sanders. We are all on the same wavelength here?
Yes.
Mr. Hoover, anything else you'd like me to instruct Investigator Manson about?
I have nothing else when it comes to that issue.
Okay. Now you recognize on cross-examination, you may ask questions, and I'll be mindful of it as well. It's not a chance to slip something in, but you could ask a question in a way where a full, complete, and correct answer is going to be, well, yeah, because your client did X or something like that. So you'll need to be thoughtful about what doors you open through questions you ask.
Yes, Your Honor.
I'm sure you will be. Mr. Brown, anything else you want? Do you know, let me pivot for a moment. Investigator Manson, do you know Leandre Pittman?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Do you have similar concerns?
Not at this moment, Your Honor.
Okay, but I guess I should give the same instruction that if part of how you know all the things you know is because of your interactions with Leandre Pittman, don't mention his name either, unless Mr. Heil says, well, what about Leandre Pittman? Because if he says that name, that gives Mr. Brown an opportunity, if he wants to object, to do so, rather than you sort of on your own volunteer. Let me tell you, the 3 most dangerous members of the gang, Pittman, Sanders, and Sanders again. So we just want to avoid something like that.
Yes.
You got it.
And we're going to get some specific things in the Instagram records that are directly applicable to 16-15-9.
Whose Instagram records?
Pittman's.
They're his Instagram records. You can explore them as you see fit. Here's what I'm worried about. And worried is the wrong word. We've got a professional witness here. We've got professional attorneys. But you would very appropriately say, well, tell the jury how it is that 5275 marks its territory. And Investigator Mann's like, well, I can remember a time where we caught on video Leandre Pittman doing X, Y, or Z. That's not Instagram. If it's something in a defendant's Instagram account, he owns it. And this witness can talk all about, here's what this means. When he flashes the 2 guns up, that is a classic YSL, and she can run with that. What would be inappropriate would be if you're putting up someone else's Instagram account and then you were to say, well, what about, do you think Leandre Pittman does those things? Oh, I think he does. Okay. All right. Anything else, Mr. Hoover?
In regard to looking at the Zoom link now in the camera, has the court made a ruling on whether or not this witness is going to be filmed? Because I thought we were still going to address that before.
We can talk about, this is how I'm doing it right now, what you see.
And that's why I asked, because usually I see the witness, but now I don't. I see everybody else.
Right.
I believe that if this witness is going to take the stand, there's been no actual foundation or reason as to why this witness can't be seen. And I say that because in the majority of the cases that I have, starting at prelims, there's always YouTube or there's cameras or something in filming me and my clients. And my argument is, at the very beginning, how we get a fair trial when it's already been presented to the world, to the masses, that my client's guilty. And the response I always get is, well, what's the difference with somebody just coming in and watching? So that's my question here. What's the difference between somebody just coming in and watching? I don't think the state or the witness has given a reason as to why this witness shouldn't be shown just like every other witness at this point.
Okay. I take your point of view on that, other than the fact that my cases are pushed through YouTube because that's a feature I offer. It's not required to do that. And so I feel like I have a certain level of control over that. It's not Channel 2 saying we'd like to do this, and then you have First Amendment lawyers here saying you need to provide access. So I'm not quite sure what your standing is to raise the, I don't disagree with you. I want to be clear on that. But I'm not quite sure what your standing is to say there's an issue with this. Put differently, I'm not sure how in any way at all Mr. Sanders's due process rights or any other rights you want to trot out on his behalf are affected if I were to, because Zoom goes down sometimes, or the audio doesn't work, or I forget to turn the audio back on when we take a break. And I don't for a moment believe that any participant in these proceedings could say there needs to be a new trial because people in Texas weren't able to hear what was going on. Now, if I were to say, I don't know who that young lady is, but if that was Mr. Sanders' aunt, you got to get out of the courtroom. We've got a lot of issues, and I'll probably try the case again. So I am going to ask Mr. Hiles to tell me one more time, and I can reconsider, unless you've got some due process concerns for your client as opposed to the public writ large.
Well, at first, I want to make sure that it's on the record why the state is asking for it. And I want on the record what the court's decision is.
Okay, well, you have, well, the record is the courtroom remains open to the public. Anyone can be in here. I provide an additional way for the public to access these proceedings, not required by law, not requested by anyone. I think it's appropriate for every proceeding. I think it should be happening in every courtroom, everywhere, especially federal courts. But it doesn't happen. So here we are. It's bonus access to which no one has a right. So the way I have currently decided to do this for 2 witnesses, if that other witness is going to still testify, I couldn't tell from what Mr. Hiles was saying is if they're even going there, was to handle it this way, where it's called the jury camera, shows the jury perspective. But why don't we hear from Mr. Hiles? It may be that you spoke with Investigator Manson and it's not an issue anymore.
So, Your Honor, I think it is an issue, and I appreciate her not being shown. I've discussed this previously with Investigator Manson. She works closely investigating gang members, often in a street capacity. I don't want to say undercover as she's going like deep undercover, but having her face not known is important. She's investigating some of the most dangerous members of society in a community which she resides in and around. And she can't avoid coming in contact with specific people when the time is necessary. But we've already seen how easy it is to snap a screenshot of the YouTube, even though there's a direction not to. I will say that, but it's already been shared when other members are shown in the courtroom.
Okay, so here's my ruling insofar as I even need to rule. I'm going to keep the YouTube feed running, but because my ability to control that is very different from someone in here could try to hold up a phone to take a picture of you or me or a witness. That would be a violation of Rule 22. I could have the phone seized. I could have the phone erased. I can't do that to folks who are choosing to watch this from a remote location. And because I don't have that level of control, given what you've described, I'm going to keep the camera angle that we have right now for this witness. We'll do the same for that one other witness if you're still calling that witness, and you'll just need to let me know when you do. I told the jurors 2 minutes. I've been a bad steward of their time. Do you have anything else, Mr. Hiles?
No, Your Honor.
Investigator Manson, do you feel like you understand the contours of how you need to answer general questions about how the gang operates, et cetera?
Yes.
Okay. If you've got any concern about, like, wait a minute, it seems like you're asking about Sanders. Am I supposed to say that? It is okay for you to say, I'm not quite sure how best to answer this question, and maybe the lawyers and I have to step outside. But I think I've given you sufficient guidance.
Okay.
All right, let's bring the jurors in, please.
All right, for the jurors.
it seem warm in here? Yeah. I'm gonna reach out to Deidre.
Jules, the president accounted for.
Thank you, Deputy Gordon. Two things, ladies and gentlemen. One, I was a bad estimator this time. That was more than 2 minutes. Two, it feels warmer in here to me today than other days. So I'm gonna, unless you all say, no, it's cold, I'm gonna make an inquiry with building management to see if we can lower the temperature a little bit. But jurors generally prefer it to be warmer than colder. So anyone think it's already too cold? No, good. All right, I'm gonna see what we can do because some of you are wearing some thick looking stuff there. All right, Mr. Hiles, if you would resume your examination.
Okay, Mr. Manson, how long have you been investigating 5275 slime gang?
Since 2019.
Okay, and since you've been investigating this particular gang, what are the crimes you've known to commit?
Entering autos, auto theft, aggravated assault, fraud, throwing narcotics over the guard line, to
All right, let me
murder,
stop there. What do you mean throwing narcotics over the guard line?
going to prisons and throwing illegal narcotics over the walls.
Do you know what particular prison?
It was Baldwin County Prison.
Okay, and are those numbers literally, what are they throwing over into the prison?
Cell phones, illegal narcotics, tobacco, anything for members to sell while in
I'm gonna
prison.
object to what's the relevance of that particular part of this testimony.
About
Certain
crimes that the gang allegedly commits?
Well, no, crimes the gang allegedly commits, I understand. Saying what products certain people are throwing into certain prisons, that's a bit specific. It has nothing to do with this case at all.
Okay, I'm gonna overrule it for now. You need to be careful not to get too granular just because then we're going too far afield, but I'm gonna allow a certain level of explanation for something like, I think people know what a burglary is, but you seized upon one where people might say, they did what? Where? What does that even mean? So keep going.
Okay, and Investigator Manson, what other types of crimes have you investigated 5275?
Aggravated assaults and also, like I said, fraud,
Okay,
a great deal of fraud.
okay. And aggravated assaults, what manners are those generally committed in with this gang?
Can you rephrase it, please?
Aggravated, what manner, what type of, what do you mean by aggravated? Aggravated assault would mean a large array of things. What do you mean by aggravated assault?
Members may be shooting or cause damage or harm to other people, or they also may be victims themselves of oppositional gang shooting.
Okay, so firearms crimes.
Yes.
Okay, and the entering autos. Have you seen this particular gang try to target specific types of automobiles?
Yes.
What types of automobiles?
Specifically some of the Dodge Chargers, the faster cars, and the Kias.
Okay. All right. And what's been your best way of keeping tabs with these individuals?
Through social media, most definitely.
Okay. I believe I've shown you, right? Yeah. I've shown you these. 52 for 6. Thank you. All right, I'm showing you what has been marked as state's exhibits 252 through 266.
The list says 269. Is it 266 or 269? Because we won't have, it's okay if you want to leave those out, but your range was through 269.
I believe I could have a little disorganized from our last conversation. Yes, it is through 269, 252 through 269.
Okay.
252 through 269. You please take a look at.
Do you need that?
Oh, Your Honor, can we please turn on the?
Sure. Deputy Gordon, can you do your morning ritual, please?
Did you need that? I just couldn't see her looking at that.
Oh, okay. Here you go. Do you recognize all of these photographs?
Thank you.
Yes, sir. I'm sorry. Yes, sir. In order.
Images 256, exhibits 252 through 269. Are all of those images Instagram screen captures that you took yourself?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And did you take these screen captures during the course of your investigation of 5275 slime gang and young group?
Yes, sir.
Those date back, some of those date back to when you began investigating the gang in the beginning.
Yes, sir.
Okay, and are they all true and correct images of the screenshots that you took throughout your investigation?
Yes, sir.
Have you made any additions or alterations in the photos that you looked at?
No, sir.
Okay, Your Honor, at this time, the state would ask to tender safety code 252 through 269 into evidence.
Mr. Brown, any objection to those exhibits?
No objections, Your Honor.
Mr. Hoover,
No objection, Your Honor.
admitted.
All right. Can you please show state's exhibit number 252?
Thank you for the, what number did you say?
252. Okay, who do you see in this particular image?
I see Leandre Pittman.
Okay, and look at the caption on it. And was this taken from what you understood to be his Instagram profile at the time?
Yes, sir.
Okay, and what do you see at the bottom in the caption?
I see the, I really can't see really good because.
Was there something in the way?
Yes, it's the mute.
Well, we don't want that to go away. We want it to stay mute.
Yes, sir.
So maybe he can leave you the original.
Don't repeat what's necessarily in the caption, but do you see the caption in that particular case?
Yes.
Okay, does it make reference to a Lizzie?
Yes,
What do you understand a glizzy to be?
a firearm.
A particular brand,
No particular brand, just a firearm.
right? And then, will you please go to State's Exhibit 253? All right, do you still have the same issue with reading the caption?
Yes.
All right, what do you see? Will you read that entire caption, please?
We forever thugging like KC, and KC forever living through us.
Okay, and who is KC?
KC is Keonis Miles.
And Keonis Miles, a member of 5275 Slime Gang Young Crew?
Yes, sir.
Okay, and you documented him yourself as a member?
Yes, sir.
Okay, and what's the status of KC at this time?
He was deceased.
Deceased, okay. And how was he killed?
He was killed during the process of trying to steal a car.
Okay. What happened during that process?
He was trying to steal a car in the Atlanta, near the Buckhead area. It was a shootout ensued because the owner was trying to protect himself and the property, and KC was shot.
Okay. Will you please go to State's Exhibit number 254? Who is pictured in this Instagram capture?
DeAndre Pittman.
And what is the Instagram profile name in this particular picture?
5275 Slime the World.
Okay, and is it different from State's Exhibit number 252?
Yes.
Okay. Do you still believe that this was taken from the same profile as DeAndre Pittman?
Yes.
Okay. And with this particular gang, is it common for individuals to change their Instagram profiles?
Yes.
Okay. And do you know why they do so?
Your Honor, I'm gonna object to, you know, why they do so. That causes for speculation. She can't determine why somebody does anything or why they're thinking or what they're thinking.
I think she does have personal knowledge as to why this is happening through her investigations.
I don't know how she has personal knowledge to what a person's thinking.
Okay,
So if you want to ask in general, as opposed to what this person is doing, I agree with Mr. Hoover, we can't attribute it to one individual unless he or she comes in to say, here's what I was doing. But if in her experience, she knows in general, people do X in this organization to achieve goal Y, this is the right witness for you to ask that.
okay. Early on into your investigations of 5275 Slime Gang Young Crew, did you obtain some arrests and convictions based off of images displayed by the gang on Instagram?
Yes, sir.
Okay, and after those convictions were obtained, did you notice a change in how long members of the gang maintained the same profile name?
Yes, sir.
Okay, and what was that change?
It would be instantly. It would also be periodically.
Okay, what do you mean? Let's explain. It would change sometimes instantly?
Yes, as soon as one get their discovery package or learn.
Hold on 1 second. It's not you. We're just letting the court reporter recover.
Learn that law enforcement are familiar with their Instagram, they will often change it.
Okay, and were there some that would change their profiles more frequently than others?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Now, will you please go to, this particular picture.
We're still on 254.
Yes, 254. What do you see the caption as being made by 5275 Slime in the World?
I ain't scared to bang my game. I throw this shit up like I vomit.
Yeah. And what is the comment below that particular, what does that say?
Gang shit.
Okay, and 5275.yc, what are those emojis?
It is the snake, which is a symbol commonly used among members of YSL, and the gang hand sign.
Okay, and just remember, you're speaking, don't be afraid to look at the gentleman you're speaking to. They're the ones that need to hear all the information you're saying.
I like hearing it too, but talk to them.
Okay. You could go to State's Exhibit number 255. And who is May in this particular photograph?
I'm able to identify two of the subjects in this photograph. It's gonna be Leandre Pittman and Antonio Sanders.
Okay. And is this the same caption as the last photograph?
Yes, sir.
Was this part of a series of Instagram posts?
Yes, sir.
And who are the individuals that you identified in this particular post?
Leandre Pittman and Antonio Sanders.
Okay, will you turn around and point at the image on the large screen and identify who is Leandre Pittman?
This is gonna be Leandre Pittman, and this is going to be Antonio Sanders.
Okay, do you notice anything about the way the person you just identified as Antonio Sanders, do you notice anything about the way he's holding his hands?
Yes, yes.
And what is it? Will you tell the jury what that is?
He is displaying a hand sign commonly used among YSL members. He's making a Y in the air.
Okay. And if you could just briefly, please go back to State's Exhibit 254. And is that the same person you identified as Leandre Pittman in State's Exhibit 255?
Yes, sir.
Does he appear to be wearing the same clothing?
Yes, sir.
If we could please go to 255. 256. And what is this a screen capture of?
It is a Instagram web page belonging to Leandre Pittman.
Okay. And what would that be if you were looking at the Instagram app? What would that picture be?
It would be the initial page when you first click on the web page.
On his particular web page?
Yes, on the one little head.
Okay.
Underscore, I mean, period, underscore.
Okay. And I'm going to direct you to the second row of images, third column on the right. What is that particular image?
It is an image of Leandre Pittman standing in front of the numerics 5275. It is graffiti on the back of a wall.
Okay. And how is it that that relates to this particular gang?
He's paying homage to the gang. Is the numerics for the gang 5275.
Okay, and do you know where that picture was taken?
Yes, that's the numerics for the address for the Citgo gas station
Okay,
on,
and-
oh, I'm sorry,
Sorry.
on Old National Highway.
Okay, and what is that area to this particular gang, that gas station? And members operate out of that gas station?
Yes,
Okay, and what do members of this gang do out of that gas station?
they usually sell illegal narcotics.
Can you please move to State's Exhibit 257? Now, What is being displayed on this screen?
A large sum of money.
Okay? And can you read on the screen capture what account posted this particular image?
TaylorMade.5.
Okay, and did you at any time ever associate this account with any particular individual?
Yes, sir.
And who would that individual be?
Antonio Sanders.
Okay, and how long did this profile remain with the name TaylorMade.5?
Not long at all.
Okay. The posts that you saw that were made by this particular profile, did they have images of, were they consistent with images of Mr. Sanders?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And were the captions consistent with what you knew to reference the 5275 slime gang crew?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Will you please read what the top caption is on this photograph?
Mama, if I die, just slide for me.
Okay. And can you identify from this photograph the where this picture was taken?
It is taken inside of Camelot condominiums.
Camelot?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And what is Camelot condominiums to 5275 Slime Gang Young Crew?
It is like a safe haven, their known territory.
They're in territory?
Yes.
Okay. If we could go to State's Exhibit number 258. And what Instagram account posted this particular image?
TaylorMade.5.
And what does the caption posted along with this image say?
Most wanted, most money.
And what do you notice? Do you notice anything in the waistband in this photograph?
Yes, he has a firearm in the waistband.
Okay. And do you notice any particular way about how he's holding his hands?
He's displaying a common blood hand sign.
Okay. And his sex, money, murder gang, you said, referenced earlier, being associated with 5275 Slime Gang Young Crew.
Yes.
Is that a blood set?
Yes, sir.
Will you please move to image 262? Okay. And who was this pictured in the image?
It is a picture of Antonio Sanders.
Okay. And what does the caption say?
52 glizzies, 75 sticks.
Okay. Now, what does that mean to you? That caption?
52 glizzies is a firearm and 75 sticks are like rifle, automatic military style firearms.
Okay, so sticks is slang for a rifle or military firearm?
Yes.
Yeah. Now, if you go down to the comment directly below that, what is commented?
Someone say free D5 with the snake emoji and a green heart.
Okay. And D5, what is D5?
D5 is a nickname in which members of the criminal street gang would call Antonio Sanders.
Okay. And did you know Antonio Sanders to go by any other nicknames?
Yes, sir.
Okay. What nicknames did you know that to be?
Duke and D-Shot.
D-Shot?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Move to the next slide. And what do you see here?
I see a picture of 3 subjects, all displaying firearms.
Okay, can you identify the subjects in this picture?
Yes, sir.
And who are those individuals?
I have Antonio Sanders, Quintavious Stevens, Jaquez Horn.
And are all of those individuals members of 5275 Slime Gang Member?
Yes, sir.
Okay,
Which one is, in your belief, Mr. Sanders of those three? You just described, we've got red shorts, we've got pink and white shoes, and then red shoes.
you tap the screen. You'll see a little pin, should pop, you tap it in. You see the bottom left-hand corner, that little pin, tap that.
Okay.
No, just tap it. Now, you should be able to circle, you're gonna tap the pin. You should be able to circle who you believe to be Antonio Sanders.
Thank you.
And for the record, is he the person on the far left-hand side of the photograph?
Yes, sir.
Excuse me, so those Antonio Sanders, Jaquez Horn, and who's the third person?
Quintavious Stevens.
Thank you.
And what's the caption in this particular photograph and states Exhibit 263?
Big Slimes cause a tragedy.
Okay. And what are slimes?
It is a slang word for members of YSL.
Okay. If you could please go back to states 260, I got a little bit out of order. When you tap it, you should be able to delete the circle. Tap the screen one more time.
There we go.
You got it. What Instagram account posted this particular image?
TaylorMade.5.
Okay, and is this the same account that you are familiar with being associated with Antonio Sanders?
Yes, sir.
Okay, and what does the caption of this photograph say?
The main slime with a snake emoji.
So if we could skip back to 263.
It's frozen.
That's frozen. Two 64, please. Okay. So, what are we looking at in this particular photograph?
There's three subjects standing behind a stolen vehicle. You have the words 5275 with the demon emoji, the green snake emoji in the world, and then you have the word free us with a red exclamation point.
Okay, and who do you know to have posted this particular photograph? What person did you get a screen grab from?
It's KC Walk Shit Down, and it belongs to Kentavious Campbell.
Okay, and are you familiar with this particular automobile?
Yes.
Okay, and will you please identify each person that is standing behind this particular automobile?
You have Quintavious Stevens, Antonio Sanders, and Kentavious Campbell.
And do you know where this photograph was taken, or what county?
Yes, it was taken in Fulton at the Citgo gas station.
Okay, and well, what was the reference to this car? Why is this car of note to you?
I was assisting at this time, I was assisting Douglas County with an auto theft investigation.
Okay. And was this a particular car that was stolen from Douglas County?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And please circle who you know to be Antonio Sanders in the photograph. And was this particular car part of a larger investigation by Douglas County?
Yes.
And are you aware of any guilty pleas to criminal street gang charges by Antonio Sanders in Douglas County based off of not just this car, but the investigation that you helped him with the entire case?
Yes, sir.
I am showing you what has previously been marked the state's exhibit 531. It is a felony accusation out of Douglas County, case number 21CR 00608. And it is a certified conviction of a guilty plea for entering altogether in violation of Street Gang Terrorism and Prevention Act by Antonio Sanders. Count 20 of this accusation is a count for violation of Street Gang Terrorism and Prevention Act. And can you please read which gang is written into that indictment or accusation that Antonio Sanders pled guilty to?
5275 Slime Gang Young Crew.
And did you assist Douglas County with investigating that case that you just read off from that accusation?
Yes, sir.
Now, what is the Instagram title, Casey Walk Shit Down? What is that? Does that mean anything to you in relation to the gang?
Yes. Like I said previously, they actually had a friend that was killed during an auto theft. So they're paying homage to the friend, walk shit down, meaning that KC wasn't afraid to walk shit down, have a gun and shoot.
Will you please go to the next image? You can. All right. And who was that image posted by?
This image that we see before is 2GZ Lil Max, and this is going to be the Instagram of Keandre Baker.
Okay. And who do you know Keandre Baker to be?
A member of 5275 Slime Gang Young Crew.
Okay. And you see the bar at the top of this image?
Yes.
Does that give you any indication of what type of posting this was or is?
Yes, it appears that they may have been in a bathroom, maybe a hotel.
No, I'm sorry, let me rephrase the question. How is this posted to Instagram based off of the profile name? Like what type of posting is this?
This is on the Instagram story.
Okay. And what is an Instagram story?
Instagram story is the photos that's at the very top of the Instagram that is posted kind of daily.
Okay. Is it daily? So a daily, it could be a daily blog.
Yes.
Which individual and who are the individuals present in this particular screenshot?
You have Antonio Sanders, Keandre Baker, and Leandre Pittman.
Will you please circle Antonio Sanders? Okay. Erase that, please. Would you please circle Keandre Baker? Okay. Erase that. Will you please circle, will you please circle Leandre Pittman? All right, you can erase that. Now the LLKC, what is that reference?
Long live KC, long live Keona Smiles.
And is there anything significant about the way each individual is holding their hands?
Yes, sir.
Okay, the person you identified as Antonio Sanders, what's significant about them?
He's actually doing the traditional YSL hand sign with wiping the nose, the hand under the nose.
Okay, and the sign being presented by Keandre Baker. What is that significance?
A traditional blood gang hand sign.
Okay, and it's, if you can see, Leandre Pittman, is there anything significant about the way he's holding his hands?
Yes, he's throwing up the gun hand sign.
Okay. And is that linked to any particular street gang?
Yes, it is common among members of sex, money, murder.
Okay. If you could please go to state's exhibit number 266. Okay. And will you please just identify the numbers that you see in this, or sorry, will you please identify the people you see in this picture?
Yes, you have Leandre Pittman, Cornelius Majors, Kamani Majors, Jayante McGahee, Keandre Baker, and Ryanseer Jones Davis.
Okay. So we'll keep moving. If you go to, who posted that picture, by the way?
It's gonna be 2G's Lil Max, who is Keandre Baker.
Okay. Next slide, please. Who is this? State's exhibit 267. Who is pictured in this particular photograph?
It is of course, it is gonna be Ryanseer Jones Davis.
Will you circle who Ryanseer Jones Davis is, please? All right, delete that. Who's the next individual?
Leandre Pittman. I'm sorry.
Okay, which one is Leandre Pittman?
So if we're just, shouldn't have to circle each one if we're going from one side to the other. So we started with whoever the gentleman was on my right. You move over one, that is Leandre Pittman. Who's the next person?
Who's the next person pictured to the our left of
With the green shoes.
The green shoes. His name is DeMonte. I want to say it was.
If you don't know, it's okay.
Okay, I do know, but I don't have his name. I usually make notes as far as on a separate picture, so I can know everybody's name.
Okay, and are you familiar with the last person on the left?
Yes, that's gonna be Kamani Majors.
Okay, was that
How old is Kamani Majors? He looks like he's about 4. How old is Kamani, if you know, how old is Kamani Majors?
He's actually grown now. He'll be 18 in December.
Okay.
But when I started investigating the gang, he was 12.
12.
And are you familiar with any signs that are being displayed in that particular picture?
Yes, sir.
Okay, what signs are being displayed?
You have the traditional gang hand sign.
Okay.
You have everyone throwing up the YSL hand sign. And also you have 2 individuals displaying firearm, and the other 2 is have firearms in their pocket or either waistband.
Okay, we go to State's Exhibit 268. Okay. All right. What is it? Who is this posted by?
This is posted by 5275 Lil Slat. Lil Slat is known to be Quintavious Stevens.
Okay. And what is the caption on this particular posting?
I'm 5275. You can act slime. You have the gang hand sign, the number 5, the red demon, and the green snake.
Okay. What does that caption mean to you?
He's letting you know that he is a member or affiliated with the criminal street gang 5275.
Okay. And do you see either Antonio Sanders or Leonard Pittman present in that picture?
I see them both.
Okay. We briefly circle who you know to be Antonio Sanders. Okay, delete that in. Where is Leandre Pittman in this particular post?
Leandre Pittman is in the back. You'll see his head, but he's right there in the back.
Okay. And please, we delete that circle and then go to States Exhibit 269. Right? 269. Right. Who is this image posted by?
5275 Lil Slat.
Okay. And do you recognize where this image was taken?
Yes, it's in Camelot condominiums.
Okay. And if you look below 5275 Lil Slat, what does that say? Can you not see it?
If you walk up wrong, then I'm coming off the hill.
Okay. Well, what does that mean to you?
He's gonna pull his firearm.
Okay. What does if you walk up wrong mean?
If you come up on him the wrong way, he will fire.
Okay. And who is pictured in this photograph?
You have Quintavious Stevens, Antonio Sanders, Jayante McGahee, Michael White, and Kamani Majors.
Okay. And are all of those individuals members of 5275 Slime Gang Young Crew?
Yes.
Okay. And at the top image, you see where it says on the top where it says 5275 Lil Slat? Do you see where it says Afghanistan?
Yes.
Okay. I assume this picture was not taken in actual Afghanistan. Why would that be tagged?
Because Camelot is it's a very crime-riddled neighborhood and infested with gangs. So they call it Little Afghanistan.
Members of the gang call it Little Afghanistan?
Yes, sir.
What is, if you see the bottom comment by 5275 Lil Slat, what does that say? Here you go.
He rides and shells Basha.
Okay. Does that have any meaning to you?
He rides are basically vehicles, stolen vehicles, and they and shells, so they will shoot about members of their gang.
Okay. Will you please go to the, I believe those are all of the pictures that I was going to tender through you. So I want to direct your attention to some records that have been previously admitted as State's Exhibit number State's Exhibit number 494, the Instagram records of Leandre Pittman.
Okay.
All right. Can you see the screen?
Yes, sir.
Who do you see posted, pictured in the profile pic?
It is Leandre Pittman.
Okay. Do you see Leandre Pittman here in court today?
Yes.
Okay, please identify Leandre Pittman by where he's sitting in an article of clothing.
He's sitting over to my right. He has a long sleeve, multicolored blue, red, light blue shirt on.
Okay. And will you please let the record reflect, Your Honor, that the witness has identified defendant Leonard Pittman.
She has.
Okay. And I'm going to go to the first page. And what is the registered email address with this particular account?
Slime the World 2GZ
Finish reading it, please.
at gmail.com.
Okay. And right here where it says vanity name, what does that say?
Slime the World.
And as part of your investigative duties, do you go through these business records provided from Instagram?
Yes, sir.
Okay, so you have the target number. What is that particular target number?
It's a unique number that is registered to this particular person that opened this account.
Okay, so does that number always stay the same for the person that maintains this particular account?
Yes.
Okay, great. If we go down to where it says account below this, what does that account name say?
Lil Head 2Gs.
Okay, and is that the name that's displayed to the public on your Instagram profile?
Yes.
So if that particular name, screen name, vanity handle, if that changes, does the target number remain the same?
Yes.
And so throughout conversations that we're going to be looking at right now, if the author's name changes, can you tell if it's the same author by the target number?
Yes, sir.
Okay. I'm moving inside of these records to page number 537. I see that. All right. At the top right here, you see where it says author?
Yes.
Who's the author?
Slime the World.
Okay. And the identifying number to the right of that, will you please read it?
9464595625.
Okay.
For the record, can we say what page we're actually on now? Because you started with
I will.
537.
So this is the last author information is the last two lines of page 553.
Thank you.
And what does that message say?
Give him my phone when he called back.
Okay. And it says, what time does it say, or when does it say it was sent?
10/12/2020.
Okay. And then below that, does the same author follow up with another message?
Yes.
Okay. And what does that message, the body of that message say?
It's actually a phone number.
Okay. And will you please read that phone number?
470-547-7446.
All right. I've moved to page 811. This is where my cursor is, will you please tell me who the author of this message is?
Slime the World.
Okay.
And what is is it the same Instagram unique number as the last post?
Yes.
Okay. And what does the body say?
Call me.
Okay. And what does the next message down from that say from Slime to World?
Or give him my number.
Okay. And then what is the message sent by Slime to World after give him my number?
He leaves his number, which is 470-547-7446.
Okay. For the record, I have moved to page number 832. And what is this message sent by author Slime to World?
It is a message of a phone number, his phone number,
Okay, and what is the phone number that was sent?
470-547-7446.
I've moved to page Instagram, page 1337. And what is the author of this page now?
Slime the World.
Okay, and what is the unique Instagram number?
It is 9464595625.
Okay, and is that the same number associated with the records at the beginning of this page?
Yes, sir.
All right. And the author of this unknown profile, or is that a known profile to you where it says author do it or DEDO?
No, sir.
Okay. What is the message that is sent from that author to Slime to World?
It says, "Little head, what's your number?"
Okay. And what is the reply sent by Slime to World?
He sends him the number 470-547-7446.
Okay. And was this message sent on October 17th of 2020?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Author, for my.
Your Honor, I'm going to object to relevance at this point. I don't see I don't see the relevance in all of this. If they're trying to prove criminal street gang activity, then I'm guilty of it too, because they're literally showing a phone number and saying 2 words and then jumping to another phone number. We don't know who the people are. We don't know how it's associated with anything. I don't understand the relevance of this line of questioning at this point.
Well, he's opened a door for you to explain.
Yes, Your Honor. We are proving identity for the murder that happened based off of the phone records of Leonard Pittman. And we have to show that he is in fact the owner of that phone, and often, or in every day, the one that is in possession of that phone. And that is what I'm doing. I know this is a monotonous line of questioning, but I think it's something that is important for the jury to know.
The objection wasn't monotony, it was relevance, and you've explained the relevance, so I'll allow it, but, and so if you're continuing in that direction, that's fine, but I'll be mindful of the concern as well that we're not gonna mine the thousands of pages of the Instagram records for random snippets, but a phone number 3 days before the alleged murder, I will find is relevant in this case.
Well, then now I object to asked and answered. The jury understands that this is Mr. Pittman's account. The jury understands that that's Mr. Pittman's moniker. The jury understands that Mr. Pittman was making statements. Going through 5,935 pages to tell them that this is Mr. Pittman's account has been asked and answered.
Okay, well, unfortunately, you and I are not the arbiters of what the jury understands, but be mindful that there are relevance concerns about what you're doing. I'm going to let you press on.
I understand, and these are all on different dates, so.
I'm following it.
Okay. Well, let's go with the phone numbers. All right. So going back to the message sent by Slatty B, what date was that sent?
October the 19th, 2020.
Okay. And what does that message say?
What's your number?
Okay. And going down 1, 2, 3, 4 lines, is there a response to that message?
Yes.
Okay.
A phone number is left, and it is 470-547-7446.
Okay, and who is the author of that message?
It's gonna be 2GZ Lil Head.
Okay, and is the identifying Instagram number next to 2G Lil Head the same identifying Instagram number that we saw at the beginning of these records?
Yes.
Okay. We'll leave the number alone. I want to talk about some other conversations. Do you see where it says thread?
Yes.
Okay. Who are the current participants of this particular thread?
In this particular thread is gonna be Blue Strip, Demon, and Slime the World.
Okay. And going in this thread, will the conversations between these two Instagram accounts the communications be kept in the order that this information was sent to each other?
Yes.
Okay. So staying in that same thread at on September 29th, 2020, do you see that an image was sent?
Yes.
Okay. And what does that image appear to be?
It appears to be a firearm with a beam.
And on page 333, does it appear to be the same firearm as part of this series of messages?
Yes.
Okay, I'm going to scroll down so we don't have to go through each one individually. I'm going to do this while we're here. Moving to page 477. And I'm going to. Who does this thread appear to be between?
It appears to be between Slime the World, which is Leandre Pittman, and Frida Gain, who I believe to be Cornelius Majors.
Cornelius Majors? Okay.
Yes.
And I'm gonna go all the way down to October 20th, 2020. What is the message sent by Slime the World at 10/20, on 10/20/2020.
Where you at?
Okay. And what time was this sent?
So it says 16:04 on the Instagram records, but it's UTC time, which is the Universal Time Coordination. We are 4 hours behind the UTC time, but Eastern Standard Time will be 5 hours behind the UCT time. So you will have to subtract 4 hours, which will give us 12:04.
Okay. So you're saying on this date, it was still daylight savings time and 4 hours behind?
Yes, sir.
All right. What's the response from Free the Gang?
It says with Tay.
Okay. And does Slime the World reply to that?
Yes, he says, what a whip.
Okay. And
What a
what is-
whips.
What does that mean to you?
Where's the vehicles? Where's the cars, the stolen cars?
Okay. And why would somebody be asking where the whips are?
Because
I'm gonna object to speculation. Why would somebody be asking where the whips are? Again, how would she know why I would be asking where vehicles are?
All right. Do you know, is 5275 Slime Gang Young Crew, do you know them to stash their stolen cars?
yes, sir.
Okay. And if you look at the response, what is the response to where the whips?
The XF, meaning the infinity part. I don't know about other cars.
Okay. You said, I don't know. How is that denoted in the Instagram records?
It's IONK.
And the response from Free the Gang on 10/20/2020, what is that?
The Challenger part in Camelot.
And what time was that sent by Free the Gang?
It's gonna be on 10/20/2020 at 12:11.
Okay. And what is Slime the World's response?
The fin part, meaning the infinity.
Okay. And Slime the World, what does that say?
Who got the keys?
Okay. And in your investigations of Slime Gang Young Crew, is it consistent that they're always asking whether a car has keys with it?
Yes,
And what is the relevance of that?
that car was either taken in a carjacking or a slider crime.
Okay. If it doesn't have the keys, is what you're saying?
If it doesn't have the keys, it could be a slider crime because the individual will go in the store with the keys. But some kind of way they was able to get this car with the keys.
What's a slider crime?
A slider crime is when we're at the gas station pumping our gas, someone jumps in the car without our knowledge and take off in our vehicles.
Okay. Now, this is the message of particular importance. What does Slime the World say to Free the Gang at 10/20/2020 at 12:11 and 28 seconds?
That Cadillac got blitzed over there bad.
Sorry, will you say that one more time, please?
That Cadillac got blitzed. OD meaning over there bad.
Okay. And what's the response from Free the Gang?
Gutter and I'm already knowing.
Okay, and at 10/20/2020 at 12:11, there's an attachment sent by Slime the World, is that correct?
Yes.
And as I scroll down to the attachment, what does that attachment say?
Bro died last night.
And what page is that located on?
479.
So I'm gonna go back to the message that says that Cadillac got blitzed over there bad. What does blitzed mean?
It's just meaning the police got to it. We're surrounding it. We trying to get it. We impounding it. It's in police custody.
Okay. Does that have any other meanings to you about getting blitzed?
It can be also the fact that it got shot up.
And what is the message after Broad died last night? Slime the world. What does he say?
What good are it?
And what is the response of Free the Gang?
He's saying, like, I don't know.
And at 10/20/20 or at 10/20 on 2020, what does Slime the World say at 12/14?
What y'all in?
And what's the next question sent by Slime the World?
What a fin park, meaning the infinity.
Where the Infinity Park? Okay. And what is the response by Free the Gang?
Hidden Crest.
Okay. And are you familiar with Hidden Crest Apartments?
Yes.
And what's the address of Hidden Crest Apartments?
3200 Stone Road.
Between messages, do you see donations for a couple video calls?
Yes, there's video calls at what would be 124, 26 and 124:43.
Okay, and the timestamps that you read, is that you adjusting from UTC to daylight savings time?
Correct.
What is the question sent here at 10/20/2020 at 18:45:44 UTC, which would be
245.
Okay.
Let me get the XF, which is the Infinity, and you get my Honda 2021 truck with the keys.
Okay. And what does Slime the World respond?
No, y'all probably made that shit hot.
Okay, and what does y'all probably made that shit hot mean?
Meaning that y'all probably got the police looking for it.
And at what does Slime the World send at 10/20/2020 on 10/20/2020 at 20:37:19 UTC? What's the body of that message?
It says trade Glock 48 for SIG. So he's gonna trade a Glock 48 for, he wanna trade the gun for a 6 hour.
Okay. And I'm gonna skip down a few messages. What is the next message? The message sent by Slime the World at 10/21/2020 at 21:24:59.
Trade me the 48.
And then, how does Free the Gang respond after the trade me to 48?
He says for sure.
Last message sent by Slime the World in this thread, what does that say?
Trade me, twin.
Okay. All right, I have moved to page 415. All right, so the very last line of 415 of messages sent, it says author. What is the author in this thread?
Slime the World.
Okay, and is the Instagram account unique ID number associated with Slime the World the same as the number that you recited at the beginning of this?
Yes, it's the same target number.
Right? And what is the body of that message contain?
We're trying to get a car or 2 flipped.
Okay, what does it mean to you trying to get a car or 2 flipped?
They're trying to get a car, a stolen car, and they're gonna flip the car for cash so that individual can get new VINs
Okay. What does it mean to flip a VIN?
To flip a VIN, what you're gonna do, you're gonna try to remove the original VIN and replace it with a new VIN.
Okay. Do you know what a VIN is?
It's a vehicle verification number.
Okay. And does every car have a unique number associated with it?
Yes, it's gonna have 17 numbers, or correlation of numbers and alphabets.
And so why would somebody want to flip or change the VIN?
If the car is stolen, they would need to change the VIN, so the real VIN won't, reveal that the car is stolen.
All right. And who was that message sent to?
It is sent to 1SB.Boule.
Okay. And what was the response?
What y'all got?
Right? And how does Slime the World respond to what y'all got?
He says the Mazda CX-5 2020, and the next line says, and a Nissan Altima 2020.
And what does he say about the in response to the Nissan Altima 2020?
It's gray.
And what does Slime the World respond at 1554 UTC?
Nah, yeah, do white one.
Okay. And what does Slime the World say at 10/4/2020, 1554:59?
And we need a key for the Mazda though.
Okay. And stating that they need a key for the Mazda, what does that tell you about that particular Mazda?
That Mazda was either stolen in a slider crime or it was stolen, but it does not have a key.
What are other ways that if you're familiar with this gang, would steal cars, which they could get started without a key?
With Kias and Hyundais, they can use the USB plug, which is an infamous way to start the car using the USB plug.
And what does, after we need a key for the Mazda do, what does 1SB.Booley respond to that particular statement?
He tells, send me a pic of both cars
Okay. And what does he say?
right now.
Okay. And then what is 1SB.Booley's response?
I just talked to bruh, he gon' fuck with me, FWM.
And then Slime the World, how does Slime the World respond? And what question does Slime the World ask at 10/4/2020 at 16:39:36 UTC?
Where you at?
Okay, and what is the response of 1SB.Booley?
Pulling in Camelot.
Okay. And does pulling into Camelot, does that raise any flags for you?
Like I said, it's a common place where it's crime written, drug written. So it wouldn't not have been surprised to have a stolen car pull into Camelot.
And what gang primarily operates out of Camelot?
5275 Slime Gang Young Crew.
Okay. And 3 days later, 1SB.Booley, what does at 10/7/2020, 15:58, what does he say?
Where you at?
And what is Slime the World response?
Camelot.
Okay. And 1SB.Booley, what's the response to Camelot?
Who out there?
And what is Slime the World response to who out there?
YC.
Okay. And what does YC mean to you?
Young Crew.
Okay. And who refers to what gang will also refer to themselves as Young Crew?
5275 Slime Gang Young Crew. Stop sharing. Well, I can't pull it up if you're like sharing it. Yeah. Which exhibit?
214.
While you're looking that up, I'm happy to report that you may have felt it by now. The air came back on. There was a problem with some piece of equipment called the chiller. But they've apparently fixed it and temperatures are returning to normal. Mr. Hiles, we need to take a morning break in a little bit. Do you have another topic you want to cover with this witness, or where are you in terms of a break point or wrapping up?
I think very close to wrapping up. Okay, in relation to the case, why you're here, what was it asked of you to do today, or for this purposes of the case that we're here today for?
I am here to provide background and identification.
Okay, and specifically identification of what?
Identification as the to 5275 Slime Gang Young Crew, and how I pretty much was gathering information as time progressed to help other agencies with their cases. This is the one.
Just for a bigger image, where was this taken?
It was taken at the Citgo gas station on Old National Highway, which the numerics itself are 5275.
Okay, and is that the graffiti? What is tagging?
Tagging is basically you're using spray or any form of paint to display or show, pay homage to your specific game.
And then the last image I wanted to show you.
I'm trying to find it from there. Yeah.
One more image, and I think that's all I have for you.
Go through this and see if you can tell me where it is. Ask her the address.
Okay, do you know the address of Camelot Apartments?
It is, if memory serves me right, it is 5655 Old National Highway. Did you find it? Okay.
I'm showing what's been previously admitted as 470, State's Exhibit 477. I don't know why it does it.
Yeah. All right, let's do this.
Just leave it there. Just leave that. Okay. This has been admitted to State's 477, recovery of the victim's Cadillac. Do you recognize that apartment complex?
It's actually a condominium complex. They're individually owned.
Those are individually owned? Okay. Where is that location?
It is at 5655 Old National Highway, Camelot Condominiums.
Okay, that's all I have.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to take our official morning break. We had a couple other breaks doing other things. I'll have Deputy Gordon get you back out here in about 10 minutes. It might be a little shorter because we already had a break, but I want to let everyone refresh before we see if there are any questions from the defense attorneys for Investigator Manson. Don't talk about the case, no outside research. We'll see you in a moment. Mr. Hiles, anything before we break?
No,
The exhibit list you provided, you need to make one addition to. You left out the Camelot. In fact, the pictures you just showed, that range isn't listed here. You jump from 476 to 484, but 477 through 483 are the Camelot pictures. They're in evidence. It's just, as you're creating the ultimate exhibit, let's just make sure you tuck that line in there between the Stone Road pictures and Goodwill Part 2. Okay? Mr. Hoover, anything before we break?
No, Your Honor.
Mr. Brown? All right, let's be back here in about 6-7 minutes.
Okay. Remember, hey, so we can talk about cases and trials, right?
Mr. Hoover, you ready?
Yes, Your Honor.
Mr. Brown, you ready?
I'm ready, Your Honor.
Mr. Hiles?
Ready, Your Honor.
All right, and our witness is in place. Fantastic. Let's bring the jurors in, please. Are you going first, Mr. Hoover? Mr. Brown is, okay. Yeah, you should feel free to use that if you need while you're testifying.
You good?
Right.
All right, officer.
Yeah.
Judge President, count one.
Thank you, Deputy Gordon. Ladies and gentlemen, we continue to have Investigator Manson on the stand, and we are turning to cross-examination, and I believe, Mr. Brown, you're going to go first.
Yes, sir.
When you're ready.
Good morning, Detective. My name is Joe Brown. I represent Mr. Pittman.
Yes, sir.
Do you have possession of any of the weapons that were displayed in those Instagram photos?
No, sir.
So they can all be props, isn't that correct?
Possibly.
Okay. And the money in the photos, they can all be fake, right?
Possibly. Yes,
Okay.
sir.
Are you familiar with the term false flag?
Yes.
Can you explain your understanding to the jury?
Of false flagging.
Yes.
False flagging is when a person who is a non-gang member tries to or display hand signs or symbols related to the gang.
Okay. It is possible that all that we've seen, the photos, the Instagram, that could be evidence of false flag. That's possible, isn't that correct?
If there's evidence of false
False
flagging,
flagging?
members will usually take care of it or subject to use some form of punishment to that person.
But as far as the answer to my question is it possible?
No, sir.
It's not possible
No, sir.
that a person can pretend to be a gang member? That's not possible?
You said the pictures.
No, I'm saying, is it possible that those,
Objection, I think his question was, in this case, is it possible?
Right, so let's clarify. Are you asking this witness, the pictures that you saw, is it possible that's false flagging? Or are you asking, could one engage in false flagging?
I'll ask both.
Okay,
Could
let's be
one-
clear which one you're asking first.
Okay. Could one engage in false flagging? Is that possible?
Yes,
In this instance, is it possible that Mr. Pittman could be engaging in false flagging?
no,
Why is it not possible?
because if Mr. Pittman was engaging in false flagging, they would literally try to hurt him, do bodily harm, or beat him, seeing that he is not injured in any of these pictures. And he continuously did it during the course of my investigation of this criminal street gang. Let me know that he was not false flagging.
So that's your opinion though, isn't that correct?
That's what you asked, was her opinion.
Has anyone made any statements to you indicating that Mr. Pittman is in the gang?
No,
Okay. And Mr. Pittman doesn't have any convictions for gang-related crimes, isn't that correct?
correct.
Regarding Mr. Denny's murder, yesterday, investigator Sajak testified that he has no evidence placing Mr. Pittman in the Kia K5, the red Cadillac, or the Dodge Challenger. Do you have any evidence placing him in any of those vehicles?
Objection. That is not what the witness testified to yesterday.
That's
So stop. So he's free to characterize it. The jurors will decide what investigator Sajak said about whether phones were in the cars, people were in the cars. So we don't engage with what was the evidence. That's what the jury decides. Was that the extent of your objection? Okay, so I'll just remind the jurors, you decide what the evidence is, what was presented by each of the witnesses. You should repeat your question so that this witness isn't trying to remember what you said.
okay. I'll rephrase it. Do you have any evidence placing Mr. Pittman in the Dodge Challenger, the Kia K5, or Mr. Denny's red Cadillac?
Can he, so in that instance, these are two different kind of, the investigation into the homicide. I'm just here to give the background as far as me identifying the subjects, but Mr. Sajak's job was to investigate the whole entire homicide.
Okay, but you can still answer his question. You've clarified your connection to this particular case. The question is, have you come across any evidence that puts Mr. Pittman in any of those three cars?
Other than what he's said on the Instagram, no, sir.
Okay. The Citco, whose address is 5275, has it been shut down?
No,
If it's known that a gang is regularly selling drugs out of it, do you have any information as far as why it hasn't been shut down?
I can't explain why it hasn't been shut down, but it's still up and operating.
Has gang members been arrested having sold drugs in 5275 Citgo?
No,
So the police know that drugs are being sold out of the Citgo and they continue to allow it to be sold out of the Citgo.
I wouldn't say allow it. You have to actually catch them.
How long has drugs been being sold out of the Citgo?
I have no idea, sir.
Do you have direct evidence that drugs are being sold out of the Citgo?
No, sir.
So it's just your opinion that drugs are being sold out of the Citgo?
Yes, sir.
I have no further questions, Your Honor.
Okay. Mr. Hoover, do you have questions for Investigator Manson?
Yes, Your Honor. Good morning, Investigator Manson.
Good morning.
So we heard messages about a Glock, a SIG, and a .45. You remember talking to the state about those guns and those messages?
I think it was did he say a 45 or 48?
I'm sorry, 48, you're right. Which of those guns caused the death of Mr. Denny?
I can't say which gun caused the death of Mr. Like I said, Atlanta was handling the homicide, and I am just giving the background and identification.
Yes, and you and the state identified 3 weapons, so I just want to make sure it's clear to the jury if you know which of those weapons caused the death of Mr. Denny.
No, I do not know which one of the guns caused the death of Mr. Denny.
So this is going to sound weird, but in states 252, and I'm going to give it to you in a sec, I just want to make sure it's clear on the record, 252, 264, 266, 255, and 257. I'm handing you those pictures that you and the state went over. Those are pictures of individuals standing, posing in pictures with vehicles, correct?
Yes,
All right. Based solely off of looking at those pictures, can you tell this jury which individuals were driving those vehicles?
based solely off the picture, I can't say because he's standing outside of the vehicle.
Based solely off of just looking at the pictures, can you tell when or which individual, if the vehicles are stolen, stole the vehicle?
Based off the picture, other than this picture,
Can you give the number?
oh, I'm sorry, 264, that is most definitely a stolen vehicle, but other than that picture, no, I can't say what vehicle is stolen.
So based just off the picture of somebody with the vehicle, you can't tell if that person drove it or if they even stole it, can you?
No,
Okay.
but he has been convicted on this vehicle.
I got you.
Okay,
The person in that picture?
yes.
Okay.
Now, are you familiar with Corey Perkins?
Yes,
Can you please explain to the jury how you are?
I'm familiar with Corey Perkins in a investigation, a Douglas County investigation where a vehicle was stolen and there was shots fired during the process of stealing a vehicle.
Are you familiar with Jaquez Horn?
Yes,
Are you familiar with Jaden Chapman?
yes,
Are you familiar with Contavious Campbell?
yes,
Are you familiar with Quintavious Stevens?
yes,
Are you familiar with Markel Higgins?
no,
Are you familiar with, I'm gonna have to spell this, Otravius, Otravius Johnson?
I am familiar with Otravius Johnson.
Are you familiar with Isaac Grimes?
I am familiar with Isaac Grimes.
Are you familiar with Isaiah Grimes?
I am familiar with Isaiah Grimes.
Are you familiar with Isis Simpson?
I am very familiar with Isis Simpson.
Are you familiar with Caitlin Hamilton?
I am familiar with Caitlin Hamilton.
Are you familiar with Keandre Baker?
I am familiar with Keandre Baker.
Are you familiar with, I'm gonna spell this one too, Ronsier.
Ron Sear.
Ron
Yes.
Sear. You're familiar with Ron Sear Davis?
Yes,
And I believe you and the state talked about a Cornelius Majors.
yes.
Now, how are you familiar with all of these individuals?
These are individuals that I followed, gathered information, have went to court on at one time or another, either assisted individuals or filed charges against these individuals.
And you said, what was your sole purpose of this or your part of the investigation in the murder of Mr. Denny?
It is the background and identification.
So once you collected, I guess, got your information together, who did you give it to?
I gave it to another gang investigator, and the reason why it was done this way was because I had an involvement in filing charges against one of the defendants.
Gotcha. So the information you collected, the information based off of your knowledge, you gave it to somebody else, and you actually had an involvement in the charges that the warrants were taken out for.
Yes.
No further questions. Thank you.
Mr. Hiles, any redirect?
Let me take this back.
Yes.
Sure.
Yeah, you might want to come back.
Mr. Hiles?
You stated, one of the answers to Mr. Brown's question was that you know that Mr. Pittman does not have any criminal convictions, correct?
Correct.
And in your capacity in law enforcement, do you deal with juveniles?
Yes.
Okay. And outside of specific crimes, is it possible to charge, is it possible for juveniles to actually have criminal convictions?
Yes.
Okay. But for slider crimes, would that be a juvenile or would that be criminal?
It'll be criminal.
And then all of those members of the gang, are those people who are consistently off Camelot?
Yes.
And how long have you been tracking those individuals?
More than half of them, like I said, since 2019.
Okay. And is it common, like you said, is it common for the individuals to shoot or fire when they're interrupted committing their slider crimes?
Yes, very common.
Okay. And would you say that that's a similar mark of the gang across the gang?
It is. Yes, sir.
All right, that's it.
All right. Any recross, Mr. Brown? Mr. Hoover?
Yes. You just said that shooting is a similar mark of the gang?
Yes, you asked me those individuals that was involved in the case in Douglas. It involved a shooting and involved them attempting to steal a car.
But that's not specific to one gang, is it?
No, it's 5275 Slime Gang Young Crew.
No, but my question is, shootings during crimes isn't specific to just 5275, is it?
It's not specific to, but those members who I recognize did commit that crime, which categorized them to 5275.
Shootings are also specific to the Aryan Brotherhood committing crimes. They shoot as well, don't they?
So the question was shootings when a slider or car theft goes awry.
Yes.
Okay.
And my question is, it's not specific to that one gang. That's universal when it comes to gangs, isn't it?
If the members of this particular gang commit that crime, yes, it's a universal crime. However, if these individuals have a consistent pattern in hanging among each other, it is consistent with that particular gang.
Exactly. And it's not just one particular gang is the point, right?
It is, because we're talking about them being 5275 Slime Gang Young Crew.
Okay. Maybe I asked the question wrong. So the DA asked you, was shooting a particular mark of 5275? You said yes. My question is, a shooting during a crime isn't particular for just 5275. All gangs do that. Is that correct?
And my answer to you is yes. However, specific members who I have documented committed that act. Therefore, it singles around 5275 Slime Gang Young Crew.
And I get that. Actually, you answered the question. Yes, it is for all gangs. Thank you.
All right. Jurors, do you have any questions for Investigator Manson? Thank you. Red ink. Let's move. All right. Lawyers. Investigator Manson, a few more questions.
Yes, sir.
Share with the jurors, please, that you were asked a bit about false flagging. If you could articulate what you understand the risk or danger to be for someone to engage in false flagging.
So when someone engage in false flagging, they can be killed, they can be beaten to the point where they, no longer want to represent their gang. If you want to join the gang, you have to meet the gang's criteria, whether they want you to be jumped in or if they want you to go out and commit whatever criminal act to become a member. If you haven't earned your stripes or earned your way into the gang, it is considered false flagging and they will punish you.
You mentioned at one point that in answering a question about were there particular types of cars that this group targeted for stealing, and you said, I think, high performance or fast cars or something like that, and then you said Kias, which I guess means they're not high performance or fast. Tell the jurors, please, what your understanding is as to why Kias, as opposed to Volkswagens or Hondas, would make that list.
Yes, Kias are more easily, they're easy to steal. And that's across the board. You see people, you see kids in New York, everywhere. The trend had became famous as the Kia boys or stealing Kias. And like I said, all you have to do is use a USB. If you mess up the ignition switch, you plug the USB in, the car will start That is one reason why Kia was placing another form of computer chip in there. So it has to start with the key and not the USB cord. They're easier to steal.
Can you share with the jury, please, how it is from either what you looked at on exhibits that were presented to you today or something else you know, what connects the moniker or the name Slime the World with Mr. Pittman? Because we went through a whole bunch of Instagram pages, and whenever there was a Slime the World, the prosecutor would say, well, that's Mr. Pittman. Why is it that you think or know that Slime the World is Mr. Pittman doing things on Instagram?
Like we said before, at the top of when we went through the Instagram, there was a unique target number. That target number, whether you change your Instagram vanity name or whatever, that target number will continue to follow. So that target number, whether it was by Lil Head G's or Slime the World, that target number was still the same. That's how we know it was the same author.
So like I have a social security number, I can change my name legally to Fred Smith. I'm still going to have the same social security number.
Correct.
Okay. Some of the pictures that the lawyers showed you from Instagram screenshots and whatnot had dates linked to them, and the dates were in general dates before the incident in question, which is the 20th of October, 2020. Do you know if any of the photos were taken after that, or did they all predate the shooting of Mr. Denny?
Like I explained to you guys, I have been investigating them for a long time. So any pictures that I would get, I would save. I would just put them to the side. I have tons of pictures, but these are only the pictures that we use. If we use all of my pictures, we'll be here all day.
About how many members would you say are in 5275?
I know there's well over 25 that I have documented.
How would you tell from reviewing the Instagram records for the account associated with Mr. Pittman if he had any Instagram activity right around just before, just after the shooting of Mr. Denny? How would you look to see if that happened?
I would either, I'm constantly following them on Instagram. So I would either see him pop up or say something, or his Instagram would automatically come in the story. I don't know how many of you guys familiar, but if you're friends with someone and if they either post something, it will show up in the story. You click on it to see if they have any more things that is going on.
Within the records that were being shown to you, I don't remember what state's exhibit it is, maybe 494. How would you look for Instagram activity of Mr. Pittman around that time?
The records stop at a certain time. So what we would have to do is go back and request additional records. So if that record, if I requested 6 months worth of records and it stopped just at that time, that's all I'm going to need. Then I would have to go back, do another subpoena and get more records.
During one of the questions, Mr. Hiles asked you about an exchange that the user of Mr. Pittman's Instagram account was having. You were explaining that's the person who sent it, and here's the text that was sent. And then at one point, there wasn't any text sent. There was an image, a graphic that said, "Bra died last night." Do you place any significance as a gang investigator in the sending of that GIF or photo or image, whatever you want to call it, instead of simply typing those words in?
So if you go through some of his Instagram records, you will see that they simply would use an image, whether for some odd reason, really don't know why, but they would prefer to use an image to communicate with one another every now and then. But why, I don't have an answer.
Okay. Mr. Hiles, do you have any questions for the investigator based on those?
So does each message that is sent, does that say have a date and time when the message is sent?
Yes,
So if you're looking for activity, you can find that.
by the date, time, and usually page numbers.
I don't have any further questions.
Mr. Brown?
I don't have any further questions, Sean.
Mr. Hoover?
No further questions, Judge.
All right, investigator, thank you for your time. You're with us a long time this morning. We appreciate it.
Thank you.
Mr. Hiles, next witness. Ms. Olivier?
Judge, the state calls Angel Seacrest. Or Seacrest, I'm sorry.
Okay. My thought is we try to do one more witness before we break for lunch. My guess is, based on how she's been referred to before, that won't take too long.
It should.
Great. All right. Let's bring her in, please.
Sean, she's the one I told you I called. Only because I told you that I called.
I got
What's the name required? You swear affirm that the testimony you will give the whole truth, that's what the truth is about. Can you say this good man for the record?
Angel Segrest, ANGEL SEGREST.
Good afternoon. How are you currently employed?
I'm currently employed with the Army Criminal Investigations Laboratory.
Okay, and I want to turn your attention to the previous job that you had. Can you just tell the jury what you did prior to that?
Yes, I worked at GBI for 14 years as a forensic serologist.
Okay, could you describe your education and training?
I have a biology degree, a bachelor's degree in biology from the University of West Georgia, and then I had in-house training at GBI.
What were your duties in that capacity as a serologist at GBI?
To test evidence for the presence of biological fluids such as blood, semen, and saliva.
Have you testified in court before?
I have.
How many times?
Over 30 times.
Okay, and were you qualified as an expert witness?
Yes.
In what field?
Forensic serology.
At this point, Judge, I would tender this witness as an expert in forensic serology.
Mr. Hoover, do you wish to examine this witness or any objection to qualifying Ms. Segrest as an expert?
No objection for purposes of this trial, Your Honor.
Mr. Brown?
No objections, no.
All right, Ms. Segrest, you are qualified as an expert for this trial in the field of forensic serology.
Can you tell the jurors what's serology?
It is serology is where you look for evidence of blood, semen, and saliva on anything, clothing, guns, knives, anything.
How is that testing performed, generally speaking?
It just depends on what you're looking for. Each scenario has different tests. Like blood has a different test than saliva and semen.
What about saliva? Can you explain to them how you go about performing that test?
Saliva just depends on what you have. You could have cigarette butts where you'll take a small cutting of that, add it to a tube, add some chemicals. If it turns blue, it has saliva. If it stays colorless, it does not have saliva on it.
Are the procedures that you described generally accepted in the scientific community, ma'am?
Yes.
Are they reliable and reproducible?
Yes.
And are they based on valid theory there in that field?
Yes.
And did you apply those reliably to the testing done in this case?
I did.
Okay, let's talk about the testing in this case. Do you recall exactly what you received for testing in this case?
I don't recall exactly.
As a part of your job there at GBI, did you write reports after you did exams?
Yes.
I'm not to know. It's just to refresh my memory. You're good? Okay. All right, Ms. Segrest, I am going to hand you these reports here that you would have authored, just to refresh your memory. If you need to look at them, just do that and then let me know when your memory's been refreshed, okay?
Okay.
All right, so do you remember now, after looking at your reports, what evidence you received for testing in this case?
Yes.
Okay, can you tell us?
I received surgical masks, and 2 water bottles.
Okay, now, what kind of bottles? Can we just go through individually and state specifically what it was?
This one says it's a Nestle water bottle and then a Minute Maid bottle.
And what about the masks?
The mask, it just says surgical mask.
Okay, and did you receive, how many surgical masks did you receive?
6. Yes, 6.
Okay, so let me, all right, did you receive a black mask?
Yes.
Okay, so 1 black mask, and are you sure it was 6? It looks like it's A, B, C, and D. Could it have been 4?
Oh, it's 5. I'm sorry.
Okay. So if you look at item 11, okay, was item 11 a bag with 4 masks within it?
Yes.
Okay, so how many surgical masks did you receive now?
4.
4, okay. I'm gonna show you those. When you get bags and you do testing there, do you usually mark on the envelope to show that you did in fact touch it?
Yes.
Okay. These are already edited. I'm gonna start with 457, the black face mask. Can you look at that and tell me if that's something that you would have tested for saliva?
Yes, it is.
Okay, you see your initials on it?
Yes.
All right. 456, described as the Minute Maid bottle. Look at that one. Tell me if that's something that you would have tested for saliva.
Yes.
Okay, you see your initials on that?
Yes.
527, listed as the Nestle Pure Life bottle. Go ahead and look at that.
Yes.
Do you see your initials on that?
Yes.
Okay, so you tested that as well. 458, listed as 4 face masks. Look at that and tell me if that was something that you also tested.
Yes.
Okay, let's talk about your results. What did you find as it relates to the Minute Maid bottle?
The Minute Maid bottle failed to reveal the presence of saliva.
Okay, so no saliva on the bottom.
Correct.
What about the Nestle bottle?
The Nestle bottle indicated that there was saliva, yes.
What about the black mask?
The black mask, yes, was positive.
Okay, and what about the 4 surgical masks?
Yes, they were positive.
Okay, so after you got swabbings of the items that were positive, what did you do with them?
I forwarded them for DNA analysis.
And other than that, any other involvement?
No.
That's all I have. Thank you, ma'am.
Mr. Hoover, do you have any questions for Ms. Segrest?
Yes, Your Honor. Good afternoon, Ms. Segrest.
Good afternoon.
My name's Sean Hoover and I represent Antonio Sanders. So when you were discussing saliva, you actually said you can actually test cigarette butts for saliva. Is that correct?
Yes.
All right. So if there were roaches or marijuana cigarettes that were found in a suspect vehicle, if officers gave them to you, could you test them for saliva?
Yes.
Did any officers give you any of the marijuana cigarette butts?
Not that I'm aware of.
And is that because you just said no, or you just never got them in the first place?
The only things that I received are on this report. I don't know what all was received in the case now.
My only other question, when you were asked about the mask, you said 6 with some conviction. Why did you say you were given 6 masks?
Oh, I'm sorry. Because number 11, the package, I accidentally counted that one as a mask.
I'm confused.
On here, it says item number 11, the actual package that contained the mask, I accidentally counted that as it was having a mask.
Okay, but then you said 5.
Yes, I have 4 surgical masks plus the black one.
So there were 5 masks?
Yes.
Okay. And out of the 5 masks, how many did you say actually had saliva on them?
All of them.
All of them. So that's 5 masks and 1 bottle that you did find saliva on.
Yes.
All right, no further questions. Thank you.
Mr. Brown?
No questions, sir.
All right. Any redirect?
No, Your Honor.
Jurors? Thank you, Ms. Segrest.
All right, thank you.
Appreciate your time. Back to the Army lab.
Thank you.
Yep. Who's your next witness? Well, why don't I ask it this way? Is your next witness like this witness and will be done in 5 minutes? Or is your next witness like Investigator Manson?
That'd be a firearms examiner. I think it's gonna- But it might take a little bit of time.
Okay, let's do that after lunch then. Ladies and gentlemen, it's a little bit before 12:30. Do you all think you could be back by 1:15? Is that aggressive in a way that makes you unhappy? I see no one say yes. Yeah, is you okay with that? The thumbs up means okay with it. Let's try to start at 1:15. I don't worry about them. They'll be here. So I will have Deputy Gordon check on you at 1:15. If you're all here, we'll start. Whoever's late, you guys can fuss at because it'll be adjourned. Okay? Please don't talk about the case or do any outside research during your lunch break. Thank you.
All right, reserve.
That's yours.
So, Mr. Hiles, you have remaining Mr. Leopard, the special agent. Yeah, are you still calling Miller?
Yes.
Okay. And those people you think are all fitting in today?
No, we also have, Ashley Haas. and,
Okay.
Lauzon.
What was the last one?
Lauzon?
Okay, that's fingerprint person?
Yes.
Okay. And you thought that was all happening today, huh?
I didn't,
Okay, well, they're all here. We'll see what happens. I haven't told them your theory that you'd rest today. I'm glad I didn't.
appreciate it.
Yeah. Okay, let's be back here at 1:10 and we'll see if we can get going at 1:15.
I'm just dealing with this soft drink right now.
Wet liquid. Oh, that'll I'm sure sustain you. Pineapple Fanta has all the necessary vitamins and minerals to
Yes,
sustain life on Venus.
and none of the calories.
Yeah. So I'm gonna bring the jurors in now. Let's do it.
All right, my juror. I show the president of the county for.
Thank you, Deputy Gordon. Hope you all had a wonderful Friday lunch. Was out here doing all the work and heard a lot of noise back there. It sounded like you were doing all right, those of you who stayed here. We remain in the state's case. Mr. Hiles, your next witness is?
Ryan Leopard.
Ryan Leopard. Brian Leopard.
You swear affirm that testimony you will give is the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth, so God. I do. Swear I do. Can you stay and swear that after the
Yes, my name is Brian Leopard, BRIAN LEPPARD.
Good afternoon, Mr. Leopard. How are you?
Afternoon, good.
What is it that you do?
I am a firearms and toolmark examiner.
And how long have you been doing that?
About well over 18 years.
And what specialized training do you have in firearms and tools, firearm markings and tools examination?
Yeah.
That again?
Firearm and toolmark analysis.
Okay.
I have a bachelor's of science degree in chemistry from Georgia Southern University. In 2005, I was hired by the GBI Crime Lab. I underwent about a year and a half of extensive training there that included both academic as well as hands-on training, as well as working cases under another qualified examiner. That included training in bullet comparisons, all sorts of different microscopic comparisons of bullets and cartridge cases, weapons examinations, function testing, serial number restorations, distance determinations, as well as other various job duties related to firearms. I've successfully completed or been a part of numerous manufacturing plant tours where I would see firearms manufactured as well as ammunition manufactured. I've also completed numerous armor's courses on the function and repair and diagnosis of weapons.
Have you ever been qualified as an expert at trial?
Yes, I've been qualified in Georgia about 125 times.
Your Honor, at this time, the state would tender Brian Leopard as an expert in firearms and tool markings examination.
Mr. Hoover, do you wish to examine Mr. Leopard at this point?
No, Your Honor, no objection for purposes of this trial.
Mr. Brown?
I have no objection.
All right, Mr. Leopard, for purposes of this trial, State versus Pittman and Sanders, you're qualified as an expert in the field of firearms and tool mark analysis. You're welcome.
So explain to the jury, what exactly is firearms and tool mark analysis?
Yeah, so a firearm is just a fancy tool, and a tool is basically any object that can make a mark on another softer object. A firearm is a tool in the sense that when a weapon is manufactured, there are microscopic nicks, burrs, and imperfections that are left on that firearm in different places. on the barrel, on the breech face of the weapon, on the other parts of the weapon that touch the ammunition components. And when that weapon is fired, those items make what have been deemed to be individual marks on that cartridge case or bullet. So what that means is when that weapon's fired, you can identify those items back to a particular weapon. But again, like I said, a firearm is just a fancy tool. It makes marks on a softer object.
Okay. So for,
And to expand, that's the basis of most of what we do. We also perform function testing and other things related to firearms, but that is, I would say 90+% of what we do.
then what are you looking for? What's the purpose of this area of science?
Yeah, so one of two different things. Usually if we have a bullet or cartridge case, we're looking to see if we have numerous ones and they're the same caliber. We try to determine if those items were all fired from one gun or from multiple guns. If we don't have a weapon, we also try to determine what type of weapon, both caliber and manufacturer, that those items are consistent with being fired from. If we do have a weapon, then we can compare those items to a question weapon to determine if a particular weapon fired a particular cartridge case or bullet.
Said bullet cartridge cases. I am showing you it's already been marked. If you put it 453. Please identify what it states and what's collected based off the label.
Yes, states 453 is case number, forensics case number 2021-CR-081908. It's item number 8. And from APD, Atlanta Police Department, it is identified as 5 9mm Hornady cartridges and Glock magazine, Kia.
Okay, I'm not gonna ask you to get the report yet, but what I am gonna ask you to do is, if you could please open that up and remove one of the cartridges. I want to ask you to explain to the jury the science behind the full cartridge.
Do you have gloves?
Oh, yes, I'm sorry.
So this is one of the cartridges that's contained within the bag within states 453.
And what are the components of a cartridge?
So a cartridge has 4 basic components. One is the cartridge case. That would be the silver part here. Cartridge case is what holds the primer. The primer is the pressure sensitive material that makes a spark when it's struck by the firing pin. Inside of here that you can't see is the gunpowder. That's what the pressure sensitive material in the primer ignites. And on top of that is the bullet. That's the thing that travels down the barrel of the weapon and onto a target, into a target.
Okay. So how does that relate to identifying what firearm or type of firearm fired a particular cartridge?
Yeah, so if we take the bullet first. So when the bullet's fired down the barrel of the weapon, the barrel has lands and grooves. There's basically high spots, low spots inside of the barrel. And what they do is they make the bullet spin so that it flies straight. Think about a football. A football is thrown with a spiral. It's the same sort of concept. Those lands and grooves make impressions and cutting marks into the outside surface of the bullet, of the in this case, copper jacketed bullet. As far as the cartridge case goes, the cartridge case touches the gun in two main spots. One is the firing pin, where the firing pin makes an indentation into the head stamp, into the primer. The other is the fact that when the gun is fired, this item has tremendous pressure that is contained under that presses against the breech of the gun. The breech is what holds the cartridge in to the chamber. And that also makes marks that are transferred from that part of the gun onto the head stamp. There's other parts, the chamber can potentially make marks. The extractor that pulls on this to pull it out of the weapon, as well as the ejector, can also make marks. Those are all different areas that we look at.
Bring it to you, Mr. Mark. Please state what is written on the box.
Yes, States Exhibit 470 is the same case number I mentioned before. Excuse me, 2021 CR 081908. And it is identified as containing a Glock Model 27 40 caliber pistol, and the serial number is noted as GDG 10, and I believe the last digit is a 4. It's been marked over.
And for the record, this weapon has been made safe by the sheriff's office.
Okay.
So will you please remove that that weapon? I believe it's already, the box should be open. And as safely as you can, will you explain when the terms breach, the operations of the firearm that you were leaving, Mark? Will you explain that?
Yes. So again, the weapon has been made safe. It cannot fire. So the breech of the gun in this case would be, if you're looking at the top of the gun here, this is the slide. This is the part that moves forwards and rearward to actuate the loading and extraction and ejection of cartridge cases after they've been fired. The breech of the weapon is most specifically, and it's hard to show here, but it's inside the surface here, so that when this thing is pushed forward in the, what we call in battery or ready to fire position, that breech holds that cartridge into the chamber, which is at the rear point of the barrel here.
Okay. And how does the functionality of that firearm allow you to identify potential shell casings that have come out of it? And I'm gonna stop back. Sorry, I'm ahead of myself. What is a shell casing?
So a shell casing is the silver part that I described before of the cartridge. The shell casing, as it's commonly referred to, you will hear me refer to it as a cartridge case. That is the empty part that is left over after the gun is fired. That's the part that has no gunpowder at that point, and it has a primer that has been indented.
Okay. And so how do the mechanics of that firearm relate to telling where a cartridge casing, what firearm it might have been fired from?
Yeah, so in a cartridge case, we're going to look first, primarily, again, we're going to look at the breech face marks. So those are the parts on the head stamp where the primer is, because that's loaded in here. This part of the weapon would be forward. I can't move it because of the tie, but that would be forward. And that is the part of the weapon that would contact the cartridge case under pressure. The second and another primary place would be the firing pin impression. So when this thing is in the forward in battery position, the trigger is pulled, firing pin will strike the cartridge, and that also will leave marks that we examine. There's other places, technically anywhere that it touches the gun, but those are your primary locations.
All right, you can put it back in. Are you familiar with an individual by the name of Jay Jarvis?
Yes.
Who's Jay Jarvis?
Jay Jarvis was a employee and specifically firearms examiner that worked with me at the GBI crime lab for the latter portion of his career. And he's an expert in firearms and tool mark, similar to myself.
Okay. And did Jay Jarvis make a report the report that you were just referencing in relation to the firearms and tool mark examinations and the evidence related to the case we're here for today?
Yes.
Okay. And have you been doing peer review of Jay Jarvis's reports for the recent past?
Yes.
Okay. And why have you been peer reviewing Mr. Jarvis's reports?
Yeah, Mr. Jarvis underwent an accident in his driveway back before Thanksgiving of 2023. He was subsequently in a coma and has subsequently gotten out of the field. And so I've been peer reviewing cases as a result of that.
Okay. What does it mean to peer review?
So peer review means that I take the notes and photos and other documentation on the case, and I look at it as compared to the report, what was presented in the report, what was examined, and the conclusions on the report. And what I'm looking for there is to see that, and peer review is done virtually on every case, or it was done on every case when I worked at the GVI, to see if the results of the case are supported by those notes and photos and other items on the case. So I would be looking at Mr. Jarvis's notes and photos in reference to the report to see if those items were supported.
Okay. And what types of photos would you be looking at?
Mainly comparison photos, photos of the areas on the cartridge cases, areas on the bullets that he used to make his determinations, conclusions on the case.
Okay. And how are those pictures taken?
By some form of photographic device. I believe he used a handheld camera.
Okay.
With his microscope.
Okay. That's what I was referring to. So are the pictures of the ballistics you're reviewing under a microscope?
Yeah, I didn't explain that part fully, but yes. So we use a comparison microscope. And what that does is that lets us look at two items at the same time under the same lighting and magnification. So we can put one item on one side, one on the other. We can look down and we can see both items together. You can take photos of that. We do routinely take photos of those items, and that would be where these photos come from.
Okay. And what sort of information or evidence do you need to make a determination whether or not a specific firearm fired two shell casings?
So if you have a specific gun, what you do is you take test fires from that gun. Did you say shell casings?
Yes.
Yeah. So if you have shell casings, you're going to test fire that weapon to collect known shell casings from that question item, from that question gun. You would then take those shell casings and you would put one shell casing or cartridge case, as I call it, on one side of your microscope. You would put the question items on the other and compare those.
I need to stay with the technical terms. I'm sorry.
No worries.
All right. Now, if you have two cartridge casings, can you make a determination whether or not they were fired from the same weapon if you do not have the weapon that they are fired from?
Yes, in a similar manner. You just look at the two cartridge cases as independent items. You can compare those to each other and you look at the marks and things in a similar fashion.
Okay. And is this a side-by-side comparison under a microscope?
Yeah, it is. So you have an item on the left and an item on the right, and you're looking at them separately, but you're also looking at them together because there are lenses and mirrors in the scope that put them through in the same viewing window, so you see them at the same time. There's a hairline in the middle, and the hairline is the separating line between the left and the right, but you see them physically in one circular viewing area.
And and what is the case number of the report that you reviewed for Mr. Jarvis?
It is 2021-CR-081908.
Okay, and is that a unique number that Mr. Jarvis assigned to this particular case?
Yes.
All righty. So a decent amount. I want to go through all of this. All right, what is item 1 on that report?
Item 1 is a unsealed cardboard handgun box containing a C-Camp 32 pistol. Serial number is noted as 024335 with magazine.
I'm showing you what has been marked as safety exhibit number 509 and previously admitted. Will you please read on the box what is contained inside that box?
Yes, it says LW 32 caliber C-Camp Company, I believe Incorporated 32 ACP. It has the LWS Milford, Connecticut. I believe that's the place of manufacture pistol, and the serial number is 024335.
Okay. And where does it indicate on that box that that pistol was collected from?
1108 Collier Road. There's some notation there on parking lot, I believe west of victim's left arm.
Cool. Okay. And we remove that pistol, please?
All right, in similar fashion, this is not tie wrap, but it is secured or checked by myself. It is not loaded. Yes.
Okay. And have you ever heard the term carrying capacity? Or,
Yes.
or what does that mean?
Carry capacity typically refers to the amount of or number of cartridges that a weapon will carry both in the magazine as well as in the chamber.
Okay. And is there a magazine contained inside that box?
There is, yes.
Okay. And will you please show the jury the magazine and explain what a magazine is?
Yeah, so a magazine is basically a box with a spring and a couple other just parts in it. What it is it is loaded into the bottom of the weapon here. And so when this is loaded, you put a cartridge in it this way. It has these two lips of the magazine here that hold the cartridge in it. And you can load the cartridges here so they are stacked in this manner. Once you put it into the weapon, so it would go in this way. And then the cartridges can be loaded from the magazine by actuating the slide. They are loaded, grabbed by the slide of the weapon and pushed into the chamber of the weapon. And every time the weapon is fired, in this particular case, with this being a semi-automatic, it will fire, extract, and eject the cartridge case, and the next cartridge will be loaded from the top of the magazine.
Okay. And are there unique markings on the cartridge cases when they are fired and then extracted?
Yes.
Okay. And what leaves those markings?
All the parts we talked about before. So you would have primarily the breech face marks, the firing pin impression. There are other marks, practically any part that touches the cartridge case, whether it be the chamber of the barrel, the extractor, which grabs it, or the ejector, which pushes it out. Those are all different areas that can potentially take marks from this particular weapon.
And does each individual weapon contain its own sets of unique markings or leave its own set of unique markings on the cartridge cases when it's fired?
Yes.
Okay. And if you had two weapons of the same caliber, would each of those weapons leave separate and distinct marks?
Yes.
Okay. And is that the basis of which y'all differentiate and determine which weapons fired which particular cartridge casing?
Yes, correct.
Okay. So, all right. I am now showing you what has been admitted as State's Exhibit number 443, 444, 445, 446, 447, 448, 449, and stop it.
Did you leave us hanging as to which numbers?
I did.
Okay.
I'm not gonna use those.
507.
507.
Is it over there?
I think it is. I've gotten them all. My apologies. I apologize. That was poor planning on my. I'm showing you with it marked as State's number 507 and previously admitted. Can you identify the contents of State's 507?
States 507 has the previous case number that I mentioned. It is submission number 10. You would like me to open it?
We'll just this one, and then we won't do that every time, but for this one.
Inside of States 507 are 7 small manila envelopes.
Okay. And what is contained inside of those manila envelopes?
So each of these is marked with markings that indicate they contain a 32 auto cartridge case.
Okay. And is that the same caliber as what has been identified as State's Exhibit 509?
Yes.
Okay. And did Mr. Jarvis do any comparisons to determine whether the items on the report 507 or item number 2 on his report, 7 medium manila envelopes for number 1?
He could,
Where is it notated? Okay. Number 10 on the report. Number 10 on the report. What does Mr. Jarvis have notated as position number or number 10 on his report?
item number 10, he has notated as brown paper bag sealed with evidence tape, identified as containing 7 .32 caliber cartridge cases.
Okay. And was there a comparison done by Mr. Jarvis between those items and the items of the 32 caliber pistol?
Yes.
Okay. And what were the conclusions that Mr. Jarvis came to?
His conclusion was that the 7.32 caliber casings, cartridge cases, States Exhibit 507, were fired in the pistol States Exhibit 509. That would be
Okay.
the 32 caliber C-Camp pistol.
And what did you do to determine, how did you review his findings in this instance?
I reviewed his notes as it pertained to what he assessed those items to be, the types of marks that were on those, as well as photos of areas on those cartridge cases that he used to make that identification.
And what were your determinations having peer reviewed his findings?
That those findings were technically supported by those documentation items, the photos and the notes.
Okay. All right, if you could. What other comparisons were performed by Mr. Jarvis?
There were a number of other items. There were some bullet pieces and fragments and whole parts of bullets that were compared. There were, just one second. There were some 9mm cartridge cases that were examined.
All right, what is item number 3 on Mr. Jarvis's report?
Item number 3 is a sealed manila envelope, medium manila envelope, identified as containing a 9mm cartridge.
Okay. And what is item number 3?
That's the sealed manila
Oh,
envelope.
sorry. Item 4?
4. 4 is a sealed large manila envelope identified as containing a projectile jacket.
Okay. And item 5?
Sealed medium manila envelope identified as containing 9mm cartridge.
Item number 6?
Sealed envelope as well with evidence tape, 308 cartridge case.
Item,
Just to clarify, 308 caliber cartridge case.
okay. And item number 7?
7 is sealed manila envelope identified as containing 14 40 caliber cartridges and magazine.
Item 8?
Sealed manila envelope identified as containing 5 9mm cartridges and magazine.
We just talked about item 10, but for consistency, what was item 10?
A brown paper bag sealed with evidence tape identified as containing 7 .32 caliber cartridge cases.
Okay. And item number 12.
Brown paper bag with evidence tape identified as containing 2 projectiles and 1 fragment recovered at 1180 Collier Road.
Okay. And what were items 13?
13 was a combination of 2 things. So 13 was a cardboard handgun box sealed with evidence tape, and it contained 2 different pistols. One was a Glock 357 SIG, sealed BAGA 719 with magazine. Item 13B, same package, was a Taurus 9mm pistol, serial number ABD 511523 with magazine.
Okay. And item 14?
14 was a cardboard handgun box sealed with evidence tape containing a Glock 40 caliber pistol, serial number GDG 104 with magazine.
Okay. And item 15,
15 was split into two separate parts. It was a manila, it was a brown paper bag identified as containing 3 projectiles recovered from floor of room 202, 5985 Oak Brook Parkway, and it was split into 2 parts. Item A was a manila coin envelope sealed with evidence tape containing piece of metal bullet jacket. And item B was a manila coin envelope sealed with evidence tape containing 2 lead bullet cores.
and item 16,
16 was a brown paper bag that contained, identified as containing 17 9mm cartridge cases recovered from 5985 Oak Brook Parkway, and that was split out into 4 separate groupings.
okay. And where, or what groupings are those split out into?
Okay, so there were 17 total there, and they were grouped into, group A was 9, and they were sealed as well, labeled with Blazer 9mm. There were 6 that were labeled as SIG 9mm. There was a single labeled as Hornady 9mm, and there was another single FC 9mm.
Okay. Were all of these items compared by Mr. Jarvis examined against each other or compared with each other?
They were compared, as much as I can tell here, they were compared across like calibers. There were a few items that were just documented, but they weren't examined. I believe that was mainly, it's exclusively been just the cartridges, the unfired items.
Right. Is there anything to examine with an unfired cartridge?
Not typically, it's unfired. Typically, that's just an item that's documented and taken note of.
Okay. So which particular items of like caliber were compared amongst one another?
So item 2.
Okay.
Item 2 were 7 9mm cartridge cases. Those were of like caliber, so they were intercompared.
And I am showing you on the packaging.
You're showing him what? We need an exhibit number.
Exhibit number 443 through 449, states exhibits 443 through 449. Did Jay Jarvis document his case number and his own individual exhibit number on those states exhibits?
Yes, he did.
Okay. And the Mr. Jarvis indicated that is 7 individual 9mm shell cases, correct?
Correct, yes.
Okay. And on the state's packaging, does each label up top indicate where each particular cartridge was recovered?
Yes.
Okay. And can you please notate for the record by reading state's exhibit number and where the cartridge was recovered from?
Yes, so states 443 is Kia front passenger seat. States 444 is Kia front passenger seat. 445 is Kia rear driver floorboard. 446 is Kia front passenger seat. 447 is Kia front passenger seat. 448 is Kia rear passenger floorboard. And 449 is Kia rear passenger floorboard.
Okay. And all 7 of those are identified by Mr. Jarvis's report as item number 2, correct?
Correct.
Okay. Now, did Mr. Jarvis do a comparison to determine whether or not all 7 of those cartridge casings could have been fired from the same weapon?
Yes, he did.
Okay. And what were his findings in doing so?
His findings were that they were fired by a single gun, by the same gun.
All 7 were fired from the same gun.
Yes.
Okay. Now, of those 7 cartridges, did he compare them to any other cartridge casings identified in his report?
I believe so. Let me look at the report real quick. Yes, he did.
Okay. And what was it compared to?
So that was item 2.
Right.
Item 2 was compared to item 16A. I'm sorry, strike that. It was compared to item 16D.
I am showing he was in United States Exhibit number 111. And will you please tell me how that is marked by Jay Jarvis on the outside of that brown bag?
Yeah, it's the same case number that I mentioned before, and it's item number 16.
Okay. Would you please remove 16D from that bag?
Yes.
It's always the last one.
Yes, okay.
Okay. What is indicated as on the 16D as to where it was recovered? Any items?
It's all Christmas tape. Can you even see anything on there?
It has a EM17 number on it. It says 9mm Luger, 0444 hours are the only times and dates, I believe, indicated on that.
And What is the? Outside of the.
Yes.
I guess I should actually, on the back, on the larger,
Yes.
on the outside, all of the items in item 16, where are those recovered from?
So these were a submission by Gwinnett PD. They were case number 20-079118. It's item number 3, and they indicate 5985 Oak Brook Parkway, Norcross. Georgia.
Okay, and the comparison between, what did the comparison yield?
So with respect to 16D,
Yes.
so with respect to 16D, 16D was fired by the same firearm that fired item 2, which is the state's exhibits 443 through 449.
And those remaining exhibits in item 16, were those excluded as coming from the same firearm?
So there were 3 other groups there, 16A, B, and C.
Okay.
16A were 9 of those, and those were identified as being fired by one gun. 16B were 6 cartridge cases, and those were identified as being fired by one gun.
But a gun that's different from the gun that fired A?
Yes, that was my next statement, but a different firearm than item 16A.
Okay. So,
Wait, there's C,
And C was fired by a different firearm than 16A or B.
and then same for D. So the significance of A through D is different guns fired, the universe of shell casings contained within that letter.
Yes, there were 4 guns involved there.
Okay.
A, B, C, and D happened to match item 2, the other state's exhibit, the ones I mentioned before, 443 through 449.
4 guns involved. Will you tell me the groupings of shell casings that were fired by distinct firearms, please?
By the numbers of them or locations or?
So in item 16,
Yes.
which cartridge casings were fired from unique weapons?
So 16A was 9 of those.
16A was 9 of the recovered shell casings?
Yes.
Okay.
16B was 6 9mm cartridge cases.
Okay.
And then 16C and 16D were each 1.
And that is as it relates only to the shell casings collected at 58 or in Norcross.
Yes.
Okay. And of those shell casings recovered in Norcross, how many match the shell casings recovered from the Kia?
There was 1.
1.
That would
Okay.
be 16D.
And all of the shell casings recovered from the Kia match each other.
Correct. That is one group.
Okay. Now, were there any other shell casings or comparisons that were done by Mr. Jarvis?
As far as shell casings,
Yes.
there were another comparisons of 9mm cartridge cases that were done. They were contained within item 17, and they were cross compared with some of these. item 16.
Showing you what has been admitted to state's exhibit number 113. And how did Jay Jarvis identify state's exhibit number 113?
It's same case number and it is item number 17.
Item number 17?
Yes.
Okay. And where were those shell casings recovered?
These are also from Gwinnett PD and they are noted as recovered from under windshield wipers of Acura TL. Yes.
All right. And what were those compared to?
So those were item 17 by Jay Jarvis. Three of those would be items 17A, 17B, and 17C. They were compared together and determined to be fired from the same firearm, as well as from the same firearm as item 16B that we previously spoke of.
That was the group of 6 shell casings from that Gwinnett County address.
Yes, it was.
Okay.
You said 16B as in beta?
Yes, correct.
Okay.
And then there was a fourth cartridge case, item 17B, and it was inconclusive to the others due to a lack of individual characteristics present.
What makes when you say inconclusive, does that mean it was unable to be compared to other shell casings?
It doesn't mean it was unable to be compared. It just means that the comparison that was performed did not have sufficient marks present for it to either be identified or eliminated from the other items. So it was kind of what we call in the middle. It was inconclusive. It didn't express identifiable marks. It didn't express elimination.
So when is a firearm not leaving the same marks every time a cartridge is fired? What would cause one shell casing to be inconclusive versus completely eliminated?
It can happen for a number of different reasons. Sometimes the weapon just, and I explain it this way. If you take a ink print, like an ink pad that prints, that mark may not print as well in all of the same areas when you do a print to a print to a print on a piece of paper. For whatever reason, whether it be dirt, whether it be a number of different reasons there, that it could just not leave sufficient marks on that single cartridge case. That does happen. That is typical of that.
Okay. What other examinations were performed by Mr. Jarvis?
There were some bullet parts and pieces that were compared to a 9mm Glock pistol, as well as a Taurus 9mm pistol. Those were his items 11, 12, and part of 15.
What were those compared to again?
They were compared to a Taurus 9mm pistol, and they were compared to a Glock pistol, two different Glock pistols, actually, items 13A and 14.
Okay. So. Showing what has been marked as state exhibits 469 and 467. Do you identify any markings on those that were made by Mr. Jarvis?
Yeah, so 469 has his same case number and it's submission 13. 470, same case number as submission 14.
Okay. And what is contained in there, in those items?
So states 469. That's 13. It contains, among other items, a Glock pistol and also a Taurus pistol. The Glock pistol is a 357 SIG. It has been made safe as well as the ones previously mentioned. It is serial number BAGA 719. The Taurus is a 9mm pistol. It is safe as well. I apologize, but I'm having trouble seeing the serial number here.
That's okay.
The tag indicates it is serial number ABD 511523.
And of those shell casings, or shell cartridge casings, did any of the cartridge casings we have discussed return as being fired from any of those pistols?
So 16A through D, the cartridge cases I mentioned before, were not fired by 13B.
Which is B? You just hold, there are a bunch of guns here. It's just.
Yeah. B is the Taurus 9mm pistol.
Okay.
You asked me about cartridge cases?
Yes.
Yeah. I'm sorry, I'm having to look through his report. It's organized a little differently than what I typically do. As far as cartridge cases, I believe that is the only one compared to either 13A, B, or 14. Best as I can see here.
All right.
Yes.
What is, so you mentioned different makes. What is the make of a gun?
So a make is just the manufacturer. If you like to compare that to an automobile, a make would be Ford or Chevrolet or Honda. That would be the same as Glock or Taurus.
Okay. We've talked to Glocks. Every Glock that you've talked about in here, it seems to have a number associated with it. What does that mean?
Glock associates or delineates their guns by numbers. So like a Glock 9mm can be a Glock 17, a Glock 19, as well as some others. A Glock 23, that's the model number. I think I mentioned it that way, but the model number denotes the caliber of the weapon. Okay. There's many different model numbers to a caliber, but as far as I know, the model number is specific to one caliber.
Okay. What caliber is Glock 48 specific to?
A Glock 48 is a 9mm.
All right. Now, let me see. Now, were there any projectiles that were compared by Mr. Jarvis?
Yes, there were.
And on his report, what numbers were compared?
Those were items 11, 12, and 15A.
So 11, 12, and 15A?
Correct.
Okay, I'm gonna show you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 1, or been identified and tendered as State's Exhibit 112. Is that J. Jarvis's 15?
Yes, it is.
And where does that say was recovered from?
5985 Oak Brook Parkway.
And I'm showing you what has been identified as State's Exhibit number 11. I'm sorry, State's Exhibit 526. And how did Mr. Jarvis identify that?
That's identified by the same case number, item number 11.
And State's Exhibit 508, how was that identified?
State's Exhibit 508 is same case number, item number 12.
Okay. And where was State's Exhibit 526 and Jarvis number 11? Where was that contents of those recovered?
Says 1180 Collier Road Northwest, inside of cardboard box on front walkway of business.
Okay. And you read the Jarvis number as well as the correlating State's Exhibit number, please, and indicate where that contents of that bag were recovered.
Yeah, it was Jarvis number 12, State's Exhibit 508, and it was 1180 Collier Road Northwest.
Okay. What were the findings of Mr. Jarvis's comparisons?
So in those items, 11, 12, and 15A, so that would be one of the items within 15A, would be one of the items within States 112. Those items were microscopically compared to the previous Taurus pistol we talked about, as well as the two Glock pistols, 13A and 14, and they were eliminated from all of those items.
Okay. Now, the projectiles. Start with the item recovered from the cardboard box at 1180 Collier Road.
You'd like me to open it?
No, you don't need to open it. Did Mr. Jarvis make a determination as to what caliber that particular projectile is?
Yes, he said, this is states 526. That would be his item number 11. He indicated that it was consistent with 9mm ammunition sold under either CCI or Blazer brand.
Okay. And what goes into determining the caliber of a projectile?
The weight, the diameter, the overall form and shape, as well as manufacturing features on the bullet. Those are all things that we look at to determine that.
Okay. Were any of those projectiles determined to have been fired from the same weapon?
So as far as 11, again, I'm having to restate this just to keep it straight here. 11, 12, and 15A. They were compared, according to his conclusions here, they were compared to the pistols I mentioned, but there was not a inner comparison of them to each other mentioned.
Okay.
An inner comparison is when you have a group, you compare things to each other. That was not mentioned.
Okay. Are there reasons to not compare them to each other? Like, just because you have a projectile, does that mean it has sufficient characteristics to be compared to another projectile?
Not necessarily. If I could refer to his notes.
Please.
I might be able to answer that a little more complete. So for 11, 12, and 15A, he did indicate extensive damage, flattened, was mentioned to those items. So that could be a reason.
Okay. Is it, what would damage a projectile versus having a projectile that is, fired from the same weapon that is kept in good condition? What causes damage?
A number of different things. If it strikes a hard surface like brick or concrete, if it goes through a wall, if it goes through glass, if it goes through another hard object where it possibly separates in terms of the jacket and the core separating from each other, the core being the heavy part of the bullet, the heaviest part of the bullet, the jacket being the outer covering. Those are all things that can cause and do routinely cause a bullet to become deformed and damaged.
What about going through a body?
Going through a body, yes. Depending upon the type of bullet, it can expand, mushroom out. That can also fragment up further, depending on whether the body is the primary target, meaning it hit it first, or whether it went through another object first, like glass or some other item.
Okay. If a bullet or a projectile went through a body and then struck another hard surface, could that damage the bullet as well? Projectile.
Certainly, yes.
Okay. Did any of the projectiles or any of the cartridge casings return to matching any of the firearms that were examined by Mr. Jarvis?
The only ones were the C camp that we spoke of.
Okay. And all the C camp, what caliber was that?
That was a 32.
Okay. It was notated several times on the many of the evidence bags, fragments. What is a fragment versus a projectile?
Yeah, sometimes they're interchangeable. A projectile is a general term to refer to a bullet in some shape or form as it leaves the barrel or as it is deposited upon a target. A fragment just normally means that there are parts of a bullet as they are examined by the eye. That could be anything from a bullet that's missing a jacket and it has just the jacket part is what you have, or it could be a jacket that's torn up and you have just a piece of the larger part of the jacket. It's just a general term to mean you have only part of what's It only appears to be part of the projectile or bullet.
Okay. Now, based off of your peer review and all that you just testified to Mr. Jarvis's findings in his report, what were your conclusions on your peer review?
My conclusions of my report in respect to his peer review were that his, based upon my evaluation of his notes, his photos, and his documentation, were that his conclusions were technically supported.
Okay.
You covered this, so you're good. You covered it.
That's all the questions I have at this time.
Mr. Hoover, are you going first?
Yes, Your Honor, I'll go first. Good afternoon, Mr. Leopard.
Afternoon.
So I only want to first focus on the Taurus handgun that was taken, oh, I'm sorry. My name's Sean Hoover. I represent Antonio Sanders. I want to focus on the Taurus handgun that was taken off of Antonio first, okay? Now, from what you said, none of the casings from the Gwinnett shooting came from his gun. Is that correct?
That is correct.
And none of the casings from the Goodwill came from his gun. Is that correct as well? Oh, I'm sorry, the Collier Road.
Yes, that is correct.
Okay. Do you have one of the guns up there with you? It's out. Which one? Small. Get the Mr. Davis.
Oh, I put it back.
It'd be bad if there's, okay, we need to know where those are. Okay, there it goes.
All right, so I'm showing you what's been marked as States 509. This is the so that is the gun that you said it was labeled, it was found next to Mr. Denny's arm, correct?
I believe so. I say I believe so. I know there was something found beside his arm. I could look at the package, but I believe that's what it was notated as, yes.
Gotcha. So there were two small boxes in here that I don't think we talked about yet. So I want to ask you about these for the jury.
Okay.
What are these two small boxes?
So one of these boxes, I can identify these by knowing Jay Jarvis's initials and markings, as well as his evidence tape. And they're identified by the same case. Item 1, this box is identified as C-Camp 32 pistol 024335, and it says 3 tests and a date of 1/6/22. So that would be presumed to be made test fires that he made with this weapon.
From that weapon?
Yes.
Okay.
The second item is marked similarly with the same notation, and it also says 3 tests. I don't know if it was test fired 6 times. I'd have to refer to the notes, or if they're bullets and cartridge cages separately. But they both say 3 tests.
Okay. So I guess my question is, why are there 2 boxes with 3 in there? Like, what's the significance of that? Why are they there?
So the tests are taken from a weapon so that you have known samples from that weapon. So those are the standard, if you will, that comes from that weapon.
Why are there 6?
Because he test fired 6.
But there's no, well, I guess, is it standard protocol for there to be 6 test fires? I mean, why are there 6 for this particular weapon?
Normally I test fire 3. Sometimes if I need more test fires, in other words, the stamp reference that I made, where we talked about the stamp being pressed on a page and it isn't pressed the same way, so you don't see the same information on all parts of it on a single press. Similarly, you may need to take additional test fires to see additional information on areas of a cartridge case or a bullet that may not mark well on, just say, a test fire number 2 or number 3 or something. So you can take more test fires to gather more information.
Perfect. Thank you for that.
Yes.
That's all the questions I have.
Mr. Brown, do you have any questions for Mr. Leopard? Okay.
Definitely, sir.
Afternoon.
My name is Joe Brown. I represent Mr. Pittman. So it is that when the projectile leaves the barrel after having been fired by the gun, that it leaves distinguishable lands and grooves on the projectile such that you can determine that it was fired from one gun and not from another gun. Is that the case?
Correct, yeah.
So let's take a company like Smith and Wesson. About how many, let's say revolvers would you say that they manufacture a year?
I don't know an exact number. I would say it's in the thousands, multiple thousands.
So how is it that they leave unique lands and grooves for each handgun as opposed to at least two handguns having the same lands and grooves on the inside of the barrel? How do they do that?
Okay, so if we're talking specifically about the barrel, there are tools that are pulled. So they're generally speaking, a barrel is a piece of bar stock that is drilled. That drilled hole has then, there's a lot of different ways it happens, but it has a tool that is pulled down that barrel. That's one method to cut the grooves into the barrel. There are random marks that are made by that tool, both by the tool making the marks as it pulls down the barrel, as well as the fragments of metal that are contained within that slush and mud and other fragments that come out that barrel. So the tool itself, as well as those cut off pieces of metal being pulled down that barrel, produce the random marks in, let's say, weapon 1 versus weapon 2 versus weapon 3.
Okay. And the impressions on the bottom of the cartridge casing created by the firing pin, are they unique also?
Yes, those are similarly made by different types of tools that leave random nicks, burrs, and microscopic imperfections on those items. And that's a different process, but the same type of theory to that.
Are these lands and grooves and firing, let's hope with the lands and grooves, are they done by human hand or by a machine?
I would say by I'm not going to say they're not done by hand, but for the most part, they're done by machines.
Okay, that's all I have. Thank you.
Do you have any redirect?
You talked about, touched on it at the very beginning, and the carrying capacity.
Yes.
Okay. What is the carrying capacity of that particular firearm?
Which firearm?
Oh, I'm sorry. So many. It's been a long week. Of the 32.
I could refer to Mr. Jarvis's notes.
How many rounds can fit in the magazine?
In that magazine, it is designed to hold 6 in the magazine. So
Okay.
6 in the magazine and 1 in the chamber.
Okay, so does that mean that the gun can hold, if it's got a bullet in the chamber and 6 in the magazine, does that mean a total of 7 rounds in that firearm?
Yes.
Okay. And last question, all of these guns that you have examined, would you consider them, for lack of a better term, real guns,
Yes.
not prop guns?
Correct. And by the term guns, we specifically refer to them as firearms because they use combustion to make the bullet go out the end.
I don't have any further questions.
Mr. Hoover?
Yes, briefly. I forgot to ask you. Based off of what the tests that were done, let's say I'm an officer and during my investigation, I find another suspect that has a gun. Am I able to take that gun from that suspect, give it to you so you can test it towards the shell casings from the Gwinnett shooting and the shell casings from the Goodwill?
Meaning that, can you make test fires from it and compare those?
Yes.
Yes, you can.
Okay.
No further questions. Thank you.
Mr. Brown? Okay. Jurors, do you have any questions for Mr. Leopard? Thank you. So I've got a couple questions for you. One is an extension of what I think Mr. Brown was exploring. Have you ever encountered two firearms leaving the same marks on the projectile or the shell casing, so that you'd say, it has to have been fired from one of these two, but I can't tell you which two?
Okay, so to answer that question fully, I will say that I've actually taken tests where weapons were fired in sequential order. I believe the ones I've done have been 10 items. So 10 barrels, and I've done, I believe as well, 10 slides. So what you would sort of consider there as the worst case scenario would be an item, let's say 3 and item 4. Those would have the most possibility theoretically of being the same marks. But it has been shown in numerous different tests, and I have participated in some of those tests, that even between item 1 and 2 and 3, and so on and so forth to 10, those can be identified to a single specific gun. Meaning that if you're given test fires from 10 guns, you can take the 10 question items and identify them to a specific gun.
Do the marks that a gun, whether it's the firing pin or the barrel of the gun, leave on projectile or shell casing, do they evolve over time because we're dealing with explosions and heat and corrosion and whatnot, such that a projectile that I fire, the 10th projectile I fire out of my gun is going to look kind of different under the microscope than the 1000th projectile I fire from my gun?
Okay, it's a good question. So when a weapon is manufactured and it is, let's say, fresh, it hasn't been shot very much, if at all. The first test fire from that weapon and the second and the third and the first few, let's say dozen or so, might be difficult to identify to each other because the gun is getting what they call set in, meaning that it is getting broken and that the marks, a good way to explain it, there might be small pieces on the tops of things that just get cleaned off. After those first few initial, there have been test fires between, I believe, like test fire 100 or even sooner than that, and test fire, I believe they've gone out to 20 or 30,000, and you could identify that early test to that later 20 or 30,000 test. So corrosion can happen and things can happen that would make them not identifiable, meaning they would change differently, but they would not become more like the item, if that makes sense.
Okay. Mr. Hiles, do you have any extension to those questions?
I do not.
Mr. Hoover?
No, you're wrong.
Mr. Brown? Mr. Leopard, we appreciate your time. Thank you so much. Before we call your next witness, who is your next witness?
It'll be one of the latent prints scientists.
Okay. You all want a break before we do that? Or you want to do this stretched out a little bit? I'll make sure you're fresh, but we're going till 5-ish, so this isn't quite normal break time, but I'm happy to do it. You tell me. Or is this transition enough to perk you back up? We'll stay right here. We'll keep going. Okay. Next witness, please.
Your Honor, the state calls Ashley Haas.
Ms. Haas. I'm sorry, we'll get one of the lawyers to take away all that. There. Ms. Haas, if you would state your name and spell it for the record, please.
Yes, my name is Ashley Haas. That is ASHLEY, HAAS as in Sam.
Good afternoon.
Hello.
How are you currently employed, ma'am?
I'm currently employed at the Georgia Bureau of Investigation in the Division of Forensic Sciences, which is commonly referred to as the Crime Lab.
And what's your position there at the crime lab?
I am a latent print examiner.
Can you tell us your duties as a latent print examiner?
Yes. My duties include processing items of evidence in an effort to develop latent prints, doing comparisons of latent prints to known prints, searching latent prints on databases, collecting prints from unidentified decedents, writing up my results and reports, and when subpoenaed, testifying to those results.
How long have you been working in that field?
Approximately 6.5 years.
Can you tell us your education and training?
Yes. I received my Bachelor of Science from Western New England University in Springfield, Massachusetts, in forensic biology with a minor in chemistry. Upon being employed with the Georgia Bureau of Investigation, I completed the National Latent Print Examiner Training Academy in Meridian, Mississippi, which was 5 months of training. After that, I then completed the 2-year in-house training at the GBI Crime Lab. Since then, I do continuing education each year of at least 16 hours.
And have you testified in court before, ma'am?
Yes, I have.
Approximately how many times?
5 times.
Okay, and that's been in the state of Georgia?
Correct.
Okay, various superior courts?
Yes.
Were you qualified, you were qualified as an expert
Yes, I was.
in latent print examinations?
Correct.
Judge, at this time, would tender her as an expert in latent print examinations.
Mr. Brown, do you want to examine Ms. Haas on her qualifications?
No objection, Your Honor.
Mr. Hoover?
No objection for purposes of this trial, Your Honor.
All right, Ms. Haas, you are qualified as an expert in latent print examination for purposes of this trial.
What's a fingerprint?
A fingerprint is going to be a reproduction of the friction-ridged skin. This is found on the palm side of the hands as well as on the soles of the feet. When we're speaking specifically of a fingerprint, that's going to be a reproduction of the information on the first joint of the fingers.
Okay. And what's friction ridge detail?
So friction ridge detail is the detail that's found in friction ridge skin. If you were to look at your hands right now, you'll see these raised portions known as ridges. They don't just flow continuously across the skin, but they create patterns. And if we look even deeper, there's actually ridge characteristics. The ridge will either flow and come to an end, that's called a ridge ending, or the ridges flow and then bifurcate, creating kind of like a Y shape, and that's called a bifurcation. So those are the ridge characteristics that we use in order to do fingerprint comparisons.
What's an inked print or like a known print?
So a known print is going to be a reproduction of that friction ridge information that is often taken for the purposes of comparison. This is typically taken with ink and paper or digitally using a live scan device.
And what's a latent print?
So a latent print is going to be a chance or unintentional reproduction of the friction ridge skin. Also, the term latent can be used to mean an impression that is not readily visible with the naked eye.
How do you go about processing to show or, to show the presence or absence of latent prints?
So for latent print processing, the first thing that I'm going to do is I'm going to look at what type of item I'm dealing with, and its porosity. There are 3 main types of porosity. Non-porous is going to be when the item does not readily absorb fingerprint residue. That means that the impression is actually going to sit on the surface, items like glass or metal. So if you were to think about touching your car window, you're often able to actually see that fingerprint residue sitting on the surface. Those types of surfaces, the fingerprint residue is easily wiped away because it is just sitting on the surface. And then on the opposing side, you have porous. That's when the fingerprint residue is actually going to seep into it, much like paper or cardboard. Because of that, those impressions tend to be a little more resilient. And then not semi-porous is going to be items that either are in the middle. Think about some labels are paper on one side and more shiny and non-porous on the other, or an item that has both. That's the reason I'm going to first look at that is because which processes I use is going to be determined based on what type of surface I'm dealing with. So dependent upon that surface is how I'm going to then go into my processing.
Okay. How do you test when the surface is non-porous?
Typically for non-porous, the procedure is going to be first doing a super glue fuming, either using cyanoacrylate, which is our general super glue, or lumicyano, which is a super glue that just has a fluorescent component. And that just means it fluoresces, it's bright under particular light. And then depending upon whether or not you've used the fluorescence in the first step, you then may go on to use a dye stain. Super glue is white, and this is just going to add a color. The whole reason we are processing is try to make the invisible or barely visible more readily visible. So a lot of our processes are just trying to change the contrast between the impression and the surface it's on.
When you're processing an item for prints and you don't find any, does that mean that that item wasn't touched?
No, not necessarily. It is possible to touch an item and leave no latent prints or no latent prints that are able to be developed. It's all dependent upon the residue that is on that friction-ridged skin at the time the item is touched, or what has happened to that item after you touch it. Like I said, non-porous items, the friction, the latent print residue is actually sitting on the surface, so you can touch an item and it later be wiped away. Also, residue is usually sweat or grease and other contaminants that could potentially also evaporate. So yes, it is very possible to touch something and leave nothing, or for there to have been something and then it can't be developed later on.
So at the end of your comparison process, what are the possible conclusions that you draw?
So at the GBI Crime Lab, we have 3 possible conclusions. That is an identification, which means that the latent and the known originated from the same source. An exclusion, which means the latent and the known did not originate from the same source, or inconclusive. Inconclusive has other subcategories, and that's basically just there may be an issue with the latent not having enough information to come to a definitive conclusion, or potentially the known prints not being of a high enough quality or having the area that's needed for the comparison.
So all these procedures that you just described, are they generally accepted in the scientific community?
Yes, they are.
And are they reliable and reproducible?
They are.
And are they based on valid scientific theory?
They are.
And in your testing in this case, did you follow those procedures?
I did.
Okay. Were you asked to do testing in this case, ma'am?
I was.
What were you asked to test?
In this case, I actually had 3 different reports. So I'm just going to talk about them one by one as to not confuse anyone. So the first report, I was asked to process 2 items.
And excuse me, for the record, can you just let us know what you're reading before you start reading anything so I know what I'm.
Yes, I apologize. This is going to be from my official report dated on 6/18/2021. So I was first asked to process a Minute Maid bottle to see if I was able to develop any latent prints. In this case, after physically and chemically processing the item, I was able to develop a latent print. So that item had positive results.
Okay, and I'm going to show you what's already in evidence, states 456. When you're looking at evidence, do you like mark on it to show that, hey, I've touched this and examined this item?
Yes, I do.
Do you see your markings on that package right there?
Yes, I do.
Okay, so what are you holding right there? Which one is that?
So this is item number 14. This is the unique GBI barcode. And then this is actually my handwritten GBI case number, item number, my initials, and the date I handled it.
Okay, all right. And in addition to the bottle, you said you received other things for testing?
Yes, ma'am.
Can you tell us what else you received?
Yes, and in this case, I am referencing my report dated 7/1/2021. I was also asked to process a cane and an umbrella. After physically and chemically processing these items, I had negative results.
All right, so these are slightly bigger. So go ahead and look at states 524 and 525 already in evidence. You don't have to open them, but just look at the bags and tell us if those are the same items that you would process. Processed for print. I'm sorry.
Yes, ma'am, they are.
Okay, I'll take those turns. In addition to these 3 items, did you receive anything else?
I did not.
Okay, what about known prints? Did you receive any of those?
So in this case, I did not receive the actual known prints.
Okay.
I was provided with identifying numbers so that I could digitally pull those known prints myself.
Okay, so you referenced a database when you were talking about your duties. So does the state and national government maintain databases where fingerprints are stored and held?
They do.
Okay, and do you have access to those databases?
I have access to the national database run by the FBI as well as a Georgia database.
Okay, so did you consult those databases in performing your testing in this case?
In this case, because I was asked to compare to specific individuals, I only referenced the Georgia database in order to pull the known prints that I required for that comparison.
Okay, and whose known prints did you pull?
I pulled, and this is referencing my report dated 7/7/2021. I pulled a digital image of a fingerprint card bearing the name Antonio Donta Sanders and a digital image of a fingerprint card bearing the name Leandre Deshawn Pittman.
Okay, so tell us about your conclusions. We already talked about the cane on the umbrella, right? No prints at all on those items, right?
Correct.
So then you don't get to compare anything to these known prints, right?
Correct, not from those items.
Okay, so is the only item you compared then the Minute Maid bottle?
Yes, it is.
Okay, because that was the only one where you found something.
Correct.
Can you tell us about your conclusion?
Yes, so in this case, after processing the Minute Maid bottle, I did have one developed latent print. I analyzed this and determined that it was suitable for comparison, at which point I then went on to compare to those 2 fingerprint cards I mentioned, bearing the names Antonio Donta Sanders and Leandre Deshawn Pittman. And I came to the conclusion that both of those fingerprint cards were excluded as the source of that latent print.
So that print didn't come from Sanders and it didn't come from Pittman is what you're saying?
Correct. They did not originate from the same source.
Now you mentioned suitable for comparison. What does that mean?
So suitability is going to be what I determined during the analysis stage. So the analysis stage is when I'm actually going to look at my latent print that I have developed and determine, is there enough information within it for me to even go on to a comparison? I'm looking at, can I tell where this is from? Is it from a finger, a palm? Potentially, can I tell if it's from a foot? Do I know which way it goes? Do I know what's up, what's down? In this case, this was a fingerprint. So then I'm going to look at, can I see pattern type? There are 3 general pattern types: loops, arches, and whorls. And in this case, I was able to tell that it was potentially a loop or a whorl. I did not have enough of the impression to make a definitive determination, but that's all part of analysis. I then went further and looked at the print to see what ridge characteristics that I spoke about, those ending ridges or bifurcations, can I see? And also, what quality are they? Can I determine they are definitively a ridge ending or bifurcation, or am I unsure if it's one or the other? I go through my analysis and I actually physically mark on the image on the computer what I'm seeing and the quality of those. And then based on how much information I have, I'm then going to come to the determination, is it suitable or not? In this case, I had an overwhelming amount of information. I knew what it was, where it was from, which way it went, possible pattern type, and had a lot of minutia to work with, and a lot of them were definitive minutia as well. I knew what they were and where they were. So that meant that I could then go on to the comparison phase.
Thank you. That's all the questions I have for you. Thanks.
Mr. Hoover, do you have questions for Ms. Haas?
Yes, Your Honor. Good afternoon, Ms. Haas.
Good afternoon.
My name is Sean Hoover and I represent Antonio Sanders. So the print that you got off the Minute Maid bottle, you're saying you exclude Antonio Sanders prints after you tried to match them together, correct?
Yes, I excluded they do not come from the same source.
Okay. To the best of your knowledge, has anyone from any law enforcement agency or from the Fulton County District Attorney's Office given you anybody else's prints to look to compare to the print you found other than Mr. Pittman and Mr. Sanders?
To the best of my knowledge, based on what I have in my case file, no.
No further questions.
Mr. Brown?
Just, I think, wanted to Good afternoon, Ms. Haas.
Good afternoon.
My name is Joe Brown. I represent Mr. Pittman. So you excluded Mr. Pittman, you've excluded Mr. Sanders, but you also, have you excluded Mr. Denny?
I was not asked to compare to a Mr. Denny.
May I approach the witness?
You may.
Is that the report?
Yes.
Okay.
Okay, Mr.
So, yes, what you are referencing is that there is a victim who has the last name of Denny. I was not asked to compare two prints from that individual.
Okay, that's all I have. Thank you.
All right. Ms. Olivier, any redirect?
No, Your Honor.
Jurors, any questions? Seeing none, Ms. Haas, thank you for your time.
Sorry.
Feel free to intervene anytime.
Sorry.
We good? Great. Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you.
All right, we are going to take our break. The AC was working. It seems like they have reversed it now. So we may go like robeless and jacketless soon. It is baking in here. Whew. But I'll reach out to the powers that be, see if we paid our bills. During the break, please know outside research, don't talk about the case. Feel free to shed layers while you're in there when you come back out. Thank you. Mr. Hiles, anything for the record before we break?
No, Your Honor.
Who is the next witness?
It's gonna be a fingerprint examiner from UPD, Lozon.
Yep. Okay, got it. Mr. Hoover, anything before we break?
No, Your Honor.
Mr. Brown?
No, Your Honor. If I may ask, this next witness, would that person be giving testimony regarding the fingerprints inside of the vehicles?
From the outside of the vehicles, yes.
Outside, okay, thank you.
All right, is there a third fingerprint expert or it's just Haas and Lazon? Okay, all right. I will mute the mic and see. All right. Ms. Olivier, will you be handling the fingerprint witness?
Yes, Your Honor.
Great. So are you ready for the jury?
Yes, Your Honor.
Mr. Hoover
Yes, Your Honor, we're ready.
and Mr. Brown? All right, let's bring the jurors in, please.
All right, jurors. I got a long arm. Okay. The president of the county board.
Thank you, Deputy Gordon. We're going to try leaving the air corridor open from that hallway through into here. So you all may get a cool breeze. The rest of us will suffer, but you know, jurors first. And I appreciate you taking that trench coat off. Just looking at you makes me sweaty. Like, dang.
I was trying to look like this.
Yeah, bro. I don't recommend this look. But after I said Deputy Gordon was going to do that, he probably took his break. Nope, there he is. You're going to create the little air. Well, but you're just closing that door now.
Oh, he's at this door.
Yeah.
Oh, no, I can't open this door.
Okay. I was asked if, so what's the point of propping that open if it can't blow through right here? Oh, that door.
Yeah.
But I can't open this one. Okay, well, it's actually a nice little breeze right here. All right.
There you go.
If you don't mind, I'm gonna stand right here. I'll go like this while we've got testimony. We have called the HVAC people again. It popped on partway through the morning and went off in Chambers, and then we called to complain about that, and it went off here and went on in Chambers. We're gonna see if they can run it in two places at once. The bold goal for those folks, but we'll see what happens. There really is a breeze coming in through this way, so thank you for doing that little bit. All right, Mr. Hiles or Ms. Olivier, if you'll call the state's next witness, please.
Your Honor, the state calls Raymond Lazan.
Okay.
What's it in your drain? You swear affirm that the testimony you will give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God. You don't even have to. Can you stand and spell your name for the record?
My name is Raymond Lozon, Raymond. Lauzon.
Good afternoon, sir. How are you employed?
I'm employed with the City of Atlanta Police Department in their crime lab.
What's your title there?
I'm a latent print examiner.
What are your job duties?
So as latent print examiners, we get cases that are turned in by crime scene technicians or officers. We're going to review those cases to see if they have any prints that are of value. If we determine that there are prints that are of value, we're going to take those cases, we're going to submit them into the Automated Fingerprint Identification System, or AFIS. We're going to look at the results of those searches, do comparisons. We're then going to review those, write a report based on our findings, and then we'll testify for the courts.
How long have you been working in that field, in that capacity?
I've been working as a latent print examiner for the past 11 years.
Okay, can you tell us your education and training?
So I graduated from the University of Central Florida with a bachelor's degree in forensic science. In order to obtain that degree, I actually spent an internship with the Brevard County Sheriff's Office down there in Florida, working with their latent print section as well as their crime scene section. During my time there, I was in charge of doing a research project to determine the best chemical for producing latent prints on paper products. After I graduated from the University of Central Florida, I joined the Atlanta Police Department as a crime scene technician. I spent about 2 years working as a crime scene technician. During that time, I was able to get my certification with Georgia as a crime scene technician. After 2 years, I was promoted to the position of latent print examiner. I've been working and attending classes, doing training all this time, and I've been going to continuing training in order to better my skills. I was also able to obtain my certification with Georgia Post as an instructor, and I was able to travel with the U.S. State Department in 2015, I believe it was, to go to Nigeria in order to teach the Nigerian police force how to do crime scene as well as latent print processing.
You mentioned the term Georgia Post. What is that?
That's the Police Officer Standards and Training.
So you were certified as an instructor for Georgia police officers?
Yes.
Have you testified in court before?
Yes, I have.
Approximately how many times?
It's about 20 times at this time.
Okay, qualified as an expert in latent print examinations before?
Yes, I have.
All those times that you testified?
Yes.
At this time, Judge, we would tender him as an expert in latent print examinations.
Mr. Hoover, do you want to examine Mr. Lauzon on that, or do you have any objection to having him qualified
No
for this trial?
No objection to having him qualified for this trial.
Okay, in case you guys meet again, it doesn't apply in the future.
That's okay.
Same question for you, Mr. Brown.
No objection.
All right, sir, you are qualified as an expert in the field of latent print identification for purposes of this trial.
All right, thank you.
So you are our second fingerprint witness today. So I'm going to skip past the part that says what's a fingerprint. Once, just briefly, fingerprint ridge detail.
So friction ridge detail, what we're talking about is the actual pattern of ridges that is present on the palms of your hands as well as on the soles of your feet. Typically, we're going to be working more with the palms of your hand. So we're looking at the area that is the tips of the fingers, and we're also going to be working basically all the palm that we can use for identification purposes.
How do you go about conducting your examination for prints comparison purposes?
So what we do is we have a methodology that we call ACE-V. So the breakdown of that is that A is for analysis, C for comparison, E for evaluation, V for verification. In the analysis phase, we're going to be looking at 3 different levels of detail. So we're looking to see if the print is suitable for identification. We're looking at level 1 detail, which is going to be the general ridge characteristics and ridge flow, as well as the pattern types. Then we're going to be looking at level 2 detail, where we're getting into things that can be used for identification. These are going to be the individual characteristics of ridges. So we're looking at where ridges will flow and then split into 2. We call that a bifurcation. We're going to be talking about ridges where they flow and then stop. That's going to be called a ridge ending. And that's what we would typically use for identification purposes. And then we get into level 3 detail. This is what we don't typically see in latent prints because it's going to be the individual characteristics of a single ridge. So we're looking at the pore placement, what the shape of the pore is, what the size of the pore is, things like that. We don't typically have that kind of information in a latent print because it's not intentionally created. After we've done our analysis phase, we're going to then submit that into our automated fingerprint identification system, or AFIS, if it's deemed to be suitable for identification and suitable for search. And after that, we're going to do comparison. Comparison is we're going to take the information that we've established in our analysis phase, and we're going to look for that in the known prints that have been returned. Typically, we get a list of about 10 candidates. We're going to compare against each one. And then we're going to be looking, does this have the same information over here? No matter what, we move on to the next phase, which is evaluation. In evaluation, we're looking at 3 different determinations that can be made. One being individualization, meaning that the information present in our latent print that we've established in our analysis phase is present in the known print. The next being exclusion, meaning the information present in the latent print is not present in the known print. And the last being inconclusive, where the two may not have the same areas of information, so we cannot make a decision. The last thing that we're going to do is we're going to go to verification, which is where I would take my work and give it to a second qualified examiner. They're going to review that work and see if there's any areas that have issues. And if they can't find any problems with our case, they're going to sign off on it that they agree with our decisions.
Okay, let's talk about your work in this case. Did you receive items to test or compare latent prints in this case?
Yes, I did.
Did you receive bags of latent print lifts?
Yes, I believe I received 3 bags of latent print lifts and 1 bag that contained a temporary tag.
Okay. Were each of those bags from individual cars?
Yes, they were.
Okay. Was 1 bag from a Kia motor vehicle?
Yes.
Was 1 bag from a Cadillac motor vehicle?
Yes.
1 bag from a Challenger motor vehicle?
Yes.
You said the 4th bag was the tag?
Yes.
Was that tag taken from the Cadillac vehicle?
Yes, I believe it was.
I want to show you states 467, 464, 465, and 466. Let's put them in order. How about that?
Okay.
Easier. All right, so starting with 464, and those are already in items and everything. And you don't have to take them out, and you can if you want to, but
Oh.
what I want to talk to you about is essentially, we just describe the process that you undergo when you're doing these comparisons, right? Did you find, actually, before we get there, in addition to those facts, did you have access to databases with fingerprints, known fingerprints?
Yes, that is part of our AFIS system.
Okay, so do you then match those lists, run them through that database and see if anything comes back?
Yeah, well, that's part of our comparison process. We're going to search each one of these prints that we find that we identify as being of value for identification. We're then going to see what comes back, and if there is a match within that, we'll identify that.
Okay, so let's talk about the prints, the latent lifts from the Cadillac. What were your conclusions as it pertains to the latent prints from the Cadillac? Were you able to match any of those latent prints lifted from the Cadillac?
Yes, we were.
Okay, and who were you able to match those prints to?
If I could see a copy of my report,
Sure,
just
of
so
course,
I can
of
refresh my memory. Okay.
This one, okay. All right, here you go.
Okay. All right, so with regards to the first bag, which was the Cadillac bag, we were able to identify 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11 prints that we determined to be suitable for identification. Out of those 11, would you like me to go through one by one?
We can, okay, so you have 11 prints suitable for identification. What does suitable for identification mean?
So suitable for identification means that there's enough information in them that we are able to make an identification. So basically what we're looking at is the quality and the quantity of prints or of information that is present in that print.
Okay, so 11 that suitable for identification. How many of those 11 were you able to match to someone?
We were able to match 9 of those.
Okay, and were they matched to a single person?
Yes, they were.
Who were they matched to?
The fingerprint card bearing the name Baker Canandre with an SID number of 4809829M.
Okay, so those are from the Cadillac list, right?
Yes.
Okay, let's move on to, what about the other remaining of the 11?
So the other remaining, we were able to search through the system, but we did not return any identifications for those.
Okay, let's move on to states and we can back this one back. The ones
Okay.
from the Cadillac. Just to clear your space, let's move on to states 465. Which vehicle were those lists from?
These are from the Challenger.
Okay, and what were your conclusions for the list from the Challenger?
So for the Challenger, we were able to determine that there were 3 lane prints that were determined to be suitable for identification.
Okay, and were you able to match any of those 3 latent prints to anyone?
Yes, we were able to match 2 of those to one individual.
Okay, and who was that individual?
That was also Baker Canandre with the SID number 4809829M.
Okay, and you mentioned this SID number. What is that?
That's just a state ID number that is tagged to a record so that it follows the fingerprints rather than following a specific name.
Okay, so you were able to match 2 of the 3 to Mr. Baker.
Yes.
What happened to the third one?
That one is still not identified at this time, and it is actually still in our unidentified database.
Okay, is that where you put prints that haven't been identified?
Yes, any prints that are not identified are going to be registered into our database, and then they will continue to be there until they've been identified.
Okay, all right. So let's go now to the next bag. I'll take that one from you.
Okay.
Let's go to states 466. Which vehicle is 466 from?
This is the Challenger. This is the temporary tag.
Temporary tag, okay.
Yes.
Now you said the Challenger. Can
Oh, I'm sorry, the Cadillac.
Cadillac.
I'm sorry, I misspoke on that one.
That's fine, it's been a long day. So the temporary tag from the Cadillac, you received the entire tag, you said?
Yes.
Okay, and did you find any prints on that tag?
We did not find any that were suitable for identification, so.
So, were you able to match them to anybody then?
No, we could not.
Not enough detail in those prints.
That's correct.
Okay. All right, let's move on to the next one. Next one is states 467. Which car were those prints taken from?
These are coming from the Kia.
From the Kia, okay. Tell us about your results and conclusions for the prints taken from the Kia.
So in the bag that was taken from the Kia, we only were able to determine 2 lifts that contained any prints that were suitable for identification.
Okay, and were you able to match those prints to anyone?
In this case, no, we were not. They were searched through the database and they did not return with any suitable identifications.
Sure. Thank you. That's all I have for you, sir. Thank you.
Mr. Hoover?
Pronounce your last name for me so I don't butcher it. Lozon. Lozon. Good afternoon, Mr. Lozon. Good afternoon. My name's Sean Hoover and I represent Antonio Sanders. Okay. Just so we're clear, you didn't get any prints from any of the vehicles that matched up with Antonio Sanders, or I guess his name didn't pop up in the database? We didn't have any identifications for Mr. Sanders. Now, I understand that you used the database, but if, let's say I give you a print card, are you able to try to match the card that I gave you to the prints that were on those vehicles? Are you able to do it that way, or does it have to go through a database? If we're given a print card, we could do a manual identification, a manual comparison. Yeah. So did anyone from any law enforcement agency or anyone from the Fulton County District Attorney's Office give you any other prints to try to match to those three vehicles. No further questions.
Mr. Brown?
Good afternoon, Mr. Lozano.
Yeah, after.
Were you told as to who owned the Cadillac?
No, well, I was given the victim's name. That was all I have. So I don't know who owned what vehicles.
Okay, so I won't ask you to speculate. That's all I have. Thank you.
All right. Any redirect?
No, Your Honor.
Any questions from the jurors? Okay. Thank you. Counsel, I need to see you quickly, please. So. Question. Yeah. So. Mr. Lazan, you had a number of unmatched prints. They didn't match the knowns you were given, et cetera. Were you able to tell by looking at those prints if they were prints from the same person, just an unknown person? Or does your trade enable you even to do that? Because it could be a left index finger and a right pinky. And how do you know if they belong to the same person?
Yeah, unless the prints are actually what we would call simultaneous, we would not know, they could be from two different people. They could be all from the same person. We're not sure until we actually have a person that matches those.
Okay. And you've referred to a database, that things are run through a database. How do you get your prints into that data? What has to happen for a person's prints to be in the database?
So it depends on which database we're talking about, but there are many ways that you actually get in there. The most common that people think of is that you've been arrested for something. That is true, but there are many other ways that you actually get in there. My prints are actually in our local database with the city of Atlanta. The reason for that, I have a job there and I had to be fingerprinted for that job. My prints were then stored and I have my own identifying number. Anybody who's ever worked for the city of Atlanta that got fingerprinted, anybody who's ever had a license or a permit that got fingerprinted for that kind of thing, worked in the taxi section, worked just about anywhere that you get fingerprinted, you're probably going to end up in a database somewhere. It may or may not be retained, meaning that there may not keep a copy of it. One of the other major databases that's out there is the FBI database, the federal database. So that's going to contain people that go into things like banking because they get fingerprinted for that, go into law, go into working for the Army. There is a database that actually has Army fingerprints in it. Now, we're not allowed to access some of those, but we do have the ability to search through them.
Do you have any follow-up to that, Ms. Olivier?
Just one question, Judge. So, sir, since APD and GBI are both law enforcement agencies, both agencies would have access to these databases, right?
That's correct.
Thank you, that's all.
Mr. Hoover?
Yes. So with that said, was there ever a point in this investigation where there was communication about, hey, we found a print, we know who this person is, let's see if we can match this print to other items that have been collected as evidence? I could not speak to that. I haven't had any communication on this case on my side. Gotcha. The results that I gave were reported out, and then I didn't really have any communication until this case came to trial. Gotcha. So you got the print from Mr. Baker, gave it to the Fulton County DAs, but they didn't come to you and say, hey, let's match something. I don't give it to the Fulton County DA. It actually goes to our homicide investigator, and they're the one that's going to do the casework on that. So you gave it to an officer, and at some point it got to the DA's office. So it didn't go straight from you to the DA. No, I provide the investigator with the information, and then they'll do their own work to figure out what's going on, and then they'll go from there. To the best of your knowledge, the investigator that you gave that information to, did they take that information, say, hey, now that we have somebody's print, let's match that up against the other pieces of evidence we collected? I do not know, because that would be a question for the investigator. Gotcha. No further question.
Mr. Brown?
Just one, I just want to confirm, Mr. Pittman's fingerprints weren't found in the Cadillac, in the Challenger, in the Kia, or on the temporary tag, is that correct?
Well, the prints that were searched, they came back with no identifications made. So I can't say that it isn't him, because I don't know if he was in the searches, but
You don't have a match for it?
yeah, we do not have a match.
Thank you.
All right, thank you, sir. Appreciate your time. Next witness.
State would call Special Agent Richard Bilson with the FBI.
Mr. King, raise your hand. Do you swear affirm that the testimony you will give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God? I do. Go ahead, have a seat. Can you please spell your name for the record?
My name is Richard Bilson. E as in boy, I-L-S-O-N.
Yes, you.
Good afternoon.
What's your title? Special Agent? How's that?
My current title is Supervisory Senior Resident Agent, which is a supervisory special agent position within the FBI.
How would you like me to refer to you?
Special agent is fine.
Special Agent Bilson, where are you currently employed?
I'm currently employed with the FBI.
And how long have you been employed there?
I've been employed with the FBI for 14 years.
And what is your background in the FBI?
My background in the FBI, I'm currently, like I said, a supervisory senior resident agent. So I oversee our Columbus, Albany, and Valdosta resident agencies. We cover all federal violations within 40 counties in Southwest Georgia. Before that, I was at FBI headquarters at our Safe Streets and Gang Unit, where I oversaw all gang and violent crime investigations in the South Central United States. Prior to that, I was on the border in McAllen, Texas, where I investigated gangs and violent crime. And then prior to that, I was in Milwaukee, Wisconsin, where I investigated gangs and violent crime, as well as cyber crimes. And then in 2016, during all those assignments, I became a certified member of the FBI's Cellular Analysis Survey Team, or CAST for short.
Okay. What exactly is CAST?
So CAST is a group of special agents within the FBI that receive specialized training and have extensive experience in locating cellular devices. whether that be locating a device at some point in the past or locating a device where it is right now.
And how were you selected to be part of FBI CAST?
So the initial course is based on volunteers, whoever is interested in looking at these types of records. And then at that point, once you take that first course, you're kind of selected to go to the advanced course, which is a week. And then you begin the certification process, which is a whole bunch of more courses and takes place over about 18 months. In total, about 450 to 500 hours of training.
And what's the background of a typical CAST agent?
So most CAS agents work gangs and violent crime type violations. Most of us have worked fugitives. So the first thing you do with a fugitive is you find his cellular device, whatever phone number he has and what he's using, and then you find him through that device or her.
And what is the typical training you receive to become a CAST member?
So like I said, there's a 18-month long process approximately. Some people get through a little bit faster, but there are multiple courses and tests and certification throughout the entire process. It's a pass or fail system. So if you fail any exam at any point, you're out of the program.
At any point, you're out.
Yes.
Top gun for cellular analysis.
Yes.
I'm sorry. Did this training include, I'm sorry, do you receive any additional training or certifications?
Yeah, so every year we have a recertification, which is 40 hours of additional training. And we go and we all meet in a city and all the various network providers come in. So Verizon, T-Mobile, AT&T, they come and talk to us about what may have changed in their records, what may have changed in their networks. For instance, this year's was a lot about 5G because 5G is beginning to come online and the impact that's going to have on what I do. So yeah.
You personally provide training in this area?
Yeah, so I've trained federal, state, and local law enforcement officers, as well as analysts in the techniques of cellular analysis.
What is historical record analysis?
So the phone company maintains records similar to what you would think would be like your phone bill. So it has the date and time a call was made, who made the call, who received the call. But in addition to those items, it also includes a tower and a sector that was utilized when that call was made. So the cell tower that was used and the part of that cell tower that was used. Then the phone company also maintains records that determine via GPS coordinate where all their towers are located. So I can take the information from the call detail records, compare it to the tower list, and I can generally locate a phone based on the tower and sector that was utilized when the call was made.
And approximately how many times have you performed historical record analysis and in what types of cases?
Thousands of times in all different types of cases, fugitives, missing persons, abducted children, kidnappings, and pretty much every type of violent crime there is, bank robberies, armed robberies, assaults, things of that nature.
What agencies can request CAST services?
So any federal, state, or local agency, law enforcement agency can request CAST assistance.
Has CAST been deployed on any other criminal investigations?
CAST is pretty much deployed on every major national level mass shooting, bombing matter in the United States since about 2010.
Is this technique only used in the context of criminal investigations?
Not always. It's mostly used. Most of my work is with missing children, missing juveniles, runaways, things of that nature, and trying to track down where that child is located by attempting to locate their device using these types of records.
And have you ever conducted an analysis where the person accused of a crime has been exonerated as a result of your findings?
Yeah, I've had police departments come to me and ask me to check out a phone number that they know is a good number for this person. And I said, well, that phone number, that device was not in the area of your crime scene at the time of the crime.
And have you ever testified as an expert in court?
Yes, I have.
How many times?
12 times in both federal and state court.
Your Honor, at this time, I would tender Special Agent Bilson as an expert in cellular telephone record analysis.
Mr. Hoover, do you want to question Mr. Special Agent Bilson at this time, or do you have any objection to having him be so qualified for this trial?
No objection for purposes of this trial, Your Honor.
Okay.
No objection.
All right. Special Agent Bilson, you were qualified as an expert in that field for purposes of this trial.
Yes, Your Honor.
And I am directing you to the attention, or directing your attention to this case. Were you asked to perform any cellular telephone analysis?
Yes, I was asked to conduct cellular analysis on 3 different telephone numbers, as well as some location information from forensic extraction of an iPhone. And then also utilize some data from the flock camera system, license plate reader, in this analysis.
That's my question. What are CDRs and what type of information do they include?
So call detail records are records maintained by the cellular service providers. Each provider maintains their records in a different format. In this case, it was specific to Verizon. So in Verizon records, like I said earlier, it looks very much like a phone bill would. You have the date, the time the call was made, the calling number, the number that was called. But it also includes the tower and sector that was utilized when that call was made. And it also includes the duration of the call.
And skipped one question I meant to ask you. Based on the information provided to you, what was the time frame that you were asked to review in this particular case?
The early morning hours of October 20th of 2020.
And what are timing advance records and what type of information is included in these records?
So timing advance records includes some additional information that the CDRs have. So it has tower and sector, as well as a estimated location that the device is from that tower and that sector. So in miles. So it'll tell you the device was approximately utilized this tower, this sector, and was 1.2 miles away from that tower.
And do you need CDRs to perform your telephone analysis?
Yes, without the CDRs, I'd be unable to identify what tower and sector was utilized by the device.
And I'm showing you which what has been identified as, or tendered, I'm sorry, as state's exhibit number 528. These are the CDR records for 470-547-6230, as well as 470-547-7446, and 470-580-8025. Did you use these records to conduct your analysis in this case?
I did, yes.
And I'm also going to show you what has been admitted and identified as a iPhone extraction of the cell phone of Antonio Sanders. Did you use this cellular extraction in your analysis in this case?
Yes, I did.
And State's Exhibit 440, which has been admitted as the license plate reads for license plate RIV 4063 for October 20th, 2020, dating back the last 5 days. Did I send those records to you as well?
Yes,
And did you use those in your analysis?
I did, yes.
State's Exhibit 441, which is license plate reads from City of Atlanta for license plate CLN 3039 from October 20th, 2020, dating 5 days prior. Did you use those records in the analysis?
Yes, I did.
After you obtained all of these records, what did you do next?
So I obtained all the records. I took the records and analyzed them during the relevant time periods, the early morning hours of October 20th, 2020. Then based on the records, I basically made maps that display the towers and sectors that were utilized by the devices during certain time periods. And then with the location data from the extraction of the iPhone, there were GPS locations in there that I also plotted. And then from the license plate reader, there were locations within there that I also plotted.
And did you use all of that data as, I guess, confirmation against each other?
Yeah, so anytime you're trying to locate a phone, the more data sources you have for that device, the better. So in this case, there were two, which basically gives me a stronger conclusion about where a device was located at a certain date and time.
All right, to make an assessment of the general area where the target phone is located. All right, did you identify the specific towers that were used to receive calls by the target telephone numbers during the relevant times and dates?
I did, yes.
How were you able to identify those particular cell phone towers?
So each provider maintains a tower list that has all the towers identified. Each tower is identified by a unique number. And within that tower list, there's also a GPS coordinate of specifically where the tower is located.
Did you prepare a report?
I did, yes.
For this? And did you do that in the form of a PowerPoint presentation?
I did, yes.
This is what I emailed to all of you. I'm showing you what has been marked as States Exhibit 533.
Yes, this is the report that I made for this case.
And is that the complete report?
Yes, it is.
And is it in a sense a summary of the voluminous records that were provided to you to examine and then process?
Yes, it's a summary of all the events that occurred on the different devices that night. I did not map each individual event. I stuck to certain time periods because the data just becomes overwhelming at a certain point. So I stuck to specific time periods that evening.
Your Honor, at this time, the state would tender States Exhibit 533 into evidence.
Any objection to states 533, Mr. Hoover?
No, Your Honor, no objection.
Mr. Brown?
No, Your Honor.
It's admitted.
All right. Can you go over copies? You also provided a digital copy, correct?
Yes.
Okay. Will you please just let Miss Olivia know whenever, right here, when you need to go to the next slide?
Sure.
Okay. So, are there any additional questions you consider, but that I did not include in this direct?
No.
Okay. So, in general terms, can you explain how cell phone works?
So in general terms, how a cell phone works, a cell phone is constantly scanning the environment. If you have a cell phone in your pocket right now and that cell phone is turned on, it's scanning to see what towers it can see in the general area. What the cell phone will do is it'll rank those towers in order of best signal, putting the tower and sector with the best signal as number one, and all the other towers it can see based on signal strength up to 6. That way, when an incoming call is coming in, or you take your phone out and you make a call, the cell phone already knows what tower and sector it's going to connect to, and that's the one with the best signal, which is typically the closest tower, but not always.
What factors affect the propagation of a signal from the towers?
There's all kinds of factors that affect propagation from a tower, especially in an urban area like Atlanta. You have these very large buildings. Cell phones are basically radio waves, so all the information travels on radio waves. So if you have a big building, it's probably not going to penetrate through a large building. So there's different factors like that. Large bodies of water can have a signal skip along further than it should. So things of that nature, basically topology.
Do these factors affect which tower a phone will select for service?
It will sometimes. Like I said, usually it's the closest tower, but sometimes if there's a building between you and that closest tower, the cell phone may pick a tower that's further away from you because it's not getting a good signal for the closest tower.
And if a phone selects the number one candidate from its list, where must the phone be located in order for that to occur?
So it has to be within the coverage area of that tower and sector.
So what was the analysis that you did?
As a question, should I click stay muted or unmute on my screen?
You want to stay muted, please.
Okay. All right, so this is the cover page of my report, which basically identifies the 3 telephone numbers that I conducted an analysis on. The first one being 470-547-7446. Second one being 470-547-6240. And the third being 470-580-8025. All 3 of these phones utilize the Verizon network. Next slide. I already covered this. We can go to the next slide. Next slide, please. And next slide. So these are some examples of cell towers. You've all seen the big giant cell tower off the freeway, which is the one that's up in the top left corner. As you can see, there's definitely 3 sides to that tower, 3 specific sides. But anymore, especially in an area like Atlanta, there's cell phone towers everywhere. They're on the sides of buildings, they're on top of light poles. Anywhere they can put a cell tower, they're going to, because people don't want to see that big cell tower in their neighborhood for the most part. So as you can see here, they're hidden in all different kinds of things, fake cactus, fake trees, a silo, and things of that nature. So these are just some examples of cell towers. Next, please. So when I said cell towers have sectors, so all cell towers are broken up into 3 sectors, like you see here in this illustration. Those sectors can be oriented in any direction. So they're not always necessarily like sector 1 is not always going to be pointing north. Sector 2 will not always be pointing southeast. And sector 3 will not always be pointing southwest. They can rotate that based on the coverage needs of the company providing service to that area. So within my report, you'll see the symbol here. Can I draw on this?
You can. If you tap the screen once, there'll be a little pencil icon in the lower left-hand corner. Lower left-hand corner, tap that, and now your finger is empowered.
Thank you, Judge. So this symbol here is the symbol I will use to identify a specific tower and sector that was utilized. There's this bubble here, which doesn't designate the coverage area of that sector. That's just telling you that the radio frequency from that tower and sector is traveling outwards in that direction. And then for each event within the records, the box below, I will identify the cell ID that was utilized. When I say tower and sector and cell ID, they can be used interchangeably. So I'll use the term cell ID, which is the sector that was utilized by the device. There'll be the date of the tower event, the target phone that utilized it, the time, whether it was an incoming or outgoing call, and then the azimuth associated with the sector that made that call. So the direction that that sector was pointing from center.
Special Agent Pilson, do you think it would help as you're writing on the screen if we change the color to the color that you didn't use?
Oh, yeah, that would be good. I used a lot of colors, so maybe. Someone instruct me on how to change the color?
Yeah, I think if you
over here.
Over there, tap that, and then there's your palette. So I don't know there's gonna be one that works, but take the one that you think will be most effective. Why don't you give us a little practice squiggle on there so we can see if it jumps out at us. It's better than the red.
Okay.
So, and then, okay, we'll see how it goes.
Okay.
Oh, and to erase, the circle that again, on the left in that panel, there's a circle with an arrow in it. It looks like it's going counterclockwise. Tap that, and each tap should erase something you did.
Okay.
There you go.
Perfect. And then within my presentation, the license plate reader data from Flock, there'll be a black box with the license plate CLN 3039. That was a plate on the Kia K5. I also have a timestamp in there as well, and then a direction of travel. The license plate reader again for RIV 4063, which is the victim's red Cadillac. And that's the tag for that. Again, I'll include a timestamp and a direction of travel with that as well. And then from the forensic extraction of the iPhone, there'll be used this dark blue box. Within that dark blue box, there'll be a GPS coordinate, both latitude and longitude, which you can see here in the middle. There'll be a timestamp as to when the phone collected that latitude and longitude. And then I'll have an address in there. Now, that's not actually the address that the device was located at, but that's the nearest address to the GPS ping. Next slide. Okay, so this is the telephone number ending in 7446 and 6240 activations and location data on 10/20/2020 from 12:44 a.m. to 12:51 a.m. So if you look here at 12:44 and 26 seconds, the Kia K5 with the license plate CLN 3039 was observed on Howell Mill Road heading north from I-75. Then at 12:46:24, towards the top of the screen here, you will see a location history GPS point from the forensic extraction of 33.810661 latitude, -84.402833 longitude. And that would put that device where this icon is right here, right at the base of it in the Tanyard Creek Park area. So then at 12:51 and 14 seconds a.m., there's another GPS point, which is right here, located at 33.803556 latitude and -84.3935250 longitude, which is in the general vicinity of Peachtree Street Northeast, or 1800 Peachtree Street Northeast. 2 seconds after that, you see two activations on this tower and sector here, which would have radio frequency coming from it in this direction. Those can't see the bottom of my thing. So that 470-547-6240 and then 470-547-7446. As you can see, the calls happen the exact same time. One's an outgoing call, one's an incoming call. They used the azimuth of 30 degrees, which is this sector here. So this was an outgoing call from telephone number 6240 to 7446. And I have the timing here on the bottom. That lasted 25 seconds.
So I have a question.
Sure.
Based off of that, go ahead and erase your.
And let's try switching to the green. That may show up better. The yellow was hard to see because it's the road color also.
That's true. I think there's going to be another telephone number
That's green.
associated with green as we go through.
Wow. It's so colorful. All right, we'll see what happens.
So if I may, the one thing I did forget to mention, just for clarification. So the color indicated on the top for the 47446 number in red. So all towers and sectors utilized by that will be red. 6240 is a light blue, so that'll be blue. When those both use the same, it's like red and blue make purple, so it'll be purple.
Okay, and that was going to be where I was going with this. So does that indicate that those two numbers are speaking with each other and bouncing off of the same tower and same sector?
Yes.
And what do you garner from that information?
That both of those devices had to be located within the coverage area of that tower and sector. And where the GPS point of this GPS point here, that's exactly where I would expect a device to be to utilize that tower and sector. It's right in the heart of that sector's coverage area.
Okay. And what is that? What is the phone number associated with that GPS location?
The 470-547-6240 number.
And did you pull that GPS information off of the phone extraction for Antonio Sanders that I sent you.
Yes.
And is GPS location information exact?
Yes, so for a cellular device that uses its GPS antenna to get signals from the satellites that are orbiting Earth, it sets basically is able to determine its location with a lot of accuracy up to 5 meters or 16 feet. So each of these points, that device would have been located within 5 meters of that point.
What's the next plot on your analysis?
Okay, I think it'll be next slide. Okay. So this is activations for the phone number ending in 7446, 6240, and 8025 on 10/20/2020 between 1:29 a.m. and 1:33 a.m. As you can see in the purple icon is 5985 Oak Brook Parkway in Norcross, Georgia, which is a hotel by the name of Arada Inn, I believe. And at that hotel, there was an investigation conducted by the police department up there of a shots fired investigation after some individuals were interrupted breaking into cars. I believe that took place somewhere right around 1:30 a.m. in the morning. So I looked at the call detail records as well as the GPS locations, and I mapped this. So at 1:29:23, you can see that there is a GPS point from the device ending in 6240 of 33.913790 latitude and negative 84.201.111 longitude, which is located at in the area of 5945 Oak Brook Parkway. And then 2 seconds later, you can see 6240 and 7446, both one outgoing call, one incoming call at 1:29 and 24 seconds a.m., utilizing that tower and sector with an azimuth of 150. That call lasted 8 minutes and 18 seconds. And then also you can see that the 4705808025 number attempted 2 outgoing calls at 1:32:11 and 1:33:45. All 3 of these devices utilize the same tower and sector when these calls were made.
And the distance at 1:29:23 from the Aranda end, is that notated as 8/100ths of a mile?
Yeah, 0.08 miles from the GPS location to the hotel.
And that's at 1:29:23 a.m.?
Correct.
And what was, all right, what's the next, actually, sorry, one stop there. Were all of these numbers in communication with each other?
The first 2 numbers were in communication with each other. And like I said, that call lasted 8 minutes and 18 seconds. In this specific 2 activations, the 8025 number was not in contact with either 6240 or 7446.
But it was making a phone call.
Yes, making an outgoing phone call.
And all were getting off the same record, or same tower, same sector.
Same tower, same sector.
What was the next duration of time that you plotted?
Next slide, please. So this is 7446 and 6240 activations and location data on October 20th, 2020 from 2:04 a.m. to 2:06 a.m. So at 2:04, 48 seconds, there's an incoming call from 7446 to 6240, utilizing the same tower and sector, which is 173.231-12, which has an azimuth of 30 degrees. Shortly after that, at 2:04 and 54 seconds a.m., there's a GPS coordinate of 33.823250 latitude, negative 84.351.746 longitude, which places a device in the Cheshire Bridge Road northeast area just south of the I-85. I believe it's an underpass. And then at 2:06:55 a.m., you have the tag reader for the Kia K5 CLN with tag CLN 3039 headed westbound at Route 400 and Sydney Marcus Boulevard Northeast.
And the, you're starting to see the 7446 number and the 6240 number on the phone with each other, hitting the same tower, same azimuth, same sector. Is that consistent with two cars that would be following each other?
That would be consistent, yes.
Is that what you would expect in this case?
That's what I would expect, yes.
Would it make sense to be on the phone with each other in the same car?
It would not be, no.
What is the next plot that you made?
So this is 7446 and 6240 on 10/20/2020 from 2:54 a.m. to 3:24 a.m. So at 2:54 and 24 seconds in the morning, the flock license plate reader system observed the Kia K5 with CLN 3039 headed westbound on Bellamede Avenue Northwest from North Side Drive Northwest, excuse me. So it would have been headed in this direction this way. And then at 2:59 and 26 seconds, there was a GPS point in the forensic extraction of 33.797914 latitude, -84.411316 longitude, which was in the area of 701 Antone Street Northwest.
And I see that you keep, seems like you might be getting interrupted by the Zoom screen. Would it help to have the printed copy of your report?
Oh, no, I'm fine. The Zoom screen, it's not popping up for me. I see what you're saying. I'm good now. Thank you. And then at 3:04 and 24 seconds in the morning, the flock license plate reader system again sees the Kia K5 traveling northbound on Northside Drive Northwest from I-75, which is located right here. And then at 3:05:56 a.m., there's a GPS coordinate located in the forensic extraction of 33.805134 latitude, -84.4058570 longitude, which is in the vicinity of 1837 Fernwood Road Northwest. And at 3:11:35, the device moves a little bit to the north. And there's again, within the forensic extraction, a GPS location of 33.807313, -84.408.753. And that's in the area of 1903 Sunbury Place Northwest. And then at 3:11:54, there is a outgoing call from 7446 to phone number 6240 that occurred at 3:11 and 54 seconds. Both again utilize the same tower and sector with an azimuth of 315 degrees. That call lasted 18 minutes and 59 seconds.
Now, are these phone calls between the numbers ending in 7446 and 6240, are they continuing to hit the same tower and same sector of that tower?
Yes, so they would both be within the coverage area of that tower and sector at the time.
And are these phone calls and GPS data points, are they consistent of tracking with the Kia as it hits the license plate readers?
Yes, so when the first hit at 2:54:24, when the phone's when the vehicle's headed westbound on Bellamede, shortly thereafter, within a few minutes, there's a GPS point. When that phone moves north on Northside Drive Northwest, there are 3 GPS points that are north of that point where that was observed on the license plate reader. And then finally at 3:24 a.m., the Kia K5 is observed headed south on Howell Mill Road from Collier Road Northwest.
What time is this?
That would have been 3:24 a.m. Oh, sure.
there any other information from this screen?
Just to highlight, this is the red icon over here is the crime scene, which is located at 1180 Collier Road in Atlanta. That's it.
What is the next time that you apply?
So 7446 and 6240 activations on 10/20/2020 from 3:30 a.m. to 3:36 a.m.
What is this information telling you?
So at 3:30 and 56 seconds, there was a GPS location from the forensic extraction of 33.808.797 latitude, negative 84.425.965 longitude, which is the DeForest Court Apartments, which was located right here in this area. At 3:33:39, excuse me, at 3:33:32, there is an outgoing call from the phone number ending in 7446 to 6240. Both, again, utilize the same tower and the same sector, so both were in the coverage area of that sector. And that call lasted 57 seconds. At 3:33:39, there's this GPS hit here, which is 33.810.182 latitude, negative 84.425.965 longitude. That was at 3:33:39, and that's within the DeForest Ridge apartment complex. Certainly.
So is it based off your plotting, is the GPS from the antennas in your phone, is that showing that within 3 minutes of each other it is inside the complex of two separate apartment complexes?
Yes. So then at 3:36:03 a.m., there is another GPS data point located here, which latitude of 33.810.751 and a longitude of negative 84.423.707, which is in the area of 1101 Collier Road Northwest, which would be to the east of the crime scene. And then at 3:36:25 a.m., the Kia K5 is observed on a license plate reader at Collier Road Northwest and I-75, headed eastbound, so in this direction here. And then at 3:36:52, that should be AM, even though it says SM, I apologize for that. The Kia K5 is again observed headed southbound on Howell Mill Road from Collier Road Northwest, so it'll be headed in this direction. And then at 3:36:57 a.m., so 5 seconds later roughly, the victim's Cadillac bearing license plate RIV 4063 is also observed at that intersection, also headed south.
Okay. And what direction is Collier Road roughly from the crime scene?
What direction is it?
Yeah, what was it running? All right, so if you're looking at the screen, is this true north, the way it's working?
It's true north, yeah, so it would be east to west.
Oh, it's running east to west. So, the, starting with the 3:36:03, GPS points, the 1101 Collier Road.
Mhm.
And then moving to the license plate reader, at 3:36:25.
Yes.
On over to each next plot pointed down Collier, would that be consistent with fleeing away from the scene of the crime?
Yeah, so it'd be consistent with the phone traveling in an eastwardly direction from the scene of the crime down Collier Road Northwest.
And does that show that the Kia and the Cadillac are tracking with each other?
Yes, within 5 seconds of each other.
Next slide, please, or next plot.
This is the same slide as the previous slide. I just blew it up a little and basically inserted the distance from the plot of the GPS plot from the forensic extraction of 6240 at 3:33:39 a.m. You can see this point again here, which is located approximately 95 yards from the crime scene, which is the length of a football field, which is located here. So and then you again have the device then moving in an easterly direction at 3:36:03 a.m. away from the crime scene.
So how easy is it, how quickly can a car move 95 yards in a matter of 3 minutes?
I would very quickly.
Less than 30 seconds?
What was your
Yes.
question? How quickly can a car move 95 yards in 3 minutes?
Yeah. That makes very nice sense. All right. 95 yards. Can a car, what's the time you think it would take a car to travel 95 yards?
Well, the vehicle would have had to have come out onto the 4th Avenue here and then head north to this light and then turn right. So at most, I would say a minute. Okay, so this is 7446 and 6240 activations and location data on October 20th at 3:38 a.m. So at 3:38 a.m. and 10 seconds, there's an outgoing call from the number ending 7446 to 6240, which utilized this tower in this sector here. It has an azimuth of 270 degrees. A few seconds later, there is a GPS point from the forensic extraction of 6240 with latitude of 33.796755, longitude of -84,395,081 at 3:38:21 a.m., which puts that device squarely in the middle of I-75 southbound lanes.
Are you comfortable stating that the device would be traveling southbound on I-75?
Yes.
How sure are you of that?
It's a 5-meter error radius, so it's within 5 meters of that point, which would be within the southbound lanes of I-75.
Okay. Anything else from this slide?
No.
What is this slide?
So this is 7446 and 6240 activations and location data on the 20th from 3:39 a.m. to 3:40 a.m. At 3:39:48 seconds in the morning, there's a GPS location from the forensic extraction of 33.765717 latitude, -84,386,353 longitude, which puts the phone in the southbound lanes of I-85. Shortly thereafter, at 3:40 and 12 seconds in the morning, there is an outgoing call from 7446 to 6240. This is the first time in my report that these devices used different towers and sectors. So 6240 utilized the blue tower and sector here when that call was made, and 7446 utilized the red tower here when that call was made. Based on this, it'd be consistent that one device was out in front of the other device, likely on I-85.
I want to talk with you here. Are they hitting the same tower?
It's the same tower, yes.
Okay. So does that mean they're still within the same coverage area of that particular tower? Right?
They're in the coverage area of 2 separate sectors, but yes, if you take into account the entire coverage area of the tower, yes.
And is it still consistent with the 2 numbers driving in cars trailing each other?
It would be consistent with that, yes.
And were you able to take the distance traveled between our last slide and slide 15 and slide 16 with the GPS and determine the rate of speed at which these cars, or the rate of speed of travel?
Yeah, so the device traveled 2.3 miles in 1 minute and 27 seconds, which would be an average speed of 95 miles an hour.
What was the next plot point?
So this is 7446 and 6240 on the 20th between 4:22 a.m. and 4:28 a.m. So at 4:22:21, there's a GPS location within the forensic extraction of 33.609993 latitude, -84,473,267 longitude, which is in the area of 5401 Old National Highway, which is located right here. And then at 4:28, there's an outgoing call from 7446. That call is to 6240. And as you can see here again, they utilize separate towers and separate sectors. 6240 utilizing 174358-1, and then 7446 utilizing tower cell ID 174374-3. And then at 4:31 and 17 seconds AM, there's a GPS point within the forensic extraction with a latitude of 33.600767 and a longitude of -84.475525, which places the device within the location of 5655 Old National Highway. If you look in the legend, that is the same location where the victim's Cadillac was recovered from.
And it looks like the plot for the GPS is directly splitting the two towers.
Yes,
So, and both of these numbers are serviced by Verizon, correct?
correct.
And with those devices, be searching for the nearest tower.
They'd be searching for the tower with the best signal, and the best signal for a specific tower, especially if you are currently standing in a handoff area, which is an area of overlap between the towers. It could be dependent on what side of the street you're standing on as to which tower gets selected. So when you're typically in that handover area, it could go either way.
What's your next slide?
Next slide. So then the purple icon located here is the address of 3200 Stone Road Southwest in Atlanta, Georgia. It's a little bit confusing because that's not actually 32 Stone Road Southwest. That address is for the entire apartment complex, which is this entire apartment complex here. And then there's individual apartment numbers, but my software isn't able to determine which apartment within that complex was utilized. So that's just the address for the apartment complex itself. At that address, sorry.
So based off of what you just described, can you say that the GPS records from Antonio Sanders are inside of the apartment complex at 3200 Stone Road at that time?
Yeah, so between 5:10:27 and 5:36:10 in the morning, there were 10 data points with GPS locations. They all weren't exactly the GPS point that I showed here, but they're all within a few meters of each other due to the 5-meter variations. At 3200 Stone Road Southwest, based where that device is plotted, it is within the apartment complex.
So you can confidently say that between 5:10:27 and 5:36:10 seconds on October 20th, 2020, that the record for Antonio Sanders GPS placed him inside of those apartment complex.
Yes. And then at 5:12:01 a.m., there is an incoming or an outgoing call from 8025, 580-8025 to 6240, which lasted 5 seconds. Both devices utilize the same tower and sector. That tower and that sector would likely provide service to 3200 Stone Road Southwest and those apartments.
So it would be consistent with the number ending in 8025 to also be within that apartment complex, correct?
I would say it would be within the same coverage area of that tower and sector. I cannot say whether or not it would be within that apartment complex. Next slide. So this is within the time period of the last slide, but I wanted to show there was another outgoing call from 8025 to 7440 at 5:20:34. And in this case, 7446 used cell ID 474515, which is located down here towards the bottom of your screen. And then the 8025 number utilized a tower and sector up here towards the top of the screen. I would not suspect that those two devices were located in the same area at that point in time.
Could the device in
thinking it's 7446, could it be the same area of 3200 Stone Road at that time?
Yes, it could be. There was an additional GPS point of 524, so 4 minutes later, it was still at that location at 5200 Stone Road, sorry.
So I guess the device places it within the cell coverage in the area
Yes.
for 7446.
Oh, for 7446, it would be in the same general coverage area of where that GPS point is. Sorry, I misspoke. Yes. Next slide. So this is 8025 and 6240 on October 20th from 5:55 a.m. to 6:03 a.m. At 5:55 a.m., there is an outgoing call from 6240 to 8025. They utilize separate towers and sectors, as you can see here. The purple was 6240 over in this, which is cell ID 174540. And then 8025 utilized this tower and sector over here, which is cell ID 174366-2. At 6:03:54 a.m., there was another GPS point within the data, within the forensic extraction of 33.600855 latitude, -84.475403 longitude, which placed the device in the vicinity of 5655 Old National Highway. And again, that's the same address where the victim's Cadillac was recovered from.
I don't know how many more slides you've got, but if your plan is to complete this witness today to include cross-examination, you're going to want to shepherd your slides accordingly.
We're very close to the last slides.
Okay. Look at that.
We are at the last.
Boom. I didn't know that. Sorry to interrupt.
I have more questions for you.
Sure.
Now, the cell phone extraction for Antonio Sanders that I provided for.
Yes.
Does that show Bluetooth connectivity?
Yes, it did.
Okay. And did I share with you a burl results for computer extraction for the 2016 Cadillac ATS belonging to Lawrence Dane?
Yes.
I'm showing you what's been entered as State's Exhibit 442.
Yes, this is the report that I reviewed.
And did I, or were you able to determine if the device Antonio Sanders connected to the Bluetooth of Lawrence Dane?
Yes, so on October 20th, I believe the time was 6:21 a.m. Within the forensic extraction of the device, it detected a Bluetooth connection to a Cadillac, which it later paired with. The Bluetooth address from the Cadillac was in the connection log from the forensic extraction.
On the device?
On the device.
Okay. Now, were you able to see if that Antonio Sanders device had connected to any other Bluetooths from any other vehicle?
Yes, so at approximately, or at 3:58 a.m., that device detected a Kia Motors vehicle and later connected to that vehicle or paired with that vehicle. However, I don't have a timestamp on when it paired. I just know when it was detected.
What's the difference between detected and paired?
So detected, anytime your phone, just like it's searching for the best tower, when your Bluetooth is running, it's looking for all the Bluetooth connections around you. So if it detects a connection, it's going to log it within the file system of your phone. And then when you extract it, you can go back and see what it was logging as far as detected went. But then if you actually connect to that device for streaming music or what have you, it shows that it's paired. So now your Bluetooth is paired with that other device, so you can do whatever you need to do.
And are you so what's the devices, the Antonio Sanders, and then the device associated with 7446? Based off of your analysis, is it consistent with those two devices being present on all of the major scenes that you covered in your health?
I believe so, except for the last time period that I mapped.
What was that last time?
I'd have to look. I don't.
Okay.
Sure. Yep. Could you ask me that question again?
Okay. Was it the device identified for the extraction as Antonio Sanders' phone and number 7446 is associated with that device? Is it consistent with both of those devices being present on every major scene that you plotted?
No, not every major scene.
Okay. Which one would you take exception to?
The Stone Road scene was 6240 and 8025.
Okay.
The again, the Stone Road. The time period from 5:55 a.m. to 6:03 a.m. Where the victim's Cadillac was recovered and the GPS point. I only have data for 6240 and 8025 during that time period. But all the others, I would say yes to.
And what does it mean to not have data?
This means a call hadn't been made during that time period, so there's nothing for me to map because the records don't capture anything unless the phone interacts with the network.
And do you have any data for 8025 in that time period?
There was some data early on, and then there was no data for quite some time, and then the phone was being utilized again later that morning.
Were these phones particularly 7446 and cell extraction for Antonio Sanders consistent throughout the night of traveling in two cars, one car trailing the other?
Yes, it would be consistent with that.
That's all the questions I have.
Who's going first?
I'll go first.
Mr. Hoover.
Good afternoon, Special Agent Bilson.
Good afternoon.
Starting to see you a lot. So can you put up slide 14 for me? And then I have Bluetooth. Yeah, the Virgo. So is that slide 14? Yes.
So, hold on. Close this first. Let's try again.
So we're looking at slide 14 that you created, and we know that Antonio's phone at 3:30 was in the DeForest Court Apartments, correct?
Correct.
All right, and at 3:33, we know it was in the DeForest Ridge Apartments. That's correct, sir?
Correct.
All right, so when Mr. Hiles kept asking you, is it consistent with, well, I'm sorry, I have more words. And then we know at 3:36, the phone was over here at 11:01 Collier.
Yes.
All right, so Mr. Hiles kept asking you, the way this phone moved with the other phone, is that consistent with both cars fleeing from the scene? And that's correct. It looks like they're leaving the scene, right?
The two vehicles, yes.
Yes, but the goodwill is, you said, is this red dot right here?
Correct.
All right, so you don't have anything that you pulled that said Antonio's phone was in the parking lot at the Goodwill, do you?
I do not.
Okay, so it's also consistent with the fact that he could have still been here, heard shots, and traveled this way without ever going into the Goodwill, right?
Yes, that's a
All
possibility.
right, so the vehicle that Mr. Sanders was in, you can't say ever pulled up to the Goodwill. You just know it's in the area. Is that fair to say?
I know the device is in the area. I don't even know if anything about a vehicle, really.
And my last question, you said that you did get it, you got a chance to look at the IVE system.
Yes.
Mr. Sanders' phone hooked up to the Cadillac?
Correct.
All right, so you said on direct that his phone hooked up to the Cadillac at 6:21 a.m. Are you sure about that time?
It detected the device, so it detected the Cadillac at that time. However, and then later paired with it, but within the forensic extraction, there's no timestamp on the pairing.
Exactly, okay.
So I don't know when it paired.
And again, that's well after the shooting and the cars leaving the area.
Yes.
Okay, no further questions, thank you.
Mr. Brown?
Good afternoon, Special Agent. So what you're tracking is the distance, the proximity of the cell phone to the nearest cell tower, is that correct?
Yeah, well, I'm tracking the tower and sector that a device used when a call was made.
Are you able to tell the distance between the cell phone and the nearest cell tower as at each point that you tracked?
For which number?
Let's say 7446.
No, I cannot.
Okay. So are you able to tell how far, so you're not able to tell that 7446 was actually at 1180 Collier Road Northwest. You just know it was in the sector.
Correct. I do not know what specific address that device may have been at during that time period. I know that it utilized a specific tower and sector when that call was made, and I know that that is a coverage area or a very general area of where that device was located.
Thank you. Thank you.
Mr. Hiles, any follow-up?
No.
Jurors? Thank you, ma'am. More, too late. Lawyers. waiting for Rivers to return. So. So that might not have long. We gotta wait for the court reporter to return, so. It's a lot cooler out there. Maybe we should just all move out the hallway. I don't know if any of you like lacrosse. I don't know anything about lacrosse, but I'm working the concession stand at my kid's school tonight for the lacrosse game. They don't play lacrosse, but you have to sign up and volunteer every once in a while. So if you want a good deal on a hot dog, come by the concession stand at the Westminster Love It lacrosse game, and I'll hook you up. It'll be better than American Deli. All right, Ms. Rivers, are you ready? All right, Special Agent. Do the calls that you were able to track through the call detail records, et cetera, does that information that gets reported when it's requested from the service provider, Verizon, T-Mobile, does it include recordings of the calls?
No, it does not.
You know, the duration, you were saying 55 seconds, 2 minutes and 8 seconds, that's in there, but not. And Fred said to Tim, I'm driving in the Kia.
No, there's no content within that data.
Okay. Did any of your work in looking through these records that you were provided show you that any phone that for which data was requested was ever in the parking lot or at the Goodwill?
No, none of it'd be impossible for me to tell where exactly that phone was located based on these types of records. It only gives me a general area and coverage area of where that tower and sector would be.
Well, that leads to the next question. So when you were showing on your diagrams that arc and the range and whatnot, what you knew was that the phone hit off that sector, but not whether the phone was right at the base of the tower or 100 yards from the tower, or what were you able to tell as to the distance of the phone from the actual tower?
That's correct. I'm not able to tell the distance of the phone from the actual tower, just the general area the device was located in, which could be in an urban environment anywhere from 0 feet to approximately 1 to 1 mile.
What triggers the collection of the GPS data? You were able to plot things that didn't involve cell towers, but the actual device. Why is it that there weren't an infinite number of those? Because presumably the phone moved from your first plot to the second plot, but there are only 2 plots and I'm making it up, they were 11 minutes apart. Why aren't there an infinite number showing where the phone was for those 11 minutes?
So anytime with an Apple device, when you enable location services, the device will periodically reach out, will not reach out, will periodically get its GPS location and logs that within a log within the phone. And then when you extract it, you have access to that log. There were 2,700 pieces of data within that log. So plotting all that was nearly impossible. And it would take us a week just to go through my presentation here in court. So I selected specific time periods that were important to this case and highlighted where that device was during those time periods. So I did not plot all that data. There is additional data between my 2 points that I did not plot for reasons of just simplicity.
So that we better understand your answer, you omitted plots that weren't germane chronologically. So there may have been data as to where the phone was on October 19th, but we're focused on October 20th. Is that part correct?
Correct.
But did you also omit plots between just before the time of the shooting and just after? There were many of them, but you just picked a few? Or I know Mr. Hoover was asking you about, look, the phone was at an apartment complex that's just a little ways away from the Goodwill. And then there was one other on that particular slide, but there were just a few. Did you put every plot down around the time of the shooting, or just the 2 or 3 that you subjectively thought this is an interesting one?
Yes, I plotted all the data from that specific time period that was on my slides. So anytime the time period in my report, I plotted all the data within that time period. I did not plot all the data of that cellular device moving between sites, is what I did not plot.
Okay, but if your slide said from 3:42 a.m. to 3:46 a.m., the title had a time range, that slide would have on it every plot that was extracted from that device.
Yes, it would, except it was, in some cases, taking 3 GPS readings within a minute, which were all in the exact location. So instead of plotting 3, I just plotted 1 because they're all within a very short time period, 15 to 20 seconds of each other.
I think you testified to that the phone was at the Stone Road location for a long time. You put 1 plot, but said there were 11 actual hit. I may not be remembering exactly, but something to that effect.
Yes.
Okay. All right. Did you testify that the device that is associated with Mr. Sanders paired with the Kia or with the Cadillac? This would be the Bluetooth pairing.
It paired with both. So at 3:58 a.m., it detected the Kia and later paired with it. I am unsure what time the pairing actually occurred because that data wasn't contained within the extraction. And then at 6:21 a.m., the device detected the Cadillac and then later paired with it. And again, I don't have the data of when the actual pairing occurred because there was no timestamp on it.
Mr. Hiles, anything following from that?
What's the difference in GPS and cell, GPS location information, and then the cell location information?
So GPS location information is exactly where that device is at any given time based on the timestamp. Cell record information designates a general area a device was in at a specific point in time that a call was made.
And with the way that the phone logs the GPS information, if it is on, do you have the GPS location for every second of every day?
No.
Okay. Is it randomly, logging the GPS location as it runs its whatever programs an iPhone runs?
Yeah, Apple sets whatever algorithm for it to check its location, and that is not public information, so it just checks when it checks. So there's really no rhyme or reason to when the device checks its location.
And as you looked at those GPS plots as they were notated in the phone, were they in equal increments or did it appear to be random?
It appeared to be random. There was typically 3 plots per minute. However, the time between those was kind of random. It could be every minute. It could be every 10 minutes. It could stop for 30 minutes. So it was random.
So what you were saying is generally when there was a plot, it would be 3 per minute?
Yes, roughly.
Okay. But it could be 10 to 30 minutes in between those plots.
Correct.
So you don't have the ability to, you can see the location in general direction of travel throughout the day, but you can only tell the exact location at the time that it logs the GPS.
Correct.
Okay.
That's all I have.
Mr. Hoover?
Yes. Now, you said it was, based off of what you just told Mr. Howes, you said it could be 10 to 30 minutes, but you don't know, right?
Well, I do know from the data.
Okay.
So there'll be a timestamp and then 30 minutes later, there'll be another timestamp with another GPS location.
So so we're talking GPS for Mr. Sanders' phone.
Correct.
Between the time he was in those apartment complexes that we know he was there, was there a delay or a lag between those two timestamps and then the third one?
It's approximately 3 minutes.
3 minutes.
Yeah.
So I guess my question is, can you pull forward or do it this way? One second. Actually, can you pull 14 up on page 14? And while she's doing that, can you explain what's the difference between a phone detecting a vehicle and a phone pairing with the vehicle?
So a phone detecting a vehicle's Bluetooth system means that the phone's Bluetooth frequency that it was transmitting on saw the device and logged it. So basically saw a Kia Motors vehicle. Doesn't say what type of vehicle, it just saw a Kia Motors vehicle at the 358. And then to connect to it, you have to pair your device with the vehicle. So once that's paired, then it's fully connected. You can make phone calls through the car, listen to music, or what have you.
So that means the first time Mr. Sanders' phone detected or saw the Cadillac, you said was at 6:21 a.m.
Yes.
Okay. Is that kind of like when I open my phone now and if I try to link something to Bluetooth, it'll pull up a list of whatever's around?
Yes.
So is it safe to say he would have to be close enough to the Cadillac or in the Cadillac for his phone to detect it, right? If he's 95 yards away, it's not gonna detect the Cadillac. Is that safe to say?
That's safe to say.
So he was the first time, based off of your information, that we know he was close enough to the Cadillac was at 6:21 a.m.
That's correct.
Thank you. And my last question, now that this is up, was there some type of lag between this dot, this point, and that point?
When you say lag.
Like, because Mr. Hiles is suggesting that GPS doesn't track everything between these. Okay, so between 3:30 and 3:33, can you say that there was a lag? This phone was moving, there was a lag, or can you say the phone was there at that time and it didn't move until 3:33?
I can say the phone was at each location at the time of the timestamp.
So can you determine whether or not Mr. Sanders moved anywhere around here between 3:30 and 3:33?
No, I cannot.
Okay. Can you determine whether or not Mr. Sanders moved anywhere around here between 3:33 and 3:36?
No, I cannot.
Okay, that's what I have. No further questions.
Mr. Brown?
No further questions.
Special Agent Bilson, appreciate you coming all the way to Atlanta.
Can I just real quick, please?
If it's quick, because you're burning up overtime for our jury.
I'm sorry. My last question is, can you tell how close, just because a phone doesn't pair with or get recognized by a Bluetooth, can you tell how close or far away it is from that particular vehicle?
No, I can't tell.
I think that's it.
Mr. Hoover?
But you still have to be close enough to detect the vehicle, right?
You have to be within the range of the Bluetooth of the vehicle.
Thank you.
Mr. Brown? We're done. You should leave quickly. Ladies and gentlemen, here's where we are. We went over those last few questions outside your presence, and I asked the state where they are with their presentation. One more witness from the state. We start tomorrow at 9:50, not tomorrow. We don't go tomorrow. That wasn't even a bad April Fool's joke. We start Monday at 9:15. I have tried to push all my other cases outside the 9 to 5 window, and I mushed a lot into early Monday, but I might not be done until 9:15. You can get here before then and we'll let you in and all that. but I can't promise that we'd start till 9:15. The state's witness will be here before then. One more witness from the state. After that witness is done, I'll ask Mr. Hiles to call his next witness, and you'll hear him say the state rests. You get a break then, because we have to take up some legal issues that always arise when the state rests. And then I'll bring you back out and we'll see what's next. You just jump back up in an excited way. You're not changing it from one more witness. Okay. What will likely happen after the state rests and you come back in is I'll ask Mr. Hoover and Mr. Brown if they'll be presenting any evidence. They may, they're entitled to, they have an absolute right to call any witness they want. They also may say, we rest. And if they rest, then the evidence is closed. We move on to closing arguments. And then ultimately I will charge you. So I'll get you a better sense of where we are after I've talked to them about closings, et cetera. The unknown for me and for you will be what evidence, if any, the defendants choose to present. They can present a lot or none. That is their call. No obligation on them to do anything. Do you all have any logistical questions? Seeing none, if you would leave your pads in there, you'll be going now for a whole weekend. I know it's going to make you lonely and miss us, but just maintain the information bubble you've kept yourself in. There's not going to be any media coverage of this. I'm not worried about you inadvertently bumping into anything. Don't advertently bump into things by doing research or talking to people about it. Just say you're enjoying your time away from court when people ask you what's going on. Catch up on all the work you've missed over the weekend. And we'll see you no later than 9:15 Monday morning, okay? Thank you so much.
When they're fixing the air conditioning, there are a couple chairs down here that are falling off.
Chairs here. Oh, okay, thank you.
I don't know who else.
No, that's very important, and we'll get that addressed as well. All right, you all please be seated. Mr. Sanders, on Monday, I will be asking you, not your lawyer, but you, whether you want to testify in this case. So think about it over the weekend. I will advise you of your rights to not testify, the consequences of testifying, but in the end, you'll be answering me on the record whether you're going to testify or not. I'm not going to ask Mr. Hoover. You should listen to his thoughts about it. He is your wise counselor in this space, but it's ultimately your decision, as I'm sure he's told you. And he'll give you his thoughts about whether that's a good idea or a bad idea. But I just want to put you on notice that if I ask you on Monday and you say, you know, I haven't really thought about it, we don't take another time out. You've got all weekend now to think about whether it makes sense for you to testify in your case. Okay? I need you to say out loud, okay or not okay. You understand? Great. Thank you. Mr. Pittman, same situation. You understand? All right. So, you know, I'll be asking you, not Mr. Brown, likely Monday morning or whenever the state rests, same set of questions. You understand? Great. I will get to you all lawyers a draft charge sometime over the weekend. I'll email it to you. So you've got that. We obviously have to have a charge conference as well. I don't know how much of that we'll get in before you give your closings, but if you will get the proposed charge. If there are parts of it that are not in there that you were really counting on sharing with the jury during your closing, we need to talk about that before you give your closing. So you're not telling the jury, this is what the judge is going to tell you, and that's not what I'm telling them. So that part of the charge conference, we're going to have before you give your closings. If we don't do more of it because it's sort of a give and take about what should be in there, but it wasn't something you'd be talking to the jury about, I'll ask us to defer that. I don't see a window right now. It's not going to be now that we have a charge conference. And I've got to take care of things until that 9:15 start time. So let's finish the state's case. And then it may be that we take some of the lunch hour on Monday to do the charge, or we start lunch early and try to do a charge conference. There's a bunch of stuff that's been proposed that I don't know is going to be necessary now that the state's cases. All that's left is the gang expert, but we'll talk about it on Monday at some point. Mr. Hiles, anything else from the state?
No, Your Honor.
Mr. Hoover, anything on behalf of Mr. Sanders?
No, Your Honor.
And Mr. Brown on behalf of Mr. Pittman. All right. Hey, I want to thank you all for a very long week. You have worked hard to be on point most of the time. And we'll be back together Monday. Be here a little before 9:15.